The 23rd edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona is into another race hour, and that means just 5 more hours to go. Good morning, everybody. You're tuned to the RSL network, RS1 to be exact, and we will kick this portion of our coverage off with a much-needed update. I'm sure plenty of you have been sticking with this all the way through the night and then into daybreak, which happened just over half an hour ago. And yeah, there's been quite a lot changing, not least in the TCE part of the race, because it's now BBR to the top with their number 158 Cupra Leon Competition, with the 5 Thai drivers in that machine. And whereas the 116 car was not exactly dominant as we left proceedings last night at midnight, it has dropped down the order because the 188 AC Motorsport Audi is now running in second position. Third spot for the 159 car, running in the second race that we have within one this weekend, and it's Munkong Satyen Terakul who is in the Cupra TCR in third. Fourth position, the home squad of Real Equipe by Top Car Sport and their Cupra TCR number 123. Then the Wolf Power Racing Audi of Jasmine Preissig, Ivars Valles, Marlon Menden and Rob Huff. And currently at the wheel, well, is Jasmine Preissig, but that car has been in the pit lane now for 30 minutes, so this is a very fresh problem parked up in for pit road, and we will obviously be finding out very shortly exactly what the issue is and how long that car is likely to be there for. Simpson Motorsport are in 6th place with another Audi RS3. The 332 Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport car continues to lead the TC category, and Viper Nizza Racing 165 have had all sorts of difficulties, and 165 now is still running with Dominic Ang at the wheel. He's somewhere in the first sector but has just ticked off another lap. Holmgard Motorsport, bit of a race to forget for them, and their car's been parked up in the pits for over 5 hours now. So again, that's an overnight problem for Holmgard Motorsport, but it wasn't going brilliantly well before that struck. In the GTs, again, refresh from last night because one of the key players no longer there. The 18 Phoenix Racing Audi definitely is, though, and leads after 548 laps, in fact, although the graphics snapshot taken a couple of laps before the current standings, if you like, but they haven't really changed. Phoenix Racing leading then. The 22 WTM racing car is in second position. Then Herbert Motorsports Porsche with Robert Renauer. And then Shane Lewis in the CP Racing Mercedes of the US. So Audi, Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes, all represented in the top 4. And you can lump in another manufacturer in the BMW with Poulsen Motorsport running in 5th. Dynamic Motorsports Porsche is in 6th place. The little team from Italy, Jutta Racing, with their Audi R8 LMS still going strongly as well in the GT3 category. They are 7th ahead of Huber Racing's Porsche GT3R, running in 8th place. Onto the next page, and this is where we find the class leaders. 992 still being led by Belgian outfit Red Ant Racing, car 903 being driven by Ayrton Redont. Then it's the HRT Performance 992, car number 929 running second within that division, and 908 is third, Seb Lejeune racing by Duvo Racing. Second HRT car is in 4th. Then the first of the 991 cars, Villi Motorsports by Ebby Motors, leading their class from 13th place overall in GT. Then the 360 Racing team with another newer Porsche Cup car, the team from Andorra. 15th position for the GTX leader, Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, and it's Rabdan Motorsports Porsche 992 in 16th place. Hoffa Racing, again, they are, well, up and down the order, but they've clearly struggled overnight because they were in the solid bank of GT3s at the sharp end of the timing screen, but have slipped down to 19th place now within GT. I still think there'll be smiles at the Swiss team, though, because they're still having fun, which is the main aim of the game. Bapora Motorsport, a Spanish outfit, have a brand new Porsche as well, and they're 18th, but more crucially 7th in class. In GT4, the class leader is the Atlas BX Motorsports car of Korea. They have a Mercedes GT4. 360 Racing second car is in 20th position and 8th in class. For the older Porsche Cup cars, E2P Racing second in that with their 910 car. RD Sainz has had damage on 2 separate occasions, still running in 22nd though, also from Lithuania, similar to Jutta. Vortex V8 third in GTX ahead of a badly damaged 904 Red Ant racing car. That happened right at the start though. 25th place for the second Vortex, car 701, 4th in class. Then we have a former race leader, and on a number of occasions, so many laps led, nearly now 6 hours in the pit lane. I heard on the way in here that car is out of the race. We need full confirmation, I suppose, from the team. But ST Racing a long, long way back now, having been in that group that often took the lead on the pit stop cycle. So clearly, horrible situation overnight, which I think at first occurred at turn 1 when the car had stopped, and then on the very next lap needed recovering after it got going initially. But we'll find out the full story if we can from ST Racing, if some of those guys are still here. Red Camel Jordans.nl, their 909 car is still circulating with Ivo Breukers now at the wheel, but it's a long way back after strife in the second hour. And Senkia Motorsport was already a retirement by the time we knocked off very early this morning at midnight. They had an engine failure when the car really could have done with being pitted before that problem got a lot worse. But we hope to see the Czech Republic team again in the near future. So we go back to live racing. Here is the race leader, Sven Herberger, with the 001 flashing on the Lumirank number from the windscreen. He's got the RD Sainz Lamborghini just ahead of it, coming out of turn 5 and down towards turn 6 and 7, showing that it's been in a 19-hour race to this point, because there's bits hanging off it. It hasn't got one of the rear wheel arch struts, but it's going very nicely still, and it's kind of got an understated bit of paintwork anyway, but you can tell the amount of tyre pickup that it's got, and dirt and grime. That's the way we like to see race cars this far into a 24-hour race. They've reached daybreak, everybody, but we've still got to go till 1 o'clock this afternoon. That will feel like a very long way off for many of the teams at this point, including the 904, which is, again, very second-hand after all that damage it incurred at the start of the race. Dinah Binks has wasted no time at all in heading down to the pit lane then to kickstart again our coverage of this race, and there are plenty of stories, Di, for you to catch up upon.
Welcome everyone, welcome back to the pit lane here in Barcelona, and you're absolutely right, Johnny. I know you've just gone through the order to update everyone onto the news, but I've just been into the pit lane just to check out what's happened, and again, if I'm reiterating what you've just said, apologies, but just to update you, the 102 Home Guard, they had a punctured radiator during the night, but I understand they're planning to go back out to do a last few laps at the end, so we'll need to keep an eye out for that. The number 11 Hoffer, they had 2 separate incidents on track last night. They broke the suspension and then they had a crumpled exhaust. They've repaired that, and of course they've dropped down the order, but they're still in the race at the moment. The number 14 Paulson, that got caught out when the fuel pumps went down last night. If you remember, we were still here when that happened. So they've had to keep circulating to try and build back up, but they were definitely, it went against them when that happened. They were unfortunately the ones that got caught. The number 1 STP that you've been talking about, there's no one actually in the garage at the moment, but what I understand is that the head gasket went on the car, so they retired around 2 a.m. and of course I'll just keep across that. I'll go back up and see if anyone comes back to the garage. I think they probably will at some point. The 116 Wolf Power, as we know, has been in the garage. It seems as if it's a gearbox issue. They're still working on it and deciding what they're going to do. So once I'm finished here, I'll go back up and speak to the team to find out. The number 23 Huber Racing, they had ABS failure around 1:30 this morning. So that clearly has cost them a little bit of time. So I hope that gives you a bit more information as to what's happened down here on the ground, and I'll see what I can find out from now.
Gives us, in the commentary box, a heck of a lot of information. Wave, Joe, wave. There we are. Oh, just missed us again. Are the guys next door doing that deliberately, putting a camera on us, and then as soon as we get in shot, turn it off, turn it off?
I was waving at Seb. Good morning, Seb.
Good morning, Seb.
Good morning, everybody.
I got away from Seb. I'm happy now. And from Diana as well. And yeah, they're going to go and speak to some people that might be up bright and early this morning. I suppose it's 8:10, and many will have been up all the way through the night. AC Motorsport have been patiently plugging away, and they gained a spot net since we last were covering this, because I'm sure at midnight they were third, and they benefited from the trials and tribulations from the 116. And Jasmine Preissig last to drive that car, but that's a very fresh problem, as Diana was just explaining. Almost 40 minutes now for the 116 car being in the garage, and that's how quickly a race can turn from the lead down to fifth.
Less than 5 hours to go now, Johnny, and we've still got a race for overall honours here. It's still that situation of flip-flopping the lead change between cars during the pit stop phase. At the moment, Sven Herberger in the Phoenix Audi, he leads just ahead by a lap of Robert Rennauer, but right on Rennauer's tail is the WTM Racing Ferrari. Leonard Weiss at the wheel of the Ferrari, chasing down the Herbert car right on its tail. Rennauer putting in some absolutely stoic laps. Two leaders lapping in the 51s, and that time through, Weiss just dropping back slightly off the back, from under the rear wing really, of the Herbert Porsche, dropping back to a balmy 0.8 of a second there last time through. Shane Lewis into the pits with the 85 CP racing car. Now that car's dropped off the pace a little bit, 4 laps according to the timing screens, when they were right in amongst it. The ST car, of course, we lost almost 6 hours ago. In fact, has that ticked by? Yeah, it's 4 minutes away from 6 hours since we lost that car, and that car was very much in contention, and one of the cars that was flip-flopping. We're left with this situation of, when the Phoenix car pits, the Herbert car and the WTM Ferrari will take the lead, and we're getting to that point where we're going to have to back time from the finish of the race, and then if you project that you're not the car that's going to be in the lead, then you're going to have to do something about it. And of course, with just under 5 hours, there's plenty of opportunity there with regards to whether or not we get a code 60. So technically it's still all to play for, but you've just coined that phrase, just plugging on and just going round and round, and still that's the best thing you can do, and just stick with your program, keep your car in contention and keep the pressure on, as we see Leonard Weiss doing the 22 Ferrari on that Rennauer Herbert car. Entirely.
It's all about being there or thereabouts, so that you are pressurising your fellow competitors. Already the IV Capital drone camera has been cranked back into life after it being off for about 8 hours or so, but providing some superb pictures of a directly overhead view of turn 5. To give you an idea of how tight that is. What it doesn't indicate, of course, is how downhill and tricky it is to slow sufficiently for it, but great to see some cars from the crow's nest looking immediately down onto the track, heading through there. Charlie Putman is back into the race now after the CP Racing Mercedes pit stop, and he'll set upon trying to catch the next car on the timing screen, which is Leo Weiss. But whereas we have 3 cars on that lead lap, Charlie Putman is a bit further back now, 5 laps behind when you compare the race leader in GT, as in the Audi from Phoenix, and that Mercedes in 4th position. 3 laps shown on our scoring tower, but that's to the next car, isn't it? Yeah, so 3 laps behind WTM, 4 laps behind the race leader. And in TCE, the BBR car has come to the fore, which is the 158 machine. We probably expected that to be a little stronger than its sister machine. The Cupra Leon is the newer of the two. So we've got a Cupra Leon and a Cupra TCR, but it's Decatorn Pu Akrawut who is driving the 158 for BBR in that race lead. And here's the second place car again down at turn number 1. So Charles Dawson putting in a good chunk of racing time here. He's only just started his stint, less than 5 minutes old.
Yeah, showing 3rd behind the 159 Cupra. Remember that the leading TCR car, that's the car that is currently leading the European Championship. The 159, I should say it, the car that's currently second, it's the 158 that leads TCR. So the 158 came into this round with bit of a points lead over the Wolf Power car and the Home Guard Motorsport car. Those cars are in the pits. Whether or not they will get back out, and they will pick up some championship points, but they're not exactly helping their European Championship cause. And I'm going to throw this one out there, Johnny. The 159 BBR car just has to continue going round. Munkong Sathian Thirikul is at the wheel at the moment, and he's been in that car for about an hour and 43 minutes. So Munkong due a pit stop very shortly to hand that car over to his teammate.
Yeah, which will then put the AZ Motorsport car back in a second.
Yeah.
My confusion was it's just had a pit stop, Charles Dawson took over, and that's the reason why it's fallen down to third. But I think its rightful position right now on the pattern is second. Viper Nizza still running, good to see. They've had all manner of issues through the course of the race so far. And Di's got more news from the pits. What this time for you?
Yes, I'm with Wolf Power Racing. Raphael, the team manager for the team here, just caught up with him, just had a very quick chat. Obviously, Raphael, we see the car in the garage, looks like it's not going anywhere. Really disappointing. You've been running so strongly in this race. But tell us what the issue is.
Yeah, unfortunately, a couple of hours ago we started having vibrations, so we changed a couple of things. Then we started having problems losing power as well. We got that fixed, but now finally the gearbox failed, and so we have a broken gearbox, so it's not going anymore.
You don't think it's worth trying to change that to get it back out, or have you made a decision you don't want to do that?
Well, we might change it, but it's going to take probably too long. We also have to change the old cooler and everything, so not sure yet if we're going to finish, but we'll see. We'll let it cool off a little bit, and then we might change it, but not sure if we're going to finish.
Okay, well, we'll come back and check up on you and see how that's going, but just tell me about the drivers you've got here for this race. They've all been doing a superb job, working really well together, consistent times on track. Before these issues, the car was running sweet.
Yeah, I mean, we had a very good driver lineup, obviously, with Rob Huff as a proper pro driver, and Jasmine Preisig, and also the others, Marlon Mender and Ivors. They all did a great job. We had very good pace. I mean, we qualified the car in pole position and also in the race. I mean, the pace would have been great. So, but
have you enjoyed it up to this point?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's just, yeah, it was nice to be in front, but to finish first you have to finish.
Thank you, Raphael. Well, listen, I hope you get back out to do what you need to do if you can. It would be great to see, but thanks for chatting to us this morning. And guys, I've just got one other thing to say. Happy birthday, Johnny Palmer.
Thank you, Diana. Oh, is that a little present for me?
That's a canned gin and tonic, is it, Di?
Nice.
That's not going to make it to the brick.
Alcohol.
It's not. It's just. So it's a can of water.
It's a sparkling drink. I mean, he's a sparkling drink that they've just given me here at Wolf Power, because during the night they were giving this drink to me, and I love it. It's fantastic, really refreshing. So I'm going to go and have that now.
I was going to say, if it was gin and tonic, like you say, it would never have made it back to the booth.
A bit early, not for Di though.
Not for Di. You said that, Joe, and I just repeated it. Right, so the 116 car, is in a sad state of repair, and those at the team really quite emotional. I got the feeling there at Wolf Power because of the time that you invest in the days leading up to a 24-hour race. Then you do over half of it with no problem, and an issue can strike with very little warning.
And when you're coming into a race with a driver lineup like Jasmine Preisig and Rob Huff, FIA World Touring Car champion, you know you're in for a good time. You know you're in for a competitive run, and they were very, very competitive. And I've got to say, I think I said this last night for another of our competitors who were overheating. Once that overheating issue sets in, you're going to do all sorts of damage to the car that's going to manifest. And I know they're going to try their best to get back out there, but you know what? It's never a good thing when your car starts to overheat. You start, warping cylinder heads. And it was a cylinder head gasket, by the way, that put the ST BMW out, and that just came from nowhere. All of a sudden, just lost power. The head gasket went, no compression in one of the cylinders. They went down onto, they lost a cylinder, and that put the car out. And yeah, they might get the car out and be able to do the last 2 or 3 laps to the flag, and that would show, a good spirit of getting the car to the checkered flag. But competitively, I can see why they're emotional. They've been up all night, they've been trying to rectify the issue. They knew how competitive they were, and it's just all fizzled away.
Yeah, motorsport just has the habit of doing that to you sometimes, but it also encourages you massively to come back the next time there's an opportunity to win a 24-hour race, or indeed a 12-hour race at Kuwait. And we'll wait and see on, well, we do know that some cars are already on the provisional entry list. 116 so far on mine is not, but I'm sure they're going to be very, very tempted, because BBR with the 159 Cupra Leon Competition is already on that provisional entry list, as is AC Motorsports Audi within the TCR category. A great stack of TC cars in the form of BMW M240i's, mainly all from SK Motorsports. And then you've got the GT part of the race, which will have GT3s, GTX cars, Porsche 992s and Porsche 991s, together with a good collection of GT4s as well. Rentec Motorsports, Mercedes, and Alliance Speed by Car Collection Motorsport. Porsche have already signed up to the provisional entry list for the first ever 12 hours of Kuwait, to be held at the end of November, start of December later this year.
If you've tuned in this morning and you missed our interview with Mohammed Abdel Razak from the Kuwait Motor City, go back and find it. It was about 8 o'clock last night, and the enthusiasm for the 24-8 series going to Kuwait just oozes from Mohammed. He was so excited, and we're all looking forward to that. You couldn't help but be dragged along by that fervour. His eyes were lighting up when he was telling me about the track and about what's planned with regards to the student involvement from the local colleges and the programme of motorsport, you know, to kind of investing in a future of the motorsport as an industry and encouraging. It's called the Kuwait Motor City for a reason.
Yeah. And
they've got that view and that vision of creating kind of a motorsport industry around that facility. And we see it in other places in the world. You know, Silverstone, for instance, in the UK, it's got that infrastructure of all those, you know, peripheral companies that support and manufacture and create, and that's all around that sort of carbon fibre triangle around that Silverstone, Bicester, Oxford area. And I'm pretty sure, you know, drivers. You heard Colin White as well.
Yeah.
If you missed our telephone conversation with Colin White, who literally had just been released from his hospital bed after that huge shunt in the Ginetta Super Cup race on the Toka package at Thruxton a couple of weeks ago. Broken leg, heavily broken leg, and a couple of fractured vertebrae, and Colin released from hospital. Didn't put him off speaking to Johnny and I, and Colin already with a view to perhaps, you know, getting fit enough and getting something and you know, getting a couple of customer cars out of Kuwait, because he said it makes a lot of sense, Kuwait bookending with Dubai in January, but then cars being positioned in the Middle East, ideally for the start of 2023, with Dubai and Abu Dhabi, you know, just a short drive away or a short boat ride away. It makes a lot of sense, and I think Colin was already projecting towards going out to Kuwait with a couple of cars. Whether he'll be driving, I'll leave that decision to his missus, eh?
Well, if the missus had had to decide through the years, I'm not sure we would have got to this point in his career. He's never paid attention to her, let's face it.
Well, I think she's all for it as well. She's, you know,
probably
to be involved in this sport for as long as Colin has. Started on the short
probably be on
hauls.
the plane straight away to Kuwait.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean, the recovery's the first job for Colin, and then hopefully still some driving to come. But I think it might be a bit of a stretch this season. Meanwhile, Malaysian outfit Viper Nizza Racing are in the, I was going to say penalty box, but no, that's their
That's
own...
the fueling.
Oh, that's the fueling, there you go. Yeah, with a fuel pump in the background. If only I'd looked rearward of the rear wing of their Cupra. So fuel going in.
They lost a lot of time last night, didn't they, Johnny? They dropped all the way back to 7th in the TCR class and are way down on laps. 452 laps completed in comparison to the leading TCR class, 517 completed by the number 158 BBR car. So they lost a lot of time with. That was an overheating problem, wasn't it?
It was engine temperature, which was going sky high.
They're still going
on
round
two
just to
separate
prove me wrong.
occasions. Yeah,
Of course.
here's a real live battle on track right now, because this is for second and third, with Robert Renauer just ahead of Leo Weiss. And I'm reckoning, now were they the other way around before, or was this
No,
Leo
that's the way it was.
catching up with Renauer?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's reeling in the German.
Well, the Ferrari's been
Two
under
fellow
that,
Germans, in
the
fact.
Ferrari's been under that rear wing now for about 10 laps.
Yeah.
And Leonard just cannot find the pace to get by the Porsche. Even if he may not even be trying at this stage. We're just plodding round and just ticking off the laps to the finish, letting that clock go and just tick down. Getting towards 4.5 hours. And at this stage, you don't really. And this is what I mean, Johnny, about staying disciplined. It's so easy for Leonard to see the back of that Herbert car and push and push and push, and maybe take a few risks, use a bit more curb. But at this stage of the race, there's no point. Just stay there. If you find the pace without really trying to and saving the car in doing so, then yeah. But at the moment, those cars lapping in the 51s, low 51s from both drivers, so they're about on par performance-wise.
And they're about to come out of the final corner to head across the line, and that will mean that Leo Weiss goes to the top, because Robert Renauer has peeled off just before turn 16 into the pit lane, and Sven Herberger, who was leading the race for Phoenix, is also in the fueling area. So the LWE short code for Leo Weiss now flashing with the 001 alternately, and the 22 car, not for the first time, going back into the race lead. It will of course have to pit in the next 20 odd minutes, in fact, to abide by Leo Weiss's driver limit time, which is 2 hours, we'll remind you. But the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau car, Monschau being the small place just up the road from the Nürburgring Nordschleife, or pretty much at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where the team are based. Wochenspiegel is the newspaper owned by the Weiss family, meaning Weekly Mirror in English, and a good read it is as well. But it's always their car, or sometimes cars, emblazoned with newspaper print as the very smart livery. Here is the Robert Renauer Porsche from Herbert then being fuelled, and also in that fuelling area, didn't quite see it, but Sven Herberger and the Phoenix Racing Audi is also there, but it arrived quite a bit earlier, about a minute before the Porsche. So the Phoenix car will be down with the team much more quickly, and wait to see who will be taking that car over.
Just moving off the fueling area now, the Phoenix Audi, just moving onto the pit apron, or the pit road I should say, then it'll peel off. We've got a driver waiting at the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau pit to take over from Leonard Weiss. I can't quite see further down. Yeah, we've got a driver change about to go ahead on the number 18 Audi as well. So driver changes abound down there in the pits. So the Ferrari's due next time, of course. The Herbert car, can't quite see down and see if we're bringing Robert Renauer and taking him out the car. But the Ferrari, stint time 1 hour 39, coming up to 1 hour 40 for Leonard Weiss. So he will be due a pit stop. And from what I can see on the pit lane, Johnny, that's going to be quite imminent. They are waiting for the car now. So next time in, we're going to get the now leader, the 22 Ferrari, having taken over the lead for the Phoenix Audi, because that Audi came in the pits. It's going to get that. It's going to give the Audi the lead back. And this is what I mean by flip-flop all the way to the flag. We're going to see it stabilise towards the last 90 minutes or so, and then we have got, still at this stage, with 19.5 hours gone, we have got a race for overall honours still going on out there. And you can't discount CP Racing in 4th, or even Poulsen Motorsports BMW in 5th. They're not that far away, and all it takes is the odd puncture or so, and then they all just concertina together. Herbert car off the fueling and down towards its pit garage. Dies down there and just waiting to see whether that Ferrari comes in. We've got a WTM Ferrari team waiting patiently. Car still not into the pits for fueling yet, as Michael Doppelmayr is the driver that takes out the number 18 Audi. Let's head down to Dye, who's going to update us on something that's happening in the pits, as the leaders all pretty much are about to pit if they haven't already.
Yeah, Dye's with one of the key players within the TC, the touring car part of the race, Team BBR, Diana.
I'm here at the BBR garage. I could obviously hear you talking about the pit stops and the driver change. Grant he's not just got out of the car. You've been watching the pit stop here and the driver change. As one of the drivers on this 158 car, Grant, how confident are you with what you've seen so far and the running of this 158?
Yes, we're quite confident about this because we did well at the night time. So trying to keep the racing pace around this to the end of the race. Yeah.
And what's the feedback from the other drivers? I know that you all, after your stints, get out and debate this, the track, the conditions, the tyres.
The feedback is quite good. The car is in a very good condition. The tire, we try to keep the tire until the end of the stint, so don't push too hard on the first other stint. So I think the better like this, and we keep doing racing pace, I think we can do it.
You seem to have a really tight-knit team here, your crew that are looking after the car and engineering and mechanicking the car, doing a superb job, really slick pit stops each time.
Sorry?
The crew are doing really slick pit stops each time. Sorry, I know it's noisy.
Yeah, the pit stop is very good. Everything is on our plan. So doing the tire chain, driver chain, brake pad, rotor, everything is on our plan. Yeah.
You're all very calm. You're making it look really easy.
It's not that easy. We are very tired. We all push hard all the night. Yeah.
Great stuff, Grant. Thank you so much. Go well. We'll see you at the end of the race.
Grant Superpongs then, who was a real master when he got behind the wheel of his car overnight. He's a bit of a legend when it comes to racing in the Far East, whether that be in the homeland of Thailand. But he's also done some stuff, I think, in Japan as well. So Superpongs, one of the more experienced of the 5-driver lineup, and can also clearly speak very well, very good English too, although some of it might be a bit lost in translation. We can appreciate why. It's a great partnership, this, between the BBR side, which is the team from Thailand, and Monlau Competition, who are a team virtually based at this track at Barcelona, and very much links with the educational side of things as well. They have a technical school where they're bringing students through to work on real race cars, and the two BBR examples, 158 and 159. What a great way to cut your teeth if you are brand new to motorsport engineering and indeed strategy. So down towards the first corner will go the 158 of Kantasak Kusiri, and he's just exchanged positions with Nikolai Gadetsky. Admittedly, those two cars are in separate races, if you like, with the Rabdan Motorsport Porsche gaining a spot overall. Hey up, major drama here for the 91 car, because there is fluid pouring out the back of Daniel Alleman's machine, and it has only recently been in the pit lane for fuel. 3 minutes into the stint, Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, just joining you up here. Joe stepped out for a moment to go and get a full English breakfast down in our catering. And
Tasty.
that does not look good at all, does it? Well, it's going again, but there's a lot of smoke, steam. Turned out, I think that could be terminal.
Well,
I really do.
I don't like the look of the smoke coming from the rear, from the tailpipes, but it's also issuing out from vents that aren't even meant to be vents. So, yeah, it's a worrying sight, because it's not kind of masses of white smoke to indicate a massive engine failure.
Yeah, that's usually a broken piston when you get massive. Some of the smoke's coming off the brakes, for sure.
Indeed.
But do you think it could be a gearbox?
Possibly so. If
Possibly lost drive, mate. Did move it again a little bit, didn't he? Maybe could only get it in one gear or something.
But it was definitely some fluid coming out of it, first of all. That's now changed to smoke. And, if the smoke just stops emitting, then that's often a very, very bad sign. We're going to go code 60 because of the vulnerable place where the 91 Porsche has come to a halt. It is still third on my screen, but I would reckon, no, the CP Racing car's not quite close enough yet to unravel itself and go up to third place, because it was laps back on this car. But this was one of the three that was switching back and forth to being the race leader. WTM, Phoenix and Herbert Motorsports Porsche, which is now in major strife.
I just, excuse me, I just had a chat with Joe Foster, And they're happy. They had a quiet night. It all went well. Did the brake change at 14 hours. They're happy with that. And they do their thing, don't they? Keep their pace. And looking certainly good for a podium now. Meanwhile, at the front, of course, the 22 Ferrari is pulling away from the Phoenix car because they've got their slowest gentleman driver, Michael Doppelmayr, in the car at the moment, and he's sort of 6 or 7 seconds off the pace normally. Is. So, you know, they're going to drop back there, and the Paulson Motorsport BMW, I think that could come into the top 3 frame as well. That's just in fueling at the moment, and then the Jutta Racing Audi, which has got Navakalklask. How do you say that Lithuanian name? How do you reckon? That's a tongue twister one.
Elmantas Navikauskas, I would go
I think
for.
that's pretty good. Well, he's in the car at the moment. Just spoke with Lars Viljoen, who was very happy what he did in the night. He said he might have one more stint, and he thinks the car's going fine at the moment. You never know, do you, in a 24-hour race? But
True.
The Porsche is going to be hooked up, the Herbert car, and they just not their season, is it? And I think you heard that interview with Robert yesterday. They were leading a GT Masters race last week and broke right near the end.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
just their other big program, of course, GT Masters.
Yeah, the ADAC GT Masters, and that just seemed to be the style of how things are panning out for Herbert this year.
Yeah, that's something that Robert's won in the past, that series.
Mm-hmm. But the suggestion is not this year. Well, not if you're going to get a retirement.
And you know, when we say that, you know, Robert hasn't won this race, he's only
as
won the
many
race
times,
twice. It's cost once it clashed. Creventic race clashed with the GT Masters. That's the reason for that.
Well, we were talking at the start of the race that it was possible that his 3 teammates, Daniel Alleman, Ralph Bone, Alfred Renauer, might become 4-time winners and join only one other name that has been a 4-time winner here at Barcelona, but this is looking very unlikely. Now, a quick update from Diana Binks as the 91 car has been picked up by one of the circuit vehicles to tow it back. This is far from a good start to our period of broadcasting for Herbert Motorsport. Just another drama for them, Di.
It is, and they've worked so hard, as you've just said, on this car. I've just gone back to see if I can see Robert or any of the guys, and there's no one here at the moment, so I'm just going to give them a bit of time to find out what's actually going on, and then I'll come back to you if I can. But at the moment...
there's a lady engineer that works for Herbert, might be back there. She's usually pretty forthcoming with stuff.
Okay, bear with me. I'll come back to you when I get someone to have a chat to. Just going to let them get their thoughts together.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, it's very tricky for them. I mean, we're trying to assess the problem from distance. They are doing likewise. They will have lots of telemetry coming in and possibly lack of telemetry, which will give them an indication as to where exactly the problem is. But a Code 60 presents an opportunity for everybody else. Alfred Nilsson pitting on that lap for Paulson Motorsport, and the Danish entered BMW M4, so they will have taken fuel. And you mentioned Michael Doppelmayr coming in as well.
Yeah, helps them, of course, because they've got their slowest driver out there.
True.
Got what you need, and you got particularly a long Code 60. I don't think this will be a particularly long one. It's a nice colour scheme, isn't it, 23 car?
For Huber Racing, definitely. And Manuel Lauk brought it in. Not sure whether they did a driver change because we didn't see all of that pit stop, but the car's been waved back into the race. I'm trying to work out, or trying to get to the bottom of whether we've had another fuel pump power failure overnight, because around about the 400 lap marker, I noticed a lot of the key GT3 cars having to pit on not just one lap, but the very next lap as well. So I'd have to work out exactly when lap 400 was, but we certainly weren't doing the commentary for the race at that point. We were safely tucked up in bed and getting some Zs, but the fact that Phoenix, WTM, and I think CP Racing, they all came in and then had to pit on the very next lap as well. It wasn't a Code 60 as far as I can gather. So was that when another fuel pump failure struck? Some of you may well know the answers to that. At RSL_studio if you do. Green lights flashing on the front of the CP Racing Mercedes for Charlie Putman, who's just arrived again into one of the 8 bays that are there for fueling.
Just a quick shout out into fueling now. James Kay and the British run Simpson Motorsport Audi RS3. That's been pounding around. Matt Neal. I don't think we've spoken to Matt, have we?
We did earlier in the week.
Did we? Yeah, we did
on
earlier in the week,
Friday.
but I don't think we've had an interview during the race. But whenever I look at that car, James Kay seems to be driving it.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously, the Neal brothers have been there.
Yeah, Matt's two sons are racing with Dad. And we go green again then.
That's pretty quick.
Yes.
Very efficient at pulling these cars off, hooking them up, getting them back to the pits.
Yeah, the members of the Royal Automobile Club Catalunya well versed in doing that, and they have snatched vehicles in the right places to be able to recover. But the Code 60 definitely helps, because that provides not exactly a fully safe environment, but much safer for marshals to be operating on track as you dip the speed to just 60 kph. Speed limit down the pit lane is 40, and then in the fueling area it's even less than that, 20 kilometers per hour as you inch your way towards the fueling pumps. And there will be settings within the cockpit for each of those. Actually, going back to the 400 lap marker, and something happened. It might have been actually a Code 60 overnight, which then it makes sense to be pitting a lap after you've just taken fuel, because when you're into Code 60, you can only take 50% of your fuel allocation. And if the Code 60 is long enough and allows you to do 60 kph around a 4.6 kilometre mile circuit, 4.6 kilometre circuit, should say, then you might as well pit again and get the other half of your fuel allocation.
Makes sense, doesn't
so
it?
I think a few of them did that, rather than a fuel pump failure again. Let's hope that that's not going to happen again in the rest of the race. So I think it's more to do with a caution out on track. That caution wasn't long enough, I'm going to say, to allow that to happen. It was a pretty swift one at, how long in total? Less than 5 minutes. In fact, it was no, just over 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 45 seconds at Code 60 to recover the 91 Porsche of Daniel Alleman, who still, according to our screen, is third, but that is set to change any moment now with the rejoining of the race of Charlie Putman after his fueling, and we can go to Di for this update from Herbert Motorsport.
Yeah, I'm with Damnires here at the Herbert Motorsport car. You can see by looking at her face, absolutely distraught. Damnires, what's the feedback from Daniel in the car, and is it end of the road for you on this race?
So right at this moment, he just heard an engine noise and we lost power, so we believe the engine is broken. Unfortunately, we cannot continue.
Yeah, the guys up in commentary were sort of speculating, they didn't know, but they were sort of indicating that could be the issue. But for you and the team, you've worked so hard during this race. You've gone addressed challenge after challenge, got the car back on track. We're really moving again through the order. I'm assuming you're all devastated that you've got to this point and this has happened.
Yeah, this one was really hard because we had technical issues earlier, so we could repair the car, go back on track. We went back on track 7 laps behind, and now we were just at the leading lap again. We fighting for the rear wing, so the wing would be a possibility for us. We have been facing some oil leaking in other pit stops, but yeah, we thought it would be under control. But now, unfortunately, the driver just reported that the engine is broken, and yeah.
And what did Daniel say to you from, the car? Well, you were talking to him on the phone, I think.
Daniel?
In the car.
Well, so was his first lap, was the out lap. So he drove last time yesterday. So we just did the pit stop and this happened. So there was not really a feedback. But the stint before, Robert was fighting really hard. He could hold the position in front of the Ferrari. So we came to the pits in P2 and Robert was pushing, so the car was okay. Lap time was very competitive and we could hold the lap in front of the Ferrari. So the driver didn't give any feedback that this could have been happened. Only the oil leaking we were facing before. But Daniel just went in the car right now and this just happened at the out lap.
Obviously, all of you have given it everything, the drivers, the team, everyone working on this event. So we're really sorry to see this happen for you.
thank you so much. Yeah, we are a little bit devastated. It's like hurts really bad because it's only 4 hours to go. I mean, we have been through all these hours, but that's motorsport. Unfortunately, is quite an unhappy sport sometimes. But we just move on into the next.
Well, thanks for talking to us. I'll let you get back to the team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very enlightening interview. Assuming that's who you were talking about.
I think she's going to be a regular on our show, don't you?
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing her last year with the team. So
Okay, well, I mean, you spent more time in pit.
Yeah,
you spent more time in pit lanes to see those sort of people. But fabulous to have. You know, I mean, there are, for a number of years, have been some great female engineers. I'm thinking Lena Gade, mainly, who's been a trailblazer, but many others as well that don't necessarily get the profile that Lena's had with her Audi experience at Le Mans and in the World Endurance Championship as well. Done plenty of stuff in the World Rally Championship too. But, you know, English, I don't know where she's from, actually.
No, it was
it's not a German accent. So I was wondering whether it's Spain, perhaps, possibly Italy, or possibly somewhere slightly further afield, but speaking beautiful English there.
Yes, absolutely.
And telling us exactly what the issue was. There was an oil leak, but otherwise no indication that the engine was going to cry enough.
Well, here's the car back. It'll be unhooked, pushed back into the garage. I think they'll be having a perfunctory look, say game over, I'm afraid. Interesting, in front of the field now, the three leading cars have got their most gentleman drivers in. It'd be interesting to compare their lap times, because George Weiss, the owner of WTM Racing, the man who owns a number of newspapers in different parts of Germany, and Michael Doppelmayr, another German industrialist, and then of course Charlie Pottman is in the CP Racing car, just officially being shown as moving up into third place now. And then the car which will move up to fourth will be Alfred Nielsen, the 20-year-old Swede that we've been very impressed with this weekend.
Yeah.
Haven't we, in the Porsche Motorsport? So he'll be making up quite a lot of time. But the gaps, so there's a 1 lap gap between the Ferrari and the Phoenix Racing at the front, and then I think 2 or 3 laps back down to CP Racing. And then back to fourth place, there is, there's another 3 or 4 laps there. So cars are spread out at the front now. Meanwhile, Red Ant Racing continue to lead in the 992 category, and there's 5 laps between the 903 and the second placed HRT performance car. And HRT also third in that class.
A quick shout for Stefano Monaco, who's just done the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche's best lap of the race. He's only 24, from Serengo in Switzerland, and again, he's really the quickest guy in that Porsche. It's mainly Italians, run by an Italian team, but he's just on a 149.8, which is really shifting.
Yeah, there's only been about 4 or 5 people in the sub-150 club, hasn't there? But so...
yeah, so
Monaco, he's going well in that.
Car 54, 7th position, and running 5th in Pro-Am. And had to mention that quick because the green time was going to disappear very swiftly, which is just done now. But he's only 3.2 seconds off the back of Elmantis Navikauskas, though, in the Jutta Racing car. So 3.2. I think there's going to be a change of position for 6th very swiftly if Stefano keeps that up.
Yeah, that's a Dynamic Motorsport team. Car from Italy. I think their main focus is the GT World Challenge.
Yeah.
I believe they run a couple of cars in that.
Phoenix Racing Audi was leading when we rejoined our coverage, but actually now slipped back down to 2nd position, driven by Michael Doppelmayr. It's another 157.8, so 3 seconds found in the favour of Georg Weiss, who leads for WTM Racing. And although, you know, not as obvious as it might be when you've got the pros battling door handle to door handle, this is where the difference between the pace of the cars is the largest, in effect, and this is where the race can be won and lost.
Absolutely, Johnny.
How quick your bronzes are, you know, as you've made the point.
Weiss is lapping in 154.4, Doppelmayr 157.8, so he's taking, well, over 3 seconds a lap out of him.
So, Daniel Alleman, his car has now reached the pit lane. Daniel stepped out and can now chat to Diana Binks.
Daniel, it goes without saying that yourself, the whole team, the drivers have given it everything here, but it's just not to be on this 24-hour, is it?
It is, yeah. We had a lot of failures. First, it's begun with the cooling system. We lose five laps, and now no pressure in the oil system from the motor. Now the race is finished, yeah.
But you've just overcome challenge after challenge, haven't you? To get the car, then you put it on pole, then at night practice you had that situation, and it's just been one thing after another. But you've all been across it. You've dealt with it. You've carried on. You've given it everything, haven't you?
Yeah. We still give our best, and yeah. Normally we had a lot of good moments in the last past years, and now this year was horrible. It's begun with the Dubai, with a big crash that they have. In Portimao, also a crash. Yeah, it is. It's racing. It's racing. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's difficult when you've got the down moments. You know, when you have the high moments, it's a different beast altogether.
The high moments are much more. Yeah. Therefore, we are also race. Yeah. We have a good team, and we have good people. We have a good spirit in the team. Yeah, that's also race. Yeah.
And I guess, Daniel, when you put the helmet on and you get behind the wheel and you're ready to go and you're on track, everything else is forgotten. You're just in that moment of competing.
Yeah, it's a moment. It's every lap is a moment for me. Yeah, I want to be a little bit faster on that. I want to look what's happened with the car and so. Yeah, I like it. I like it very much. Yeah.
Daniel, sorry to see you go out at this point in the race. We look forward to seeing you all again very soon.
Yeah, thank you. See you.
We talked about oil feed. I wonder if the oil pump was broken.
Yeah, okay. Well, he talked about the pressure in the engine. I think that's oil pressure, isn't it? Which is obviously then completely lost. But yeah, I agree that fluids pouring out the back of the car initially, then the smoke, and they were battling an oil leak. I think we were hearing from the team as well. Yeah. So, but I mean, what Daniel's comments I sort of translate as the highs in motorsport are still way higher than these particularly difficult lows, you know, so the rewards still outweigh these negative points, but boy, have they had more than their fair share of bad luck in 2022, as he's just described.
Last lap of Charlie Putnam. Oh, now he's back on pace. Previous lap he lost 17 or 18 seconds, so I wonder if he had a half spin or something. Anyway, that car is in third place. And being chased by Alfred Nielsen. Nielsen, not the fastest man out there at the moment. That is Alexander Schwarzer in the Huber racing car. He's lapping in 1:51s. Oh, actually, now Stefano Monaco has gone quicker again. So Stefano Monaco is the fastest man out there and has just passed the Jutta racing car. So the dynamic Porsche has moved up to 6th place, ahead of the Lithuanian Jutta Racing Audi R8.
Yeah, and had been reeling him in at a fair rate of knots, as we'd mentioned. So that's a 6-second swing, effectively. He was 3 seconds behind. He's now 3 seconds in front of Navikauskas.
This morning we're still a little bit in catch-up mode. I think we've caught up with most things. Hoffa Motorsport, what happened to them? Why did they drop down the field? Have we heard that?
I thought did we hear about Hoffa Racing and the reason why they had the delay in the number 11 car? We did, and it was suspension.
Oh, was it?
2 incidents, one of which was suspension. So yeah, that sounds like, you know, possibly one problem led into the next, and often you can be beaten along with no issues at all, and then 2 or 3 problems come all at you all at once, and it's put that car down to 17th position and 9th in the GT3s, which is a real shame, because I remember you interviewing the current driver, Michael Kroll. Smile on his face, because it's even more of a family outing than it has been, because his brother races, his daughter races, now his son-in-law races, and you've got, is it 2 little kids running around?
2 little kids, the grandparents are there looking after the kids.
But a few more years and we might have another generation of Princes in that case, but kind of Krolls wanting to get into a racing car, but we're probably, you know, a decade and a half away.
Sometimes you get that, and the sons and daughters turn their back away from motorsport.
True.
And they go off and do something else completely different.
Yeah.
But often, see, we talked a little bit about Matt Neal, touring car champion that's in that Simpson Motorsport, and his sons are taking part. Now, they're third generation because Matt's father, Steve, was a great mini racer, one of the top guys in the Arden, I think it was, motorsport car.
A little bit more news from the pit lane. We're only 4 and a bit minutes away from another race hour being completed, and that will be 20 hours in the book. The end of the race getting a little more close to then the 1 o'clock finish that we've got. We're just an ELMS race distance away, if you like, from the end of this, but still plenty of teams working hard at it, Diana Biggs.
There certainly are, and as we're sort of at this point of the race, there's a lot of team personnel taking this opportunity to have a little rest, but obviously with one eye on what's going on because things are constantly evolving. I've come to the Rabdan Motorsport 977 team. Saif Alamiri was in the car during the night. Saif, tell me how the race for you has gone so far.
It was so good, and this is the second time for me racing here. Last year we had an accident, so this time for us is a redemption. We have to come back.
Yeah, you want to forget all about that, don't you? Concentrate on what's happening. Are you happy with the balance and the performance of the car and what you've been achieving so far?
First of all, the car is nice and we have a good pace. We had some troubles before, but we managed to fix it with the team. All good. I'm happy in Spain, I'm happy in Barcelona, and the weather is nice and everything's good.
What do you think of this racetrack?
Comparing to, for example, to Dubai, it's way different. If we compare the cars here, we were 93 cars in Dubai, here is around 50, so...
Different situation to manage, isn't it, with the cars on track? But this circuit in particular, it's got a number of challenges. Do you as a driver enjoy what this brings to you?
Yeah, in terms of challenging, Barcelona is too hard. Short corners, one long straight, one short straight, but it is very challenging. You have to keep watching your mirror, you have to keep attention to any corners, and yeah, it's very short.
And how was it during the night stint for you?
Yeah, for me, I love to race in the night. It was nice and smooth.
And you've got a good team here. Every time I come in, everyone's very friendly and pushing and really want to enjoy this event.
It is started from the team. If the team is good and giving you the good vibe, and you will keep pushing.
So when are you getting back in the car?
I'm going to do the last stint.
Okay, great stuff. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Diana. Update with Rabdan Racing, and we're pretty sure, Andrew, we'll see those guys back.
In Dubai, I think.
Well, Dubai might even be out in Kuwait.
Oh,
it's on their home
will, yeah.
It's not that far from the UAE.
Yeah, strong supporters of the series.
Same territories. Johnny and I, Johnny's just gone off for a pit stop, and Johnny and I, when we came back with 5 hours, we're now just a minute away from going into the final four. I think, Andrew, you and I have been around endurance racing for. I was just about to say this. At any point, at any time, something dramatic can happen, and as we say that, there's the Lightman Motorsport car with a bit of a spin. Keron Lee at the wheel of the 710 Lamborghini. He's harmlessly, I think that was a turn 5, the downhill left hand. It's kind of an open hairpin. It's not that tight these days. It was classed as a very tight hairpin in 1991 when they first opened this place. Not so tight by today's standards. He's resumed though, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, he's a Chinese driver that moved, I think when he's just 20 years old, to the States to try and learn his racing assets, and he is still learning, and just dropping the car there. That's a nice little picture on the right of Caron. He's tall, man.
Yeah, he is, and he's at the early stages of getting involved in motorsport, certainly at this level.
Went to the Porsche experience, I think, not sure which city because there's several in America.
Yes.
And now here in a big race in the Lippert car, which had problems at the beginning, has been climbing up, does lead the GTX category. And
well, that's the car that had problems right at the start, didn't it? It was involved in that start line
shunt.
Yeah,
because both Lambos are involved, weren't they?
Yeah. And so they've been on a bit of a comeback drive, and considering how far down they were laps-wise, to have that car, not just leading the class in GTX, there are 2 GTX runners, and the other car, the RD Signs, that's the other Lamborghini, that again, 3 GTX, of course, I forgot about the 4 GTX, I forgot about the 2 Vortex. But to get that car 15th overall, they have, apart from the odd little contretemps and the odd little trip over like we was just seeing Coron Lee do there with a little bit of a half spin, they've done a cracking job of just keeping out of more trouble and just lapping and going round and round and just letting the race come to them. And with 4 hours to go, they are in a pretty strong position to be on the top step of the GTX podium.
Quickest man out there, Joe, at the moment is Stefano Monaco in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. And while you were at breakfast, he joined the Sub 150 club. So I think only 4 or 5 drivers have done that. In fact, looking at the timing screen, so I can actually check that out. The fastest lap of the race, actually, was Robert Renauer in the car, which is just retired, and his best time 1:48.856.
I'm not sure we've had many laps.
Oh, and the WTM Ferrari.
Yeah, the Ferrari dipped into the 48s, didn't it? But 156.1 was Michael Doppelmayer's last time through, and that's in comparison to a 155.2 for the Ferrari that is chasing down in the lead. And that's good lap timing, that's good lapping from the AM driver in the number 18 Phoenix.
Yeah.
Michael, remember, he started the car, and he is the driver that that they're cycling through and using quite tactically.
Yes.
Let's have a run down top of the hour then, with just past 9 a.m. Sunday morning here in Barcelona. 4 hours to go of the Barcelona 24 hours. It's the number 22, the Wochenspiegel Team Manschau Ferrari, that leads by a couple of laps on the order. The Phoenix Racing Audi now settling into second place. Things beginning to settle down now, and the positions becoming a little bit spread out. CP Racing's Mercedes, they're in third with the Pulsar Motorsport BMW, now the only BMW M4 in the race after the demise of the ST car. Dynamic Motorsports Porsche is in fifth place with the Utah Audi in sixth. Huber Racing's Porsche in seventh, and the Herbert car still showing eighth, but that car's going to drop down the timing screen order like a stone. With that car out with an engine issue, we found out that the car was nursing an oil leak, and oil leaks are never good.
The battle there's for fifth place, of course, just 17 seconds between them.
I think so too. That's the 992 class leader, the 903 Red Ant Racing car number 903. That leads the 992 class, second in the 992 class, and 10th overall is the number 928 HRT Performance Porsche. The sister car, the 929, that's the Anti-Bury, Pekka Larkson and Woutnen and Konstantin Kletzer car. They're in 11th place overall. Seb Lejeune Racing with Duvo, their Porsche is 12th overall, and then we've got still in Porsche land here, Philly Motorsport by EB Motors, they're 13th. The 360 Racing Team Porsche is 14th, and then the Lippert Motorsport car, Caron Lee, we've just seen do a little pirouette, a little bit of a ballet dance from him. No harm, no foul, he continues, and they are in 15th overall. We've just had a chat with the Rabdan Motorsport team. They're in 16th place overall and already looking towards further into the season. There's the number 11 Hofer Racing Mercedes. A bit of a character-building return for Hofer, but it is absolutely fabulous to see them back at the 24H series, and we look forward to seeing them with a full season of racing planned. I'm going to push for that. I need to speak to Michael and get his enthusiasm going, even though they've had a character-building time. 17th overall for them. Peporo Motorsports Porsche is 18th overall, and then we've got the first of the GT4 runners. That's the Atlas BX Motorsport entry, the South Korean entry, in 19th overall. The second of the 360 Racing Team entries, they're 20th overall, and then we've got the RD Signs Lamborghini. They are in the GTX class, and it's a recovery drive, has been since the first lap. In fact, the first 100 yards was when that car suffered damage at that start line shunt. The number 910 Porsche of E2P Racing, they're 22nd. First of the Vortex is down in 23rd, and then the sister car to the 992 leader, the 904 Renault Racing. Championship leader, actually, the 904 in that class. They are 24th overall. Second of the Vortexes you'll see in 25th, and then a recovery by the 909 Red Camels team. That car still going round and recovering after a massive length of time in the pits for a repair. We've lost the ST Racing BMW, but they're still in the standings here at 27th. And then the Senko Motorsport BMW we lost very early on yesterday evening. They're still classified in 28th, but they are a retirement. The TCE, the Touring Car Endurance Series, is being led by the number 158, the BBR car. It's the car that currently is in championship contention. The number 188, they're second. That's the SE Motorsport Audi. And then we've got the second of the BBR car championship leaders in TCR and TCE, the number 159 in third. The Rail Keep by Todcar Sport at TCR is in fourth. Then we've got the Simpson Motorsport. That's having a great run. The Neil family with James Kay and Ricky Coomber. Great to see Ricky back as well. They're in fifth. The Wolf Power car, that car not running at the moment but classified sixth. And then we've got the number 332 Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport. It's the M2 BMW. They're in the M2 BMW class. They are first in class and seventh overall in TCE. Vipa Nisa Racing, they've had a troubled time. The car is still going round, number 165, and that's in seventh in class and eighth overall in TCE. And the final TCE runner, the Homegrown Motorsport car, dropped out. It's in the pits. It's kind of a retirement, but we never really do that in 24-hour series races. And there's a chance we'll see that car coming out of the pits and taking the checkered flag. We'll hope to see that with overheating problems on that car. That's our standings with now just under 4 hours remaining in this race. Let's go down to the pits, and I think we've got Binksy down there. Di?
And I've just caught up with Matt Neal, who's getting ready to get back into the car. Matt, how's it going?
It's mixed. We've had an eventful night. Steady. We had a solid night. We had one trip through the gravel with Henry. It's all right. We've moved up a place by default, which is great. So we're still circulating. Looking forward to just 4 hours to go now.
Exactly. I mean, it's endurance, isn't it? You're always faced with all these challenges, but as you're cycling through the drivers, I mean, what's the feeling like within the team? Are you all sort of really encouraging each other to deal with all these situations and enjoy the moment as well? Because that's the other thing.
Well, I'm not the stereotypical height, am I, or for a driver, so there is a bit varied. So it's all about compromise and your seating positions. So I've probably got a few aches and pains now, which I didn't have yesterday morning, but it's all right. The camaraderie is there. We've got a few nodding dogs, and the mechanics out the back. They've been busy through the night. Just enjoying the event.
Barcelona, this circuit is fantastic.
It is. What you can't get down here, or can't describe to people, is the heat. I mean, it's dropped off a little bit this morning with the cloud cover, but it was 26 degrees at 3 o'clock this morning, and you're circulating. So, and when the sun's on you, as it was yesterday afternoon, it's a real beater.
You have to stay really hydrated at that point. What advice have you been giving your sons?
Hydrate. Yeah, really important. Try to stay cool. Try to keep it on the black stuff. And it's busy out there. With a lot of classes you have in Creventic as well. There's a lot of overtaking, so there's a lot of traffic around, and just trying to keep your wits about you.
As you said, it's got a bit cooler now, which is pretty good, but I guess it's going to heat up again before we get to the end.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
It is cooler now, as you just mentioned, but I guess it's going to heat up again before we get to the end, as you say, 4 hours still to go.
I think it's going to be cooler today or this morning than it was yesterday afternoon. Maybe get a bit hot when we're all having a beer after the event, hopefully.
Well, I was thinking of getting a box, because obviously I'm quite short next to you.
I was going to get you a wheel and tyre to stand on, actually. Louise Beckett used to cheat like that, so why not?
High heels, no, not in the pit lane. It's really great to see you. Have you enjoyed the event overall?
I've done a few Creventic events before with Synchro and co, so never failed to disappoint. They're always great, no matter where you are in the field, no matter what class, and you don't have to be fighting for the lead. You just have it's fights within, and it's good racing throughout. So it's a great event for anyone to try.
Is that the thing you think that gives it the edge? You get so much seat time as a driver, whatever level you're at, and you just keep going.
I think you've got prestigious events like sort of Le Mans, but it's whether you can even get entry. Well, you can't get entries for those these days. So this allows endurance racing at a high level. You know, it's still very, very competitive. You know, and people, you can get a car of your choice, a team of your choice, and then come here and have a good race.
Well, I'll let you get ready. I know you're going to get in the car fairly soon. But thanks for talking to us, Matt.
Hope to be back again. Thanks.
Thank you, Di. It's great to see Matt Neal here at the 24 Hours of Barcelona. 20 hours have been completed of the 2022 24 Hours of Barcelona. Let's have a little bit of a reflection as to just how this race has progressed. We had 4 cars in that battle. We've been left with 3 with the demise, Andrew, of that Herbeth car. They are having a very un-Herbeth season, 2022.
Very un-Herbeth and just devastating for them, I think. Have they taken on too much? Have they grown too much? And I think they're running a car at Le Mans as well this year. They've got their big program in GT Masters. Just wonder if they're doing a bit too much now.
You know what? I'm going to kind of disagree because, you know, a team knows how to go about going motor racing. They, you know, they're separate operations, but each operation, the team knows how to put a car together. They know how to logistically get to a track and how to operate at that track. And when you look and reflect back at their 2022, it's been an uncharacteristic season.
Yeah, because they know how to operate in these races. And they know this car so well, or the predecessors of this car.
And you know what? An engine in a 911 GT3R is kind of bulletproof. You know, I'd stick my neck out and say those engines are bulletproof. And any customer race team, if they were to give me a ring and say, we're looking at entering, you know, the Creventic series, what sort of car in GT3? You've got to point them towards a Porsche 911 GT3R. The customer support you get, the robustness of the car, they're well developed. You know, that's kind of very high on the top of the list. The Ferrari, of course, that we're watching in the fueling area, beautiful looking cars, and the, you know, the passion and the mystique of running a Ferrari will never ever drift away.
I'm told they're quite a bit more expensive to run than the Porsches. Just going back to Matt Neal, I was just looking back at his career. He's done 24-hour races before. He won the Will Hire in 1990.
Did he really? What was that? Was that in a Nissan?
I don't know. Yeah, I think it might have been.
Because he ran Nissans in that sort of early 90s period of Super Tourers, didn't he?
Matt's 55 these days, obviously very much a man who sold racing wheels and rim stock. His company, I believe, has sold it quite recently. And 3 times BTC champion and 6 times the independent champion in the BTCC, and still running a hugely successful team with the Hondas and so on.
And he's international racing as well. He's done a bit of that. He's been to Bathurst. And ran in the touring car race.
He's been there 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, he has. Yeah. And it's not his first Creventic race. There was a start. We were at a track somewhere. It might have even been here a few years ago no, it wasn't here. But there was a track, bizarrely, where you would have always associated Matt Neal of having raced there. Spa.
Oh, yeah.
It was Spa.
Yeah.
And he came out and he did a race with us at Spa, and he said, the first interview, I think it was me with him, and he says, I've never raced at Spa. I was like, well, actually, that makes sense. Why would a driver that has had a career in British touring cars have raced at Spa?
Well, it's such a different form of racing to the crash bang wallop of the BTCC.
Yeah.
Where it's just focused on you, and suddenly it's got to share the car with his sons and other drivers.
Well, the driving style as well,
Yeah,
Andrew. You've
yeah.
got to literally go for every centimetre of
Yeah,
track,
yeah.
and you've got to be overly aggressive to the detriment of your car, because they're relatively short races, tiny short races in comparison to this. Different tactic, different mindset, different head on your shoulders needed for a 24-hour race over a sprint like a British Touring Car event. The Ferrari, who came into the pits and refueled Leonard Weiss, brought that car in. He's now handed the car to Indy Johnchi, who's took the car back out. The gap last time through was down to 58 seconds because of that pit stop. It's still the Phoenix Racing Audi in second place, now just under a minute behind. That is 3 laps behind and 3 laps off the lead lap. That's Charles Putman in that car now. He's been in the car an hour, so he's good for the time being, is Charlie. And I'm not sure we're going to see the CB car imminently on pit road. I think that car's got a few more laps in it before he'll be needing to service the car with perhaps replenish the fuel, etc. There's the battle for the lead. That's because of the pit stop phase. The number 1 showing on the Audi there, Michael Doppelmayr, quite rightly keeping to his racing line. The number 2 Ferrari, though, it's on fresh tyres, having just been into the pits side by side into the chicane of 14 and 15. They sort themselves out before the left and right, and that's the Ferrari right there taking back the overall lead that it lost just for a moment there on that lap out of the pits.
Yep, nice bit of work from the cameraman there, picking that up, and our director right on it. So a change for the lead briefly, but different cycles in their pit stop strategy.
It actually won't show on the lap charts as well, Andrew, because Indy Johnny came into the pits in the lead. He's then come back out in second, but by the time he's come back round and across the finish line, he has gotten back into the lead. So Donchi now, his job, I would imagine, on the realisation that it's the AM driver in the Phoenix car, his job is to absolutely put the hammer down and build that gap to a solid gap, because we'll keep an eye on the lap times from both of these cars and just see how strong a position that Ferrari's going to be in when Doppelmayr has finished his stint. Let's head back down to the pits though. Diana, what have you got for us?
Jog Wise from WTM has just jumped out, as you just saw there. Jog, how was your stint?
Oh, it was very nice. It was very easy to drive this morning, and I like it, love it.
I mean, consistency is key on these endurance races, and it's about a team effort as well. At the moment, your strategy and plan and the pairings are all working?
Yes. So yesterday we had some problems and we were behind, and today in the morning and in the night we took over the first place, and it looks, if all things are going well, then we can do it.
I mean, as we all know, it's never over until we see that checkered flag. But what can you tell me about this Barcelona circuit from a driver's perspective? How much do you enjoy it, and how challenging is it?
I think this endurance is a very good one, and there are many spectacular races here, and I love this series.
And do you enjoy the challenge that it brings you? Do you enjoy the challenge that it brings you as a driver?
Yeah. I like, for me it's special to drive here in the 24 series. I think we have a lot other places in the last years, but Creventic is the most I like.
Well, great to chat to you, George. I'll let you get a bit of a rest now, and we'll catch up with you a bit later.
Thank you.
Thank you, Georg Weiss there, touching wood.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure that was wood.
I wonder what sort of article they have about this race in his newspapers, because it's a weekly newspaper, but it's in various different cities. I know that they have that's Vonchau, but there's another paper, his paper's also in Adenau, which is at Nürburgring, obviously. And I wonder
it's a weekly
edition,
it's very strange,
isn't
it is, yeah.
wonder if it's a paid-for giveaway.
I don't know.
They've been running it for years. I presume they've got big websites now as well.
Paul Truswell knows the paper well. I mean,
yes,
Paul's wife is German, and
yes.
he visits Germany a lot. And he did once tell me what Wochenspiegel was, and and plus the livery of the car. If you look closely at the livery of that Ferrari, it is sort of like pages of newspapers being clagged onto the car. I just want to mention Richard Robinson. Hello, Richard. You've been with us pretty much from the start of this Barcelona 24 hours. He's suggesting that the 2022 season of the Herbert car has been brought about by changing the livery. They're no longer driving a boring white Porsche, and livery changes never go well. I was hoping for a bit more technical assessment there,
nice
Richard,
thought.
but it is a bit of a thought. Yeah, we'll bear that in mind. I'm not going to mention that to the team, maybe, until after a few beers.
Indy Donchi, who we're used to seeing in Mercedes-Benz, quite how he's gotten this Ferrari, I don't know, because I thought he had a Mercedes contract, but he's certainly driven for Winwood Racing in America. He's certainly favoured by Mercedes.
You know what? Manufacturers sometimes allow their drivers in events like this.
Yeah,
go and have a look, see what the Ferrari's like.
Yeah, let's see what that's like. He's just dropped it into the 150 club, sub 150 club, 149.866. And of course now he's pulling away 6-7 seconds from the Phoenix car, who's still got their senior gentleman in it.
He knows what he's got to do. Both the AM drivers are now taking their turn at the wheel of the cars directly behind him in second and third. Doppelmayr 156.8. Charles Putman in the 85 car 155.4. So the pro driver, the superstar in that WTM Ferrari, now knowing what the mission is, and that mission is to go as fast as he can with a 49.8. As the fuel load goes down, Andrew, I wouldn't be surprised to see him dip into the 48s. The car's best time, remember, a 48.5. I think it was Indy who actually put that time in.
Now Charles Putnam under a little bit of pressure, I suppose, CP Racing, because Alfred Nielsen in the Paulson Motorsport BMW M4 GT3, effectively a new GT3 car for this year. He is charging hard as well and closing up a bit on CP Racing.
Got 3 laps, is it?
Yeah, they got 3 laps.
Yeah, but 3 laps, Andrew, you know yourself. If you get delayed at the fueling station, for instance, we had a very uncharacteristic power failure last night that caused a few issues to 1 or 2 of the teams. All it would take is that, and that 3 laps disappears.
It was a Paulson Racing car which lost 2 laps.
It was
in
that car, yeah. So who's to say that wouldn't be a tighter gap if it hadn't have been disadvantaged? And you know what? That is pure bad luck. There's nothing that you can do to foresee that.
And Paulson were hit by that worse than anybody else. They just
I think so.
In at the wrong time.
Yeah, and that was again divine intervention. You know, the planet's not aligning for you in a good way. The planet's aligning for you in a very negative way. 992, they've had a good run, haven't they? I mean, we're almost 3.5 hours remaining, and the 903. Sam de Jonge now at the wheel of the Red Ant Racing car. It's completed 568 laps, and it's got a 6-lap lead on the Bob Herbert-driven 928 numbered HRT Porsche. I mean, 6 laps lead, that's a pretty good... All you have to do there is just keep going, just put the laps in. 53.2 last time through. They're extending that lead, though. Bob Herbert last time through 158, so the 992 leading car is consolidating that lead, if anything.
Yeah, the Lithuanian Audi, which dropped from 5th to 6th, the dynamic car went in front, the dynamic Porsche, is now under pressure from the Huber Racing Porsche. Alexander Schwarzer, who is a driver we talked about yesterday that didn't have much of a record, mainly sort of German club racing, but very, very quick. Very competent indeed, Alexander Schwarzer. And he is putting a bit of pressure on the Lithuanian.
I noticed Kerong Lee has brought the Lamborghini in 710. We saw that car having a bit of a harmless spin there, just catching Kerong out slightly. He's now in the pits for what is a scheduled stop. He's been in the pits now coming up to 4 minutes, and that's pretty standard stuff. I know Dai's down there.
Yeah, we haven't spoken to Krog, have we, this race? I'm sure.
I'm not sure. Dai will have a... If you haven't, Dai might have. There's the car in the pits. Kerong Lee getting out, giving us the thumbs up. And Binksy's right there, Dai. I know you know Kerong quite well, and he's sure to... everybody likes to talk to Dai, so there's going to be no problem once he gets his helmet off and cooled down.
Now, they're doing a rotor change. CP did theirs at 14 hours.
Yeah.
But did they This is the second rotor change they've done. Because they
Like
had
it
a
has.
problem. They had a problem with a brake, didn't they? They had to change. They had to change those discs.
Can I just remind you, you're English?
Oh yeah, disc. Disc. Okay. Spelled
You're
D-
English, and we're in
yeah,
Spain.
Yeah. We've got lots of American listeners. Though.
We have, yeah. So, yeah. I usually quantify it by saying we're changing discs and pads. That's rotors and pads.
And how do you spell disc?
Yeah, exactly. That's
But
rotors and
anyway,
pads.
when you see the pads, there's plenty of meat on those.
Perfect judgment, though, Andrew. When the wear material, when the pad material gets thin, it doesn't dissipate heat as well.
No.
And it can easily get glazed over.
Just using the calipers to open up the bellows.
Yeah. So pushing the pistons back.
Yeah, pushing the pistons
that's
back.
a lovely tool to do that with. I need to get one of them for my. Not that I change me discs and pads very often on my Merc.
Last night,
Go on, Andrew. No, go on.
Last night we saw that to look at the TCR cars. They got the 5 nuts. We saw that lovely little rig they'd made
Yes,
to keep the nuts on, didn't we?
Centre lock wheels on the Lambo.
Yeah,
though.
nearly everything has.
Yeah. Right, let's head down the pits. I think Keron Lee's ready to talk to Di.
Yes, he is. As you just team working on the car has just jumped out. Tell us about your stint out there on the track.
A little bit Spain, so I was chasing with. So at that time I was chasing with GT3, Mercedes AMG GT3, that's M cars, and I was pushing. Unfortunately, I'm on the limits, so it's a slow corner. So I made a mistake, so that's the reason I spin. And but it's a good stand, so my pace is really good. 1 minute 55 seconds. I relapse. I'm happy with that.
Just letting the car go there. JF's just jumped in behind the wheel now. But what was the traffic management like when you were out there?
So this car, our Super Field have a lot of horsepower. We had already like 600 horsepower. So it's better to pass the people in the street because it's safe, it's fast. I mean, every time you pass in the corner, you take the risk. So for me, just trying to keep the car safe and give it to my teammates and finish the race.
I mean, here the team did a really slick pit stop just there to change the brakes and pads and get the car back out. So we've got another three and a half hours or so to go in the race.
Yeah, I mean, our team, Leopard Motorsport, they did an amazing job. Everyone, they're working so hard that you guys can see. We did a lot of change setup for this whole weekend. I mean, like right now we are leading. I didn't check how many laps yet, but but still 3.5 hours. Who knows? Like we just keep going and finish the race, win the championship.
Will you get back in the car, or is that your driving duties done now?
Yeah, I'm done. This is my last stand of the European Championship of the year. I'm happy. I didn't sleep in for a whole night. I was driving double stint in the night and another 1/2 stint, just like you guys can see. Quite tired. And
well, look, you go and get a bit of a rest. We'll catch up with you a bit later.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Di. Got a nice bit of synergy here. We've been joined in the box by a guest, and that guest is one Mr. GM Lippman.
Hello.
Now, hello, GM. Hot enough for you?
Oh, you know me.
Another piece of TV, motorsport TV, called you face down on the pit apron, getting out of the car.
Could you see that? Did you see it?
I'm not sure. Did we see it?
Someone's got a video of it. I know. I basically
yeah.
head planted off getting out of the car.
Not out of character for you to get out of the car and then on all fours creep around the back.
I interviewed him. He was collapsed on the ground, but sadly Seb had gone off. All right. He gone off for his lunch, so he was pretty wiped out. I tell you, but he recovered. He bouncing back, just checking.
Yeah. The thing is, you do recover very quickly. Like literally in 5 minutes.
Oh, this time wasn't.
Well, I told him in the interview that he should be in the gym more, and then he told me he does about 30 kilometres on his bike every day, so that sort of quashed me a bit.
It's my internal thermostat. It's just set high.
Mate, I tell you what, exactly what it is, and it's got. You can't do anything about it. By your own admission, you're a sweater. You are. You've always said that to me, and it doesn't matter what you do. And you hear just the pressure of talking to me in this booth.
I'm sweating.
You're sweating.
I am, yeah.
And then the aircon's on. It's not enough. And that is a you know, in all seriousness.
Well, let me tell you how much I lost in body weight.
How much did you lose in your stint?
Bearing in mind that I drank a litre in the car and hydrated afterwards, probably another litre, and then weighed myself 4 kilos. That's in an hour and 40.
How many bags of sugar is 4 kilos? There's 2 pounds in a bag.
Wait, so it's 4 bags of sugar.
Yeah. Now that's fluid. That is pure fluid.
Yeah.
So it must be vitally important for you to get that replenishment going.
Well, as your blood pressure goes down, I mean, that's when you start blacking out and stuff. That's why I wouldn't say I quite fainted, but there was a point, even after 10, 15 minutes, I tried to get up and went straight down again.
I mean, it's quite ridiculous when you think about it, because I was at Watkins Glen recently wearing 3 layers of Normex in 75% humidity and 39-degree heat, but getting in, the sort of weather where it would be sensible to put your swim shorts on, go and lie poolside, and every half hour have a dip in the pool to cool off. You guys put Normex underwear, then a 3-layer Normex race suit, balaclava, helmet,
and a big heavy helmet.
And you were telling me as well that you do have a drinks bottle system, but am I right in thinking very, very quickly, when the weather is hot like this, the drinks bottle tends to warm up?
It depends on what system you have in the car. Some of them have an insulated bottle. I've got to say it wasn't too bad this time, but I ran out after an hour and then had 40 minutes to go.
So you're drinking all the time.
Okay, I got a litre in the car, that will be all right. Yeah. Didn't expect a double stint in that race, but I've had worse. When I was here with Tom Dillman in 2019, they didn't change the water bottle, so I just had boiling hot water from the moment I got on that was pretty horrendous. So basically there is completely, whenever I'm in a car, you're going to see me crawling out of it at some point.
I know, it's become your signature. And as GM, it's not as GM gets out of the car, as GM crawls out of the car. You become, it is a thing, and it's I'm not judging you on it at all, mate. It's just,
but listen, last night I had no issues at all.
Is that in the cooler condition?
Yeah, and we non-stop hour and 35 green flag. I got out, hardly touched the water. It's just, there's a temperature level I get to, and it's just, I can't.
I mean, you were out in the heat of the afternoon.
I had the worst of it.
What time? You went out at 5 o'clock?
4:30, something like that. Yeah, so
it's the worst. You were out at 5, and that's when
you get the heat soaked on the tarmac. Yeah. And remember, these cars are 65 plus centigrade in the car.
It's incredible, isn't it?
65.
Yeah. I mean, I know there are some series that it's mandatory for the car to run aircon.
Yeah.
It's not here, is it?
Well, every GT3 car should be fitted, but actually I was just speaking to the CP racing guys, and they decided not to do it because it wasn't compulsory in this series.
Right, because it saps power, doesn't it?
No.
Does it not?
No. So when the AC generator or the whatever it is, it's when you're off power, so into the corners, it spins up, so it takes no energy away.
All right, that's a bit clever. Okay. Where are you in the field, by the way?
Well, I don't want to say it.
I know, but you are leading the AM class. Bob in the car at the moment.
Second overall.
Second overall, but leading the AM class. I know there's still a chunk of time to go, but the kind of attrition that we're seeing here. I saw a weather forecast that saw it being slightly hotter today by the time we get to 4 o'clock. However,
we finish at 1.
We finish at 1,
and I'm doing the last stint.
And you're finishing the car.
Yeah.
We spoke to Keron Lee there, and I said it's a nice synergy. Your your Sport 21 agency, JM, looks after drivers like Keron and Jean-Francois Bruno. But what do I mean by look after? I mean, what does Sport 21 do? And considering this, we've got this very exciting race coming up at the beginning of December to finish 2022 in Kuwait. First time anybody's been there. We had the organisers, Mohammed Abdelrazak, in last night, and he was absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, I bet he was.
I think he's peaked too early. He's never going to make it to December. Very first FIA sanctioned
it's pretty cool,
endurance race.
The track looks really interesting. It does. It's a pretty cool track.
So is that the sort of thing what you would be promoting to prospective drivers that you are looking after, so to speak?
I guess we're a consultant agency rather than management company.
Right. Okay.
all the years of motorsport, I found that it's really easy to make the wrong decisions as a driver.
Because you've made those wrong decisions.
Yeah, I've made lots of wrong decisions. Hi, Colin. No. It's so racing's so emotional at the end of the day, and your brain checks out when you're racing. You don't understand it, and you see it all the time. You know, even in the pits when teams aren't really looking after their drivers, or sometimes teams need a little help. We were working with a UK team recently where there were some issues with the driver and the contracts, and even at that point we're sat in the middle trying to negotiate a settlement between the two. Not that we're a legal company, but we sit in between teams and drivers to bring drivers to the right teams and teams to the right drivers, and then when somebody's at the track, we make sure they're being looked after again as this the intermediary body, if you like. But we also do PR and social media for drivers as well, which people love, and particularly Geraint.
Now, what the fans might not realise is motor racing is structured very, very differently to other sports.
Well,
if you're a good footballer, you're in the first team. If you're a good tennis player, you qualify for a tournament. Motorsport's a bit different, and what you're saying about the pitfalls of doing deals with teams, those kind of contractual obligations, those contractual pitfalls that I know from the stories, not for broadcast, that you've told me, that drivers, and you're passing on that experience. So customers, and mainly I'm talking about amateur drivers, teams will want pro drivers in and they'll work out, but race teams work on funding.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's expensive to put a car on a track,
Motorsport is
isn't it?
really motorsport business. I don't know if everybody knows that. Pretty much everybody here is probably paying to drive to one degree or another. And then it's basically trying to find the right deal and not just hand over a big chunk of money to any team. You want to make sure that team's going to deliver. And that's what we try and do.
And there's all sorts of vagaries, isn't there? Because, all right, how much is it? It's X amount to race at Barcelona. However, the hidden clauses which are the pitfalls is that you are liable for all the fuel, all the tyres, all the damage, even from the other three drivers. And you can find that you've signed up to something that it's not quite clear. That's where you slot in, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly that. I mean, it's even to the point of understanding, and very few teams do it. What happens if we don't race? What happens if we stop after 1 hour? Well, you want a refund.
What happens if you never get in the car? I've seen you.
That's
been there before.
Where's my refund? And you get nothing really. And that's pretty horrendous.
And having run race teams, mate, by the time we get here, your money's spent.
That's right. I mean, it's an expensive business, but it's still a business, and we're customers. Most people are customers, and we need to be looked after. Not that every team is a difficult team to deliver.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's just trying to make sure some teams up their game to attract the right drivers, and when they're there, it even comes down to actually, so where's the driving changing area? Oh, they're going to be at the back there. So where do they get their helmets? Where do they hang the... It's just basic stuff that people still don't do, and I have to say HRT and LIPA do it very well, and they understand customer racing, and that's what most people are. We're customers. You're spending a lot of money. If you were spending, let's say, 35,000 on a weekend, you would expect a really good. You expect butler service, a private jet, and a Rolls to pick you up, not to throw you up. It's a lot of fun. I was speaking to Bob. Actually, Bob's in the car now. Bob Herber and we can. Why do we do this? And that's the problem. It's the separation from working, running great companies, and you never do a deal that most people do. And that's another thing. We try and get the right deal for people. So the asking price might be X. We'll haggle and find a compromise, because we know how much stuff costs.
So I'm sat at home. I've never driven a race car in my life. And I ring you up and say I want to race at the 24H series. You're going to advise me. You need to do a bit before you come here, mate.
Yeah, no, exactly. We've done that with drivers that are coming up through the UK stuff at the moment. Right. What do you want to do? What do you want to accomplish?
Yes.
Where do you want? I want to go to Le Mans. And there's some guys that come up from McLaren, obviously we know those guys, and they started off being McLaren customer racing, which is pretty high, but you could go and do MR2s in the UK for next to nothing, and just get your licenses. But you've got to have experience. You don't want to come here with 4 races under your belt and get thrown into the night being bombarded by GT3 cars.
Exactly, because you're in a 992 class car. You're looking ahead because you're not the slowest car, but also you're not the quickest car. So you need eyes literally forwards and backwards.
Yeah, absolutely. I think actually the Porsche class is probably the most difficult in management because exactly that. You'll see the GT3, they come in packs.
Yeah, do they? Yeah.
There'll be like 5 of them something. You just have to lift off and let them through. But you're also looking to go past the TCR and GT4 cars.
Can I just chime in, just wondering about with these newcomers, use of sims and whether that helps at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I haven't raced all this year, and I'm lucky enough.
We're racing in Petit Le Mans, aren't we?
We
next
are.
month,
Well, yeah, absolutely. Exactly what we do. But I have a pro sim, which is Adrian Quaife-Hobbs. Here during lockdown. Do you remember lockdown?
Yeah, mate.
Do you remember? It just seems like a double lifetime.
I have still got a damaged shoulder off all the iRacing we do. I really have, mate.
Well, I mean, I sat on my sim and did a lot of work, and again, what we do.
That's the 977, the Rabdan car that has had troubles. That's going slowly again.
Yeah.
Just to update, just before you go, GM, just give me a bit of a brief on coming up to 3 hours, just inside of 3 hours 20 minutes. You're in the car at the finish. How far away from the finish? Is it an hour to go before you get in, or what's the plan?
At the moment, it's about 90 minutes.
Right, fine.
Just about. You know,
that's what you're aiming for, isn't it? That stretching that final fuel window to the max.
That is it. Absolutely on the limit.
Yeah.
Normally they run about 120 with fuel saving. I can do 130, but who does with code 60s? But if I should say, if anybody wants to get in touch with Sport 21, just Google Sport 21. And we'd love to help anyone get into racing at any level. Listen, you can go do the Fun Cup at Spa 25 hour. I mean, which is probably the most fun you can have on 4 wheels.
Well, Andrew's interesting question now, and I don't think we quite answered it.
Sim.
Yeah. How close is things like? I mean, iRacing are a partner here for the 24/8 series, and there's iRacing. Get your finger out. We need Dubai. We now need Kuwait. Actually, we haven't got that yet in the sim. How close is it to real life?
Fantastic, yeah. Listen, we've done, me and Joe.
I mean, psychologically for me, it's the closest thing to real racing. When you're on that grid, and it's not just control or delete if you mess it up. You've got to wait another hour or so.
Do you remember how much... I had my mic on when we were doing Nürburgring 24, and I'm there grunting away, and all around me, there's a lot of force, and mentally, you're there.
Apparently, I shake my head.
Do you?
My partner Sam, she said, "Do you know your head shaking?" And I'm my head shaking with the force feedback.
Just going back to what Jay said, I was involved with a guy called Bonamy Grimes.
Oh yeah, of course.
With Johnny Mona, and we took him from Ferrari track days to racing at Le Mans in 4 years.
Yeah, exactly. That's the window basically. I raced with him in. We did the Aston Martin Festival.
Yeah.
That was
Le Mans.
At Le Mans, which is fantastic. Yeah. I mean, that's the easy way to go into Le Mans. Racing in the Porsche or the Ferrari Challenge or the Aston Martin Challenge in the morning is fantastic. Guys, I should go because
thanks, mate.
Thanks. Lovely talking to you.
Lovely talking to you. Thanks for that insight. Keep sweating, mate. Oh, sorry, keep drinking. Hey, you've cooled down nicely in my air-conditioned booth.
Well, can we quickly talk about my sponsor this weekend?
Who is that? No, I've seen that ad.
Oh, we can't do it?
No, we're not going to do that.
Okay.
We want to stay on the air.
It's Cockadoodle Goo.
Cockadoodle Goo. Yeah, we don't want to know.
You don't want to talk about?
No.
Okay. Thanks, Gorski.
Thank you, GM Lippman, who is no stranger to the 24/8 series and always good for a chat. You're in Andrew's book, by the way.
He's got to buy one, though.
Of course he's got to buy one. We've all had to buy one.
I will.
Yeah, of course.
I suppose that's something to do with some his sponsors. His sponsors, something to do with omelettes, I think. Joe, I believe his sponsors to do with omelettes.
He's just said, "This is my last race." I wish I had £1 for every time he said that.
I
just ordered him out in a very sort of Anglo-Saxon way.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Forget it. I'm still pondering his sponsor. I think it's something to do with making omelettes, but I'm not sure.
I'm not really sure. Chicken. I think it's fried chicken.
Yeah, anyway, what's happening at the front of the field? There's 3 laps at the moment.
I'll quickly tell you, the biggest update is that Michael Doppelmayr has finished his stint, probably finished his job for the weekend. Ellie Earhart now at the wheel of the number 18. Now, last time through, straight into the 150s, chasing down Indy Donchi.
It's difficult to say that, isn't it?
It is Donchi, yeah. it's such a simple spelled name as well. Dontje. Dontje. They've dropped 3 laps behind the leading Ferrari. Dontje pulling out the stops and doing what he had to do, lapping in the 49s and the 50s pretty steadily.
CP Racing, Charles Putnam, obviously is CP, has just come in, and I guess he will have done his more than 2 hours. And I just wonder if through that pit stop sequence, Alfred Nielsen and the Paulson Motorsport car will get into a podium position. Could do, I think.
It might. I mean, I know they were a couple of laps off the CP car. We'll see how the gap pans out. The CP car at the moment sitting in the fueling area and taking on a fresh tank of fuel. Charles will then bring the car onto pit road. They're at the first garage, so just beyond the podium here at Barcelona. Charles pulls the car away now and will very soon pull up at the feet of, I think that is Joe Foster, pretty sure that is. So Joe Foster about to get into the car. And Seb is very quickly onto the scene as well with Binksy in tow. We'll get a word, I'm pretty sure we'll get a word with Charles for the last time.
A lot of those guys were involved with the Panos Racing School, weren't they?
They were, Joe was.
I think Joe might have been the chief instructor. That's where he met Patrick Dempsey. Remember he used to race with Patrick Dempsey?
Right, yeah, of course,
before Patrick Long took over that.
Yeah,
role.
that's it. Yeah,
Joe raced a lot with Patrick Dempsey and taught him a lot.
That was at Road Atlanta, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's cool. It was. Quite a lot of people got into racing through that.
Well, I remember meeting Joe at Road Atlanta when we got involved in the American Le Mans series, and yeah, he was the chief instructor there, and a lot of people coming through. There's Charles Putman just getting out of the car, and he gives it the wave away. Joe Foster now has the responsibility of consolidating that GT3 AM lead. He's currently 3rd overall, first in GT3 AM, and the ID will click over when he leaves the pit lane, which he's about to do now. There's the 138. That's the Matt Neal, touring car legend, multiple British touring car champion, at the wheel of that Audi. That car 5th in TCR. 3 laps, no more than that actually. Quite a considerable amount of laps behind the car ahead of it in the class.
Car run by Simpson Motorsport, the only British team here this weekend.
Yes.
They run LMP3 cars, I think, in European Le Mans series. They run quite a lot of different cars. Simpson Motorsport.
Is that Michael Simpson?
I don't know.
I don't think
it
is.
I think the family's called Smith that run that.
Right, yeah, because Michael Simpson's more connected to Ginetta, isn't he?
So there is definitely a battle, isn't there, for the 3rd spot on the podium in this race still, between the CP Racing car, the Paulson Motorsport BMW, just to say again, lost 2 laps when the fuel pumps weren't working, and the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche.
Let's get a bit of insight as to what's happening in CP Racing land. The Mercedes just pitted and dies down there with Charlie Paul.
Charles is just having a drink before he talks to me. Charles, great to see you get out of the car. You still look so refreshed. You're hugging the guys. You clearly enjoyed that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why we're here. We love each other, and it's a good time to work together. It's just a lot of joy, doing things together. But I got to tell you, in the morning, it's supposed to get cooler, and the track's supposed to be at its best. This track didn't get any cooler, and it's still pretty slippery out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked to Shane yesterday, and he said you were just it just wasn't coming in as you thought, the car, and you were just dealing with that situation and doing the best that you could, which is, you're going quite well.
Yeah, yesterday I ran 3 of the first 5 stints, and got some of my time out of the way yesterday, got a good rest last night, so I felt good going out this morning. And yeah, I was a little bit quicker, but we're just doing what we can with the car and managing it, and everybody is, so that's why it's a race, and that's why it's endurance.
Yeah, because you get into that mind frame, don't you? It's an endurance race. Yes, you want to be as quick as possible and get the most from it, but you've got so many other factors to consider.
Yeah, this time of the race, what do we have, 4 hours left to go? The cars are tired. They're race horses. They're a little bit tired. They're doing all they can, and it's our job to get what we can out of them, the last bit.
And these last few hours, last 3.5 hours or so, are really crucial, aren't they, for everybody?
Yeah, you know, it seems like a lot happens in the last 3 hours. Everybody kind of pulls the stops out and starts running. You know, the old adage in endurance racing is you survive the first 20 hours and then you race the last 4 hours. So not totally true. You know, you have to go fast the whole time. But yeah, the pressure starts up starting now.
And from your point of view, Charles, as a driver, how would you describe Barcelona?
Wow, Barcelona is one of our favorite tracks. It's a difficult track because the adhesion is different in different places. Visually, it's a little difficult. Places you think you could go really fast, you have to go slow. But it's really challenging. We enjoy coming to the area, but the track is really one of the great tracks of Europe.
And how would you summarize the 24-hour series?
Well, we love the 24-hour series. That's why we've been doing it for. I think this is our 8th full year of every race. I think we had to miss 2 during COVID, but we've done every race. We love a 12-hour, 24-hour format. That's what we are. We're sprint racers. We're all kind of old guys who've done our sprint racing, our touring car racing, and now this is where we have fun and we enjoy it. So the Creventic is really the only place to do that.
I've got to tell you though, Charles, age is but a number.
A state of mind. Yeah, tell that to my drivers when they wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to get in the car.
Great, Charles. Thanks for chatting. You go and get a bit of a rest.
All right. Thank you. We enjoy having you guys here. Thank you for covering us. Bye-bye.
Yeah, super interview there with Charles Putnam. While he was doing it, the car dropped briefly to 4th place, but 2 laps later, the BMW of Pulsar Motorsport came in for fuel. It's in fuel at the moment, and so they dropped back to 4th. So that's how close they are.
The pit stop brought them together, and that actually put the BMW ahead of the CB Racing Mercedes by about 17 seconds. However, now that car's in the fueling, it's going to soak up the time.
Is on screen
14
there.
in fueling now.
Yeah, the 14 car looks fantastic there in the Danish colours. Yeah. So we can assume to the end, those two should be on a similar strategy.
Well, it's going to...
They've both been in the pits almost the same time, so that's a straight battle.
I call that a flip-flop situation where they're going to flip-flop between that and lose out to one another during those pit stops.
And also there behind it is the 71. That's the Lithuanian Jutta Racing Audi. They've got a spare in the pits, so they bought a spare car.
I'm not sure they're allowed to bring a spare in now, though, Andrew.
No, not now.
Maybe they'll be able to take parts of it.
But I mean, they're right in the mix. Well, a possible 5th or 6th place.
Well, they're currently 5th in Pro-Am, but they're very much in the mix.
Yeah.
And that's Eimantas Navakauskas, who has brought the car in.
I think there's the 3 Lithuanians in that car.
Yeah, and Lars from
Lars.
Yeah.
And one of the Lithuanians, I think, might own the team, is as quick as Lars, or similar speed.
Yeah. It's a strong driver.
And this guy, I think it's the 2nd fastest of them. And there's one Lithuanian who's quite a bit slower, but he's probably done all his time. And again, with the dynamic motorsport Porsche, they got their hot shoe in the car, Stefano Monaco.
Yeah, you were saying, Andrew, that he was putting in some really, really blistering laps.
Yeah.
Last time through, I think his tyres are nearing their edge. Been in the car for an hour and 19, let's call that 20 minutes. So Monaco getting towards the final stages of that stint, I would think.
At the front, Indy Donche and Elliot Earhart, WTM and Phoenix, 2 great German teams, putting in very similar times, both in the 151s. Nice shot.
Penalty box for the Nilsson car, for the Poulsen car.
Yeah, obviously we saw this car at Sebring, which was his first big race last year.
Yeah.
And I'm still not sure about that front treatment. Where
you know what? I hate to see it on the road car. I think it's absolutely ghastly.
On the race car?
On the race car, it looks fine. Because everything's just exaggerated on that race car.
It looks like it ought to be on an X5, doesn't it?
Well,
but on the race car, it looks good.
Race car looks fine. And it does. I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. I'll always be saying it. That BMW M4 GT3 reminds me of the PDG BMWs of Tommy Milner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Back in the early 2000s in the LMS, where it was an M3 back in the day, but it was as if it was on steroids.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And you know what? I was kind of surprised to see a BMW saloon car classed as a sports car, but we're still doing that. The M4 GT3 is, in the sports car category, and it is a very, very competitive package.
Yeah, so it's one of the latest GT3 cars that are brought out, and there's a GT4 version as well. So quite busy fuel pumps at the moment. Look at that, Joe.
Yeah, we've got the number 23 Porsche Cup car in. We've got the number 11 Hofer car. I think that's Michael Kroll. Yeah, it is Michael Kroll. That's his job done for the week in that car as he brings that car in. He's on the fueling stage at the moment. Of course, Daniel Alleman just ahead of them on the road. That car is retired, showing in the fueling area, but that car's actually in the pit garage and out of the race with an engine issue. So the Hofer car will, how many? It's only 4 laps behind on the road, the Daniel Alleman Herbert car, so that car will move up the order quite soon.
Monaco will surely be coming in quite soon. It's stint time at the moment, just 1 hour and 22 minutes.
Yeah, not long for...
Well, that's a stint time for the driver. He might have made a fuel stop in that and not changed the driver.
And I mean, he can go another 40 minutes, can't he? Because it's a 2-hour driver mandatory, maximum driver time.
On board here with Jean-Francois Bruno in the Leipzig Motorsport car. I think JM helps manage him, doesn't he? Well, he's a hell of a character.
He is, and you know what? He's an American driver, and I've said to him, you know, what's the French sounding name? He said, he's got French heritage in his family, and he, Jean-Francois Bruno, quite a similar situation than with GM Lippmann, because the GM stands for Jean-Marc.
Yes.
He's got a French mother.
Yeah.
But Jean-Francois Bruno, he said, oh man, he says, I have, my name gets absolutely butchered when I race in the United States. Jean-Francois Brunat.
He's a big character, though.
Yeah, and he's great. He's great for the series, and he's mentoring Kerong Lee. We heard GM mention Kerong Lee, 21 years old, a Chinese driver, just learning the ropes really. And he's got a mentor in Jean-Francois Bruno. He's got a lot of experience racing in the States and around the world, and he's no slouch behind the wheel of that Lightwood car. They've been doing some Lamborghini Trofeo races as well. And at the moment, lapping in the 156s, he's currently leading the GTX class and down in 14th overall. And it really is a case of those guys just pounding round, not really having to work the car too hard, I would say.
We would expect that car, being a Super Trofeo car with not so much downforce as a GT3 Lambo, certainly to be up in the sort of 7th or 8th place, because they had that problem at the beginning.
That's right,
a lot
of
of
course.
laps.
Yeah, and that's been a recovery drive pretty much from the first 100 yards.
Yeah.
We've got brake changes going on the Yuta car that we saw being brought in. So the Yuta racing car, Jonas Gelzinis taking over the wheel of the car already. So with 3 hours.
They left that very late, didn't they?
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? If if the car needs one brake change in 24 hours, and you can go 15 hours.
Yes.
Do you go after 6, 7 hours? Do you change the brakes?
Yeah, but you try and do it in a code 60.
You would, yeah. So, I mean, that could be the second set. I haven't been keeping a tab on brake changes on any of the cars.
Well, I know that CP Racing did theirs at 14 hours.
Right.
I suppose that's about normal. But, different weights of cars.
Yeah, exactly. Different brake use. Yeah. Different drivers as well, of course.
Too,
the way they use the car. The 992 class leader, Red Ant Racing, car 903, that's pitted, and that has had a change of driver. It's now Yannick Redont at the wheel of the number 903. He's resumed in 8th place overall. Great run from that 992, the first of the 992 runners.
We're on board with the car, which is based at the Shah Alam track. Briefly, with that Malaysian group. It's so international, isn't it?
It really is.
We've got Koreans,
South Korea,
we've got Malaysians, we've got the 2 Thai teams, run by Spaniards. We've got cars that have come
from China.
Yeah, got him from China, but even the teams from Lithuania up there, what we used to call, when I was a schoolboy, White Russia. I know that we've got one Estonian driver, I think.
Yeah.
It's terrific.
And there's a car that's had a very character-building Barcelona 24 hours. the 909 Red Camels Jordan car, very, very early in the race. They had a brake failure, hence the different front end on that car.
Remember coming here about 3 years ago to this race, and young Luke there wasn't old enough to race. And he spent all day long in a sim, in the pit garage. Had a sim in the garage, and he just drove it and drove it and drove it. He just wanted to get into a real race car.
Yeah, of
and
course.
there he is, and we're doing a good job. I think we just had a very quick shot of his brother there, didn't we?
Rick Breukers was at the wheel of that car when the car had that brake failure, went head first across the gravel, contacted the tyre barrier, which, in fairness, did its job absolutely correctly. I think Rick ended up with a bit of a sore arm. When are you in the pits next?
Well, I'm meant to be in a minute's time, but we haven't got Johnny here yet, so I don't know how Di's feeling. If she wants to just hang on until Johnny comes back, I'm happy to stay here.
Johnny's on his way back from his pit stop, so we'll leave Binksy there, just prowling and sneaking up on people.
And I'll be down to relieve her in a few minutes' time.
Momentarily, or in a moment, I should say. There's me being all
you see now, you're being we spent a lot of time American Le Mans Series, it was WeatherTech Series, and you pick up these expressions.
Yeah, you do. You absolutely do. The completely wrong use.
Me, of course, working for US TV for a long time, Fox Sport and Speed, and Speed Vision before that. You know, I had to learn to say aluminum and things like that.
Oh, really? Because, of course, they wouldn't understand what you were saying.
What you're saying. Yeah. Because my old mate David Hobbs done years and years of Formula 1 commentary, and he's stuck he's lived in America for probably 25 years. Speaks just English.
He does. I was
done no concession at all.
I was doing an Aston Martin Club meeting, and I was told by someone that someone had made a comment. He can't say Cobra.
No.
He said, "Yeah, that's because he's from the north. He sounds his vowels differently."
He's from sort of Warwickshire, really. Is David. Very interesting. We'll plug another book, shall we? Hobbo, excellent book.
Did you have anything to do with that?
I often more or less wrote it, really.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it's as told to.
It's on my shelf.
Yeah, it's a good book. It's told very well in the States.
It did.
It's a very little story, though, just quickly. So we had the launch of it at the famous Amelia Island concourse, and we were there, David and I, signing books. I got to about the 7th, bloke came along and he said, "Oh, I don't need yours."
To Hobble?
Not to me!
Or to you?
Yeah. I thought, but you know what? And then he turned out it was a bloke who knew me.
Everybody knows Marriott.
Well, yeah.
Heavens. There's the 158 in from the lead of TCR. That's Kantasak Kasiri in the BBR car. That's in for fuel and probably a driver change.
Yeah.
He's been in the pits now a few minutes, a couple of minutes, taking on fuel. That car currently on 559 laps, just under 3 minutes. Behind them is the TCR second place car, Charles Dawson.
We're just following a vortex here.
Yeah.
You know what, Andrew? They're both still going.
702, 701. They're still going. 701's in the garage and has been for some time. I think that car is pretty much a retirement. 702 at the usual sort of character building 24-hour race. But considering what that car consists of, space frame box section
1970s
chassis with a crate Chevrolet V8 that puts out nigh on 500 brake horsepower.
Yeah.
And it's basically sit in a shop. This is the analogy I'll use. Sit in a shopping trolley and fix a Chevy V8 on your back, in a backpack, and because it weighs about the same as a supermarket trolley.
Yeah.
And then, bring it to a racetrack and try. It'd be like driving a firework, that thing.
Yeah. And they're a fun little French team. They do their very own French thing. Go on the internet, you can't find anything about them at all.
Oh, really?
Hardly anything. There is a...
Or they're drivers?
Nah.
Oh, really?
Well, they've mainly seem to have driven that. And there is a small English sports car company called Vortex. There's nothing to do with this lot.
Yeah.
Because it's a rather good word, isn't it? But, the styling of the car, I think, is fantastic. There was an earlier version of it, wasn't there? Well, this is the Vortex 1.0. So
that's right.
I don't know what the earlier one was. It must have been the Vortex 0.0.
Yeah, it really has evolved, actually. Yeah. And you can see the different technology in the car. It is really, really it has really come on. Another one of our Porsches in the pits for fuel. And we are getting to that point in the race, Andrew, where if you've got a plan and the plan is sort of working for you and you're maintaining things, the time is running out. If you are planning on catching the car in front of you and you're plodding away trying to do that, then, you know, time is of the essence now. We're inside of the final 3 hours of the 2022.
I think there's going to be a change for 6th place in the next 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, that's the 54.
Actually, no, well, I say that, but Wolfgang Triller, we haven't said much about Wolfgang in this race. He's pretty quick. You know, he laps in the 151s. And then in the Jutta car now, I think he's the team owner, Jonas Gelzinis. And he's the guy that Johnny saw racing a lot in the Porsche Carrera Cup 10 years or so ago.
That was Stefano Monaco, by the way.
Yeah, in the pitch, in the dynamic,
So that car...
And, 2 HRT Porsches just swapped places.
All right, Gijs Bessem. Hang on, I'm going to sneeze.
Yeah. And Kari Pekka Laaksonen is now up to 9th and second in the 992. The 928 JM Lippmann car, it still leads the AM category of that 992 and leads it by quite a way.
Yeah, they were... hang on, I'm going to sneeze again.
Back following the lead car, Indy Doncia has been at the wheel now for 51 minutes. And just holding station, really, with Ella Earhart. Oh, guy leaps onto the bonnet, cleaning the windscreen. And our ace cameraman Seb down there. Just a bit of art went on. You know, sometimes we miss this. He is so good with the camera. I don't know, he just pulled down from the sign, down to the car, seamlessly.
You like Seb, don't you?
Well, I like Seb because he's very good at what he does.
You like his work.
And what he does, a lot of it.
There you
That's
go.
it.
There
That's
you go.
Seb, you see.
That's what you like.
Perfect. That's what I like. That is so difficult to do.
Is it? Is it
Really
because
difficult
Seb's
to do.
so tall? He is tall. He is called the machine.
Yeah, and he's quite strong, I think.
Yeah,
but,
he is
you know,
das machine.
A lot of the shots Seb does are the shots that people normally do with steady cams and things.
Really?
Yeah.
That's how strong he bloody is.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
no, but
Yeah.
it's technique.
But
isn't it?
he also has an eye. I mean, there, you know, he didn't just sit, he didn't just stay at head height. He went really low on the car, and it was the Team Dynamic Motorsport car, and it was a very dynamic pit stop, wasn't it?
But he understands, and it's so rare with pitch camera, he actually understands what's going on in the race.
Yes.
He's
Yeah, he
reading
does,
the race
absolutely.
as well,
Yeah.
and he's saying to me, "Oh, such and such coming in," or don't get that much.
Yeah.
I love him.
We having worked in the pit lane with Seb for a lot of times, we're kind of we're on the same wavelength. We can't hear one another because I've got cans on, he's got cans on. But we can just look at each other and I point and he knows exactly what I mean and where we're going because he's following the race. Talking of Seb, and it's Binksy who's his cohort at the moment.
Yeah.
You're going to step out and
I'm
head
going down.
there.
I'm going to relieve Diana.
We're going to go down to Binksy before she's relieved in the pits. Diana, what have we got for us?
I'm just waiting to chat to Stefano Monaco, who's just jumped out of the Dynamic 54 Motorsport car. He's just gone to grab a quick drink, so if you just give me a second, I'll come back to you and have a chat with him.
Thank you, Di. It'll be Andrew Marriott who will be taking over very, very shortly down in the pits. We are inside of the final 3 hours. Johnny Palmer has rejoined us at the helm. And race beginning to fall into place here with a 2-lap lead now for Indy Doncia, who pretty much knew what his mission was when Michael Doppelmayr in the Phoenix Audi, and Indy kind of knew his mission was to gap that Audi as best he could, and we saw some great laps from him. The Phoenix Racing Audi, though, now having cycled through their AM drivers, we've got Ilya Earhart, we've got Per Kaffer, of course, and we're getting towards that time, Johnny, where I was just saying that time beginning to run out. If you've got a plan, that plan needs to come to fruition in the next 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah, and it depends how flexible that plan is, because, I mean, yes, you're going to be attacking the first 20, 21 hours or so in a relatively conservative way, but there's only so much more you can give in the closing 2 to 3 hours. They haven't been leaving that much on the table, so I get what you're saying about the rotation of leadership backwards and forwards depending on when the pit stop cycles are happening, but if you're going to be not quite leading by the checkered flag when you've extrapolated that pattern through, there's a limited amount of stuff you can actually do this far into the race. It's not as if you suddenly go, right, let's go 110% now and find a 7th gear in the race. I've been pushing pretty hard to this point anyway, pushing without risk. The difference, I suppose, is kind of like we would have had till 1 o'clock this morning, when that half an hour from midnight through to 1 o'clock became much more risky because people were pushing for those half points that you get. Halfway through the race, there are points awarded at the 1 o'clock marker, and there's going to be a bit more risk definitely taken between now and the end of the race. But before we talk any more, we'll head down to the pit lane and to Diana Binks.
Yeah, just chatting to Charles Dawson, just jumped out of the 1.8 AC Motorsport car. Charles, how tough was that?
Yeah, really tough, not going to lie. We're down to 2 drivers for the last 4 hours, and that's the first time I've just done 2 hours in a 24-hour race after a minimal hour's sleep. But yeah, it's really fun. Yeah, tough, but good fun. Just trying to manage the pace from the start, kind of early on. I think the team said keep it simple, because I think P1 was a little bit. I don't actually know what's going on, to be honest, with the results. So yeah, but no, very tough.
How mentally challenging is it?
Yeah, pretty mentally challenging. Yeah, very. I've done a lot of work mentally for this, for moments like that where you have to really dig deep. Yeah, it really helps. I'm not going to lie, it is one of the toughest mental challenges I've ever done.
So are you enjoying the challenge that you've clearly set yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Although when the team come on the radio and say there's still 40 minutes left, I'm questioning that enjoyment at times. No, I'm joking. It's honestly, it's awesome. I love it. Set myself some goals this year, see where the result brings us today, and yeah, fingers crossed. I don't know where. Do you know where we are?
I haven't got a time history, but I think, Johnny, if you're upstairs...
Yeah, I can tell you guys.
Can you tell us where they are,
class-wise?
Yeah,
they are currently second in the TCR class, just 1 lap off.
Second in the TCR class, Charles, so you see the hard work's paying off. But how much are you enjoying being part of this 24-hour scene? Yeah,
amazing, so much fun. The whole event is gone really, really well. I did the one in Portimao and this one as well, and they're great. As I said the same thing in Portimao, they're just... For people like me, for people like pros, for people who've been doing years of racing, it's really well put together, and gives a sense of professionalism, but also amateurs can come in and enjoy themselves and perform, and not put themselves under too much pressure. So.
Is it that platform that's good? You get lots of seat time, you get some great racing, there's great competition, but the pressure's not as intense, but still enjoyable and competitive.
Yeah, exactly. No, 100%. I mean, if starting out, you literally, I probably had 7-8 hours driving. Okay, obviously less drivers down, but even then you still get 4 or 5 hours driving, more probably. And value for money wise, it's a great series. So for anyone starting in any series, I would 100% recommend starting here. And
Let me ask you another question. Yeah. As a driver, as you just said, coming in, less pressure, still very competitive, then having to do the media as well. How do you find that?
Well, it's brand new, but honestly, I quite enjoy it. It gives my family a laugh and something to smile at, but also, again, it's that sense of professionalism that you come here and you listen to the commentators, and the same commentators as some of the biggest endurance races in Europe, and it's really cool to have that. I've kind of forgotten your question, but...
I got the gist. I think it was the right answer, quite frankly, Charles. Great to chat to you. But of course, commentators and pit lane reporters, and certainly commentators like this man here, Andrew Marriott, know absolutely everything about you.
Yeah, okay. That's good. Yeah, well, thank you very much. Not bad. Well, I think we solved the puzzle from last time. I'm definitely not from New Zealand, so we won't go back there though. So.
Charles, thanks. You go get a rest.
It's great to have Charles Dawson on board, actually. He's been a big part of that team, and a big part of that team doing really well so far. So good. 2 hours 45 remaining. And that car chasing down the leading TCR car, which is the number 158 BBR car. That's the Kennedy Kasiri driven car at the moment. Vincent Rademacher, you might have heard of him, everybody, if you've been a follower of motorsport in Europe for the last 30 years. I mean, that was the Belgian driver destined on the for the single-seater route. He's very, very good in Formula Ford 1600, and that was the direct route towards single-seater stardom. He veered off and into touring cars, and here we have him racing with us in the 24H series here at Barcelona, and currently second in TCR. TCR leaders, by the way, 16th and 17th overall. It has been a bit of an eventful race when it comes to attrition.
Yeah, Rademacher's driven, I mean, so many different cars, so many different championships through the years. He has been ADAC Pro Car champion 2006, but I mean, I certainly remember him in the Super Touring era of the BTCC in Volvo S40s. So that was after that sort of 1995-96 era when they came out with the Estates and the slightly more svelte cars. Rickard Rydell and Rademacher, I think, were teammates one season, at least.
Yeah, and I think also Kelvin Burt might have been in that mix. But that was at the time when people like Kelvin Burt, Warren Hughes, who were stalwarts and really competitive single-seater drivers destined for the top-level Formula One seats. Yeah. And they all veered off. Because the manufacturing money that came into touring cars at that time, these guys earned a chunk of money and quite a living becoming a manufactured touring car driver, and that no doubt about it, that was a move career-wise that paid off.
Yeah, someone knows an awful lot about the years of the British Saloon Car Championship and then on into the Super Touring era, the BTCC. Andrew Marriott now taking over from Diana Binks. You remember those days, I'm sure, Andy?
Yeah, indeed. Just down on the pit road for the last time. The first interview I tried to do, Nicholas Nobbs climbs out of the vortex. I say interview, he says, no. So, no Nicholas Nobbs.
That's a shame, after we've very much been enjoying uttering his name with every opportunity. There were a few screenshots floating around last night as well, courtesy of our good friend Alan Prosser, making us giggle a little bit, but we can't hear from Nicholas on air, which is a shame. Vortex, a great team, such enthusiasts, and thoroughly enjoy coming to each of the 24H series races, but it's difficult to sort of really penetrate that team and find out what the latest is with the Vortex, but we love to see those cars going well, and they are currently 3rd and 4th in the GTX category with their thundering crate Chevrolet engines.
I'm not surprised they were looking to talk to us, because after driving that thing with Chevrolet V8 strapped to your back,
yeah,
eyes wide
like
open,
a rucksack,
eyes wide open, English not being your first language, driving a firework around here, and then we bool in there when you've just got out of the car and you're kind of crossing yourself and being thankful for that you're still breathing in and out properly. And then we go, hey, how was the car? It's like, I'm not surprised they're not ready to talk to us at that initial stage. It's like, give me a couple of days and I might be able to talk about this experience. Phenomenal little prototype sports car.
But Nicholas Nobbs of Switzerland is bronze rated by the FIA. He's competed in the Dubai 24 Hours once before in 2019. That was actually his debut season with this particular series, always with a Vortex V8, but it has switched around the classes a fair bit. It's in GTX these days, but they used to run in SP3, would you believe? So that's possibly in... Oh, that's when they had yeah, that was a different car. That was the Vortex Sirocco. The Sirocco GC10. They had a silhouette BMW car, space frame chassis.
I remember that.
And then one that looked like a Sirocco as well. Yeah. And They've had a sort of variety of different cars, SP3, SPXs, and now these more modern day
Kind of like
1.0s.
It's kind of like a silhouette formula, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was indeed. So looked like, you know, the body panels were hanging off it to make it look like a BMW and a Sirocco, but underneath the skin, a very different beast indeed. One man who is happy to chat to Pit Lane Andy is Pierre Caffer.
Yeah, that's because he's a pro, of course. Pierre, still a big battle going on. Just 2 or 3 hours now. You've got to get in the car and push.
Yeah, everything can happen in the last 3 hours. It's a great race again here in Creventic series, and I'm really happy to be a part of it. And you know, it's nice to see how the championship is growing, and to have a battle like this is awesome.
Now, it's a long time ago I interviewed you when you won at Sebring the 12 hours. But you've always stayed competitive over all these years, always pushing.
Yeah, Sebring was a long time ago, was 2004, right? And now we are here, and it's still my passion. I still love to drive race cars and to drive with Phoenix and an Audi. It's really nice to be a part.
So what's your plan? It's just going to be flat out, is it?
Yeah, it's a great battle between the Ferrari and us and the CP car, the Mercedes. So you know, everything can happen still in the last 2 hours 40, because if there's a code 60 now, that's why I'm already almost ready. Then you need to be quick in the car, and that can be good for the Ferrari, can be also good for us. So everything can happen.
This is such a professional team here at Phoenix, and won in the DTM, they've won all the big races like Nürburgring and Spa, but they bring that professionalism here to Creventic.
Yeah, that's right, and you know, here we see Ernst Moser.
Oh, Ernst is here, yeah. Ernst is the boss, famous boss of Ernst. Bit different for you. I mean, I've seen you a lot in the DTM years ago. Different form of racing here. Do you enjoy endurance racing?
Racing is racing. If you do DTM or Creventic, always it's a competition, and I like competition. And we have a very good competition the whole season, and also the last race, still for the championship. We fight for the championship, so I like it.
What about next year for you? Because the WTM team came and run Audis very well. Now they've gone away from Audi. Does that make you stronger again at Phoenix?
I don't get it. Sorry.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
WTM are not running Audis anymore, so you become a top team.
Yeah, why not?
And yeah, so Ernst's a great guy, won this team for how many years has Phoenix been going? When did you start Phoenix?
1999. So we're now 23 years, and we are 15 years together with Audi. And maybe now, let's see what's going on with Audi. Maybe we have to change the brands. But in the moment, we are still happy.
Very good. Thanks very much, Ernst Moser and Pierre Caffer.
This is the 24 hours of Barcelona for 2022, and it's the 23rd edition of this fabulous race in this corner of the Iberian Peninsula, welcoming listeners from RS1 who've been very much enjoying the latest race of the World Endurance Championship, and thanks to John Hindhaugh in particular, who was on a solo effort for the full 6 hours, and Louise Beckett as well, who was chipping in now and again with the odd interview from the pit lane. But I hope you enjoyed that race. Don't tell me the result, folks, because I've been entirely focused on the Barcelona event, so we'll be going back through the podcast archive on the Radio Show Limited network of channels to listen to that again, delayed. But you're back with us here for the run to the finish with 2 hours and 37 minutes still to go. Many of you I know have been sticking with our live stream overnight with the onboards for 8 or so hours, and the RSL commentary team coming back to the track for the 8 o'clock continuation. So we've been going for, what, 2 hours and 20 odd minutes now. And yeah, half of that spell of the 5 hours to the run to the finish has already been done. And teams will be very much focusing now on their closing drivers, because we're only just less than 40 minutes away from the final driver to be selected. Remember, there is a 2 hour drive time limit, but very much back timing now to the finish. Indy Dontje heading through turn 5 as the race leader for the WTM Racing crew and their Ferrari 488. That is an outgoing car, folks. We're even at the point now where a 488 is an old car, and we're welcoming the brand new prancing horse from 2023, the Ferrari 296, with its 3-litre turbocharged engine. And WTM have already committed to bringing one of those cars to the racetracks in the new year. Elia Earhart in the number 18 Phoenix Racing car is in second position for their R8 LMS. And, well, lots of different manufacturers actually in the top 5. They're all different. So we've got Mercedes, BMW and Porsche represented there, Joe Bradley.
Interesting what Bart from Phoenix said. We're going to have to look at whether or not we run an Audi because of what's happening at Audi. And if you've been locked in a cupboard for the last couple of months, Audi committing to a Formula One programme, and that appears to be to the detriment of their sports car customer services for the Audi R8s and the various and many GT3 championships throughout the world. And interesting to see if a team like Phoenix, that seems to have been kind of like, I would go so far as to say semi-works manufacturer from coming out of their operation, the Phoenix workshops just off the Dottingerhoe Straight at the Nürburgring, and have been a massive fixture of GT3 sports car racing for so long. And it'd be very odd to see which route they take if they feel that perhaps their customer service support is no longer as it has been from Audi, and it would be a shame to see these cars sort of dwindle away because of that.
Yeah, a lot of the traditional landscape is possibly set to change. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily have thought the WRT would depart from their loyalty to the Audi brand, and yeah, quite possibly others will follow suit because of the, you know, what's so much happening in the sports car world, but equally with Audi in Formula One as well. So there's going to be a period of adjustment. Plenty of dust down at turn 5. That indicates to me that, well, it's possibly on the exit of 4. Somebody's run very wide through the gravel, but did get out of that. Yellow flags, I think, were briefly shown on the exit at turn 4, but now have been withdrawn. The 909 Red Camel Jordans.NL car has had many tales to tell, and a number of them far too early in the race, because it was in hour 2 of the 24 hours. Rick Breukers was hammering down towards turn 1 as usual, hit the brakes and nothing happened, and the car just skated off top speed through the gravel and bang into the tyre wall. Rick was pretty beaten up physically by that, but has done some driving stints since then after a prolonged rest period, and quite rightly so.
That number 23, Wolfgang Triller at the wheel of the Huber Racing Porsche, that car currently 4th in the GT3 Pro-Am subclass, and that car is closing on the car ahead of it, which happens to be the Roberto Pampanini-driven Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. They're off the same lap, so 608 laps for the number 54 Dynamic car, 607 laps for the Huber Racing Porsche. But Triller is slowly making ground on that. It's a few tenths here, a few tenths there, half a second here, but he is closing that gap ever so slightly, and with, well, we're getting towards 2 hours and 30 now, very rapidly. Whether we'll see a change for the final step of the Pro-Am podium there, which will Di and I will be doing our little summary of the events of the week, because these events, they're more than just a 24-hour race, aren't they, Johnny? There are practice days and there are setup days, and there's lots of running, the drivers getting to grips with the cars, the engineers getting to grips with how the cars are set up, how the tyres are going to work, all projecting through to how you're going to go over a 24-hour race distance. And then we've got that very, very dynamic and exciting qualifying process here in the 24-8 series, which we saw a bit damage repair job going on the Porsche there. Now that splitter, you might think, well, what's that bit of plastic? Why is that so important to fix? That splitter will absolutely devastate the aerodynamics on the front end of that Porsche and give it a completely horrible understeer.
Well, it's the first point of contact of the car through the air,
that's
isn't
right.
it? So
yeah.
it's such a crucial bit, because that's what immediately directs the air around the car in the right way. And what you don't want is turbulent airflow, because that can wreak havoc with not only lap times but also the driver being comfortable in the car. You can get awkward porpoising from a machine where the air's not flowing over it. It's 955 Vili Motorsport car, by the way, for the Romanian crew.
Well, that's the leading 991, the older Cup car class, and it's leading 991. And what it can give you, Johnny, is if you haven't got any aero over the front of the car and doing what it's been designed to do, that can cause understeer. And if you've got those front, whenever you turn into a corner, if you slide for a little bit, that's the tyre scrubbing.
Yeah.
It's going to overheat eventually. It's going to affect your tyre wear. It's going to absolutely mess around with your tyre stints and your tyre life across the length of a stint. So that's why it's important for the team. They're the 955 Vili Motorsport team to actually replace that. Sabino De Castro was the driver that got in that car, and that continues. 590 laps completed, and it's quite a distance away from the other 991. In fact, the E2P Racing having dropped down the order quite considerably with issues. So that that 991 class leader is very much on its own, and it only has to continue going round to the final stages, and it should be on the podium for that class.
Let's, with another half an hour very nearly ticked off in the race, 2.5 to go, get this update from Andrew Marriott in the pits again.
Yeah, Fabrizio Borges has climbed out of the car. Very, very professional. He said he's sorry, he's got his spare race suit on, so he hasn't got all the stickers on it. But you can always name check them, Fabrizio.
I don't have enough to change a suit every stint, and we have to use some old ones sometimes during the night to catch up. But to talk about the race, it's actually a very good race for us. We are coming back from Mugello, where we had an accident, and unfortunately I had to stop for about 4 months, so we couldn't join the championship. And this race has been our training back, and my teammates are excellent, as they've always been, even last year when we managed to win. I have improved, and actually this last one has been my best stint, so I'm happy that I'm coming back.
Of course, I was there with you at the end of Sebring, where you had that fantastic third place overall. You'll never forget that.
No, I don't think we will ever forget that, because winning the championship with the third overall has been the best thing that could happen to somebody. Being on the podium with Winkelhock was amazing.
Your career is amazing because you went to Romania to become a professional racing driver. You're the only guy that's ever done that from Italy.
Well, actually, it's actually very true. I started with motorbikes very early, but because I broke my arm, I missed my window to improve. I saw Biaggi going forward. Then you go back to study, you go back to work. I went to Romania and I met some good friends. And with them, we said, why don't we start again? So slowly, starting with the Ginetta G50, then a G55, and now we join AB Motors because we met them in the box a few times. We actually went on very well. We decided to join forces, and we are growing up really consistently. I don't know where we're getting, but we are growing up.
And next year you have a new car. You've got the old Porsche.
This is the old one. We've ordered an R to move to GT3, but as you well know, Porsche is not delivering, so we don't know when Porsche will give it to us. Therefore,
I tell you, they won't give it to you. There'll be a big invoice.
I know it's a very big invoice, be above the $500,000, with all the spare parts even more. But AB Motors is going to give us a 992 to start the championship next year. That way we will improve it, we will try a different chassis, the new chassis. The 992s are fast cars, like I see them in the track. They get out of corners and they corner so much better than a 991. We want one.
And there's still just the three of you, and you like that situation. You all get on well together, you're a very fluid team.
Yes. We are becoming very, very good friends. Sergio and I were already from Romania. Sabino is amazing. He's got amazing jokes. One day, try to ask him the parrot one. It's going to be amazing. And we're getting on very well. So we plan to move forward. We don't know. We dream big, but we start with our feet on the ground. We will see. We start with the 992, and that's very competitive.
we already managed to put the 911 in between because we took slower pits, and my stints were not good. We didn't manage, but at a certain moment we were third overall.
Brilliant. So, thanks very much. Terrific.
Thank you. It's great to be back. Thanks a lot. Thank you, everybody.
It's always good to interview Fabrizio.
Fabrizio Broggi, what a character. I want to know all about this parrot joke now. Sabino Di Castro maybe fancies himself as an extra member of the Monty Python crew. There's some bodywork on the track now. This is that's the front
that
splitter,
looks just like
it?
the splitter off the leading 991
on the Villy Motorsport
Porsche.
car.
Yeah, it's just gone through. We're going to have to check out the Villy Motorsport car to see if it's still got it. The Villy Motorsport car in 12th place, leading 991. We waxed lyrical about the need for that splitter, and that's fell off, and that looks distinctly like the splitter off the front of a Porsche 911 Cup car.
Yeah, and it's on a fast part of the track. In the background is the approach to turn 7, and then 8 is where the Porsche's just coming through now from Rabdan Motorsport.
Yeah.
So it's the kink at 8, where it's still an acceleration zone there, actually, from the much slower turn 7 in the background. And then there's another very fast right-hander at turn 9, where the 332 TC classified BMW is just working its way through.
They're quite expensive, them, as well.
BMW?
No.
The splitter on the road.
It's a few hundred quid there.
Yeah.
That's not just like a 30 quid piece of bodywork.
No, indeed, because it's got several angles to it. I would imagine moulding one of those when the manufacturer process is fairly complicated, and it has to be strong as well because of the forces, the airflow forces that it's put underneath. So, and when one starts to just break away on the one side, chances are it'll be whipped off completely. The team have been battling with it clearly for the last few stints perhaps, and it's finally broken free. Clearly the decision though to stay green all the way around the racetrack has been thought about by our clerk of the course, Jeroen Steenhuis, and the rest of his team. It's off the racing line, which is the good news, at turn 7 and through turn 8, so they will be able to stay green unless of course a car does happen to run over it and it lands on the racing line, but let's hope that that's not the case. 2 cars in the fueling area, 910 Porsche Cup car that had to have a whole new front end on that. That's the reason why the front bumper is a very different colour from the rest of the car. And the pretty much all black 138 Simpson Motorsport Audi is tucked in behind. Together now with the race leader, Indy Doncia in the WTM Racing Ferrari. Final race for this team for the venerable 488 GT3. And that car getting fueled right on schedule, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching that car taking on fuel now, with Doncia having a mission accomplished, I would say. My assessment of this stint of driving from Indy. The mission was to extend that gap to the Phoenix Audi whilst it was cycling through its AM driver, and Indy been in the car for a chunk of time now. He's not quite done with the refueler, getting towards the end of that refueling phase. Car still static in the fuel station. It'll then move off and head to its garage. Pierre Caffer we saw with his balaclava on, his fireproof balaclava there, ready to take over the car. So we'll see Pierre. Now I'm not sure Pierre, with 2 hours 22 to go, I can't see Pierre taking this car to the finish. We'll see, but I'm not going to suggest that we're going to see Pierre in the car for 2 hours 22.
No.
That's a bit of a...
No, you can't do it. You can't...
well, you're not allowed for a start. Yeah. Just out. If it was inside of 2 hours, you could keep them there, but they're obviously planning on changing drivers after we extend Pierre's, to stretch Pierre's drive time there to the limit, I would have thought.
And, well, remember that pit stops don't count, but 2 hours and 20, you're never going to bridge that gap, 20 minutes worth. You're talking, well, the rest of this stop.
Well, we've still got
more.
We've still got Elia. We're talking about the 18 Phoenix car here, but we've still got Elia. He's only done 1 hour and 2. So if they can extend that for another 25, 30 minutes, then we're inside the final 2 hours.
Indeed.
The Ferrari, though, which is still being refueled, would you believe? There's a lot of fuel going in there, so that car's it's taking its full allocation.
Absolutely, and it will all go into the tank. There's clearly enough space for that. Busy once again in the pit lane, our very own Andrew Marriott. What have you got this time?
Absolutely right. No sign of Pierre Caffer now, so I think Indy is going to stop, and I think it's just going to take tyres on the right-hand side of the car. So it's out of the fueling now, heading towards me. The boys are waiting with the rattle guns. Only 2 wheels with new Hankook rubber on them, I think. Or is there 2? No, there's 2 the other side. I thought they were going to maybe just try and do one side, steal a bit of time, but 4 tyres here, definitely. And the car comes in now, stops on its mark right there. Indy stays in the car. The 001 flashes on the top of the windscreen. Donchi with his Brillo crash helmet just sitting there. Very quick pit stop with these boys. The Rinaldi Racing Team, Sound Italian, German. It's off the jacks and away it goes. Fresh rubber, and Indy stays at the wheel of the car.
He's continuing on, and they'll keep Pierre Caffer waiting in the wings for the closing stages then. Elia Earhart, as Joe was mentioning, got an hour to play with. But Pierre Caffer waiting in the wings for that car. Doncha staying on board, as we've said, and then, well, who's it going to be for the final 2 hours? Maybe Nico Veroni to make sure that car stays out front. I'm going to assume that 22 has burned all of its necessary non-pro driver time. The difference with the 22 car, of course, is that it's the only GT3 car, as in not Pro-Am and not Am. It's not technically listed as a pro entry, but you know, Georg Weiss, yes, is an Am. There are then 3 semi-pros, and Daniel Karlvitz, who's a pro. So it's as close as you can get to a fully pro car that we have in the lineup. And therefore we perhaps shouldn't be surprised that that car is a minute and a half to the good, although now that Indy Doncha's rejoined, I'm not sure that that time is quite accurate. We'll have to wait for them to go through the next timing split to get a true difference between the WTM Ferrari and the Audi. But bear in mind that the majority of the GT3 field have a Pro-Am driving lineup. We've got 2 Ams in the field, there being CP Racing and Alexander Prins, and when you consider CP are 3rd overall, that's a sterling effort from them. And then just the one GT3 lineup that doesn't have a Pro or an Am next to it. I'm going to call it GT3 Pro for the time being. They essentially are in a class of their own, but it hasn't felt like that for most of the race.
I take it that Donchi went past the pit garage and didn't take on fresh tyres, because he came out of fueling and they all stayed in the car. He's on an outlap now.
Yeah, I thought he had stopped, but 3 minutes and 36 seconds.
Which that was all in the.
You reckon?
That was all in the fueling.
Okay.
I don't know if Andrew noticed anything. Andrew, did you notice whether the Ferrari stopped for tyres at all?
I called it all.
Yeah, you did. And I was struggling to remember what you said.
On. Yeah.
I thought you'd said that.
Very quick stop, though.
Yeah. I thought you'd said that, but no driver change. And then Pierre Caffer, who was with the race balaclava on, ready to take over from Elia Earhart, but only from the 2-hour marker. Yeah, and part of me was thinking 3:36, that is a tyre stop as well as fuel.
Yeah, could be.
It feels like a much longer time in the fueling area.
I was checking Twitter and not listening, John.
I was doing various other bits and bobs as well, but not that we zone out when Mariotti's talking. Far from it. Just on that occasion. Wolfgang Triller in the number 23 car heads over the line for Huber Racing, charging his way down the hill towards turn number 1. This, unfortunately, is where Rick Breukers suddenly realised that left pedal was no longer working. It went straight to the floor, but for Triller, he is able to arrest the speed, work his way through the left-hander at turn 2, and the right-hander now at turn 3. Very grippy, way out to the left, where an awful lot of Hankook rubber has gone down over the last 22 and a bit hours. And then out of the right-hander at turn 4 will go Triller. Slightly downhill towards turn 5, as we've been saying. That makes it an awkward approach because it's off camber, working your way through there, but it is a good overtaking opportunity. Sadly for Wolfgang, well, probably a good thing actually, there's open road in front of him, so he doesn't need to worry about lapping cars or indeed overtaking others within his class. Plenty of ripple strip taken there through the right-hander. You might have, if you had the eagle eye there, seen the splitter that sits in the road at turn 8, but that won't have distracted Wolfgang. Through 9, a very fast right-hander, and again plenty of rumble strip on the exit there as well. Into the recently reprofiled turn 10, so this is faster on the approach, and it's a shallower turn now. Any overtake that is started at 10 can often linger into 11, and this corner at turn 12. Still plenty of rubber as well can be spotted on the road surface on the racing line into the awkward turn 13. 14 and 15 is this very natchy chicane, which again you need to stay, well, over the red and white curbing is fine, but any tighter than that you'll hit from some pretty brutal yellow sausage curbs. And 16, a fast corner, not as fast as it would be minus that chicane, mind you, and back across the start-finish line for Huber Racing, and they are running in 6th position with Wolfgang Triller putting on a good lap there in the lurid paint scheme for Huber, the orange and purple car, which looks very smart indeed. Here's Andrew Marriott again.
Yeah, Triller's really doing a good job. He's doing sort of pro times, isn't he? But I'm just wondering about that Ferrari pit stop and not checking the driver, because Indy has only got another 25 minutes in the car, hasn't he? So they're going to have to make an early pit stop, and I suppose they're just hoping for another code 60. But I think they're rolling the dice a bit there.
I think they're aiming to get inside of that 2-hour driver window, and then they'll what they're doing is they're going to balance that out and hopefully stop with enough fuel that when they refuel, that'll brim the tank. If they run the car for another half an hour, say, which they're inside of being able to do with Indy's time, and then that'll take them about an hour and 45. That's a good tactic, actually, isn't it? Because an hour and 45 is right on the cusp of fuel window, and if they can brim the car, then they're on target to just finish the race with one driver without a pit stop at the final 1 hour and 45. I think an hour and 45 actually might be a bit of a stretch.
Okay.
That would be my thinking, just looking at that. Driver time, he can have another half an hour. That's going to take us to an hour and 45 to go. They've got to pit him in half an hour.
Yeah.
They haven't got a choice.
They had to swallow that pill somewhere along the line, the awkward 25-minute stint, either with Indy or with another driver at the end of 2 hours for the new driver, because if they'd stuck a new driver in on that pit stop, he would have had to have got out with about 20 minutes of the race to go, because he would have been up against the driver limit as well. So it's maybe better to take the medicine early on and make it a cleaner run to the finish with fresh driver in. My betting will be it'll be Argentinian Veroni to the finish, and you plug him in with an hour. And I know I keep banging on about this kid.
No, but you're right, Johnny.
But
you're right.
He's been the fastest, I think. I mean, unless they use Kyle Vitz. Kyle Vitz did start the race yesterday afternoon, so it'll be a toss-up between the two. It'll be very interesting to find out the answer to that. But you plug him in with an hour and 55 to go. There'll be a pit stop in the middle of it, but at least they can stay with the same driver all the way to the finish.
Veroni would be your sporting decision. Kyle Vitz might be the business decision.
Yeah.
And we heard from GM that motor racing is a business. You know, you've got paid drivers paying, you've got AM drivers, you've got pro drivers. The sporting decision would be to absolutely maximise your run to the flag. But we'll see. That question's going to be answered in about another, say, 25, 30 minutes. CP Racing, Joe Foster now at the wheel of that car. That car currently in 3rd place on 624 laps, about 5 laps off the leading Ferrari that we've just been speaking about, 4 laps off the 2nd place Phoenix Audi. And this race now getting towards those stages of the race where time's running out. If you want to join in with the run to the flag for overall honours, then time is very, very quickly and swiftly coming towards you. Just behind the CP Mercedes, the BMW M4 of Paulson Motorsport, they are 3 laps behind the CP Racing Mercedes, and then a further 3 laps is the gap between 4th and 5th, and that's the BMW, as I've just said, of Paulson. The Dynamic Motorsport Roberto Pampanini driven Porsche is that 5th place car, and they have got a lap over the next car in the order, and that's Wolfgang Triller. We've just had Johnny describe a lap from inside that Huber Racing Porsche. That Porsche now on pit road and in fueling, and we've got, I think, more information coming up from the pit lane. Let's head down to Andy Marriott as we've gone code 60, Andrew.
Yeah, it's a problem at turn 3.
Watch that, just to ask WTM who is going in the car for the last stint, as they all jump into action here, and they said first, I can't tell you, and then I said, well, you can't tell me we haven't decided. Well, we haven't decided, but I think they have.
Yeah.
But now this might change everything, of course, with this Code 60.
Yeah.
I can't see any other. Yeah, and Creventic has got his crash helmet on, and he's standing in the pit lane. He's just walked to the pit lane, so he is going to get in the car, but of course he can't go to the end, can he?
No, not at all. They're at this Code 60, if it had been inside the final 2 hours, would have perhaps benefited, certainly the TCR class, for their final pit stops and brimming their fuel. However, I mean, the Calvitz getting into the car, he will do a good 2-hour stint. Donchi, he's done 91 minutes in that car. Into the pits has gone the second place Audi. Elia Gerhardt bringing that car in. And another car in, the Poulsen BMW, that's another car in. Wolfgang Triller was already in and was fueling under green. The cars that have just come in subsequent to that Code 60, they'll be getting 50% of their allocation. So slightly less fuel, well, a lot less fuel if you are pitting under Code 60. And remember, that's measured from the point which your electronic tag associated to your car is registered at your fuel station. So it's not about when you enter the pits, it's about when you register that tag. Let's head back to the pits. Andy, what you got?
Yeah, well, just for that Ferrari, they only just fueled it, so they won't even be able to use half the fuel. They'll be able to brim it right up, won't they?
Yeah, they will be able to top it off, and that makes sense. And then they will go for, they'll extend that fuel window. They will have to pit, I should say, or not just fuel.
Bit surprised at this. Looks like they only just threw a set of tyres at it. That pit stop, 10, 15 minutes ago. Looks like they're going to throw another set at it. They've certainly got a set ready, so I'll watch that and report back. Oh, I just remember, Kilvitz is pretty quick, He's been a GT Masters champion in the past. He's a pro.
Yeah, I know, and we're being a bit unfair because we're measuring against Nico Veroni, who's been a bit of a superstar this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, on average times, they're probably very, very, very similar.
Close, yeah.
And that's the benefit of running outside of Pro-Am and Am regulations, which is what that 22 Ferrari is doing. It's the only car in the GT3 entry that is doing that. Or, as mentioned, all the others are either Pro-Am or Am, but it gives you the flexibility of running with basically 4 pro drivers. One of them's a full pro, Kyle Vitz, the other 3 semis being Leo Weiss, Indy Dontje, Nico Veroni, and then Leo's dad, Georg, is the Am. So they do have an advantage in their driver makeup, but the class structure reflects that as well. But the encouraging thing for everybody else, like Phoenix, CP, Poulsen, they've been very much keeping the main pro team honest throughout.
Less than a minute of fuel for that Ferrari because it was pretty much brimmed. It took ages to refuel, which indicates that it was pretty empty. This time, though, less than a minute of refueling. Driver change going on. Donchi jumping from the car. Daniel Calvitz getting into the Ferrari. The Ferrari leading this race. It's got a lap on the second place Phoenix Audi that is also in the pit lane. And we will see a driver change there as well. We suspect Pierre Caffer will take over the 18. The Ferrari with Calvitz now at the wheel has left the pit lane. And there's the Audi following on, just pulling off the pit apron. It's the Poulsen BMW in 4th place that leads that train of cars off the pit lane, ahead of the Ferrari on the road, but certainly not in the race. And the Ferrari will want to get past that BMW and not get held up at all. Daniel Calvitz now at the wheel of the 22. Pierre Caffer confirmed at the wheel of the 18.
This is problematic for the 22 Ferrari in a sense, on 2 counts. A, they put a driver in who can't stay at the wheel of the car till the checkered flag, and B, it's marginal on fuel right now. They'll need another stop anyway, we know, but the benefit, I suppose, is that car is now absolutely brimmed and might be able to do it just about on fuel, just with one more driver stop. Let's hear from the outgoing driver, Indy Dontje, with Andrew.
Indy, that was a great stint, but that Code 60 came at the wrong time, really, because you just want to stay in that car that bit longer to make your strategy work.
Yeah, well, we wanted to extend my maximum stint, of course, but now we took the chance to do the driver change, and Dani's in the car now, so let's see what happens.
Will he go to the finish, you think, or will you have another change?
No, we will have another change because we won't make it in the time. But yeah, we will make another change, I think.
Pretty good battle there at the front of the race, though.
Yeah, we had good battles on track with the Porsche and also with the BMW.
And Phoenix.
Yeah, and Phoenix. It's really tough, and yeah, I mean we have to push every lap. We have to push, and yeah, hopefully we can finish the race first.
Indy, you're a Mercedes driver. What are you doing in a Ferrari?
Well, sometimes I like to ride a horse, you know.
And then you tell Mercedes how good the Ferrari is or not.
Yeah, I mean, they're both great cars. Now I got the chance to drive in the Ferrari, which is also a great car. And I'm happy to be here, and well, we're in first place, so the car is good, I guess.
It's worth asking this question. I think I've asked you before, but how did you become Indy? Why were you named Indy? I think it's a good story.
Yeah, well, my father likes racing, and my name comes from Indianapolis Speedway, so that's where my name comes from.
But you never got to race there?
Unfortunately not. I drove for 4 years in IMSA, which is really great racing in GT4, and we also won Daytona in 2021. So yeah, it's great racing over there, but never Indy.
Yeah, and now IMSA's going to go to Indy, to the road course.
Yeah, so hopefully I can get a seat for next year.
Absolutely have to. Great, go and have a rest. Well done. A super stint, mate.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Indy Doncher at Indianapolis might be a thing.
Yeah,
in
now
the
that
future.
IMSA's going to Indianapolis,
Precisely.
are they? You know, that's very much a possibility. Always destined to be a professional racing driver with a name like Indy.
You would have thought so.
And Donchi, that's a sort of got the essence of sharpness and speed, isn't it? Donchi.
Yeah.
Indy, put it together, Indy Donchi, he was always going to be a pro driver.
I was taught
and
by
very quick.
I was taught by well, many of our Dutch friends here at Creventic that the J at the end, Dont J, means a kind of younger version of a Dont, basically. So you can have a young tree and it's a tree J, if you like. So the J
What's
at the
a
end,
Dont?
I don't know. That's the bit I'm unsure about, but it's the younger version, which is strange because, you know, he has got a younger brother, Milan Dontje, who also does some racing. He's actually the elder of the two, but
Maybe
that's how
I'm
it works.
going to message Peter Fry.
What's a Dont?
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So that's like
Dontje
an English surname of Youngblood.
Yeah, well, it's like having son at the end, Donaldson.
Son, yeah,
so
yeah.
Donald,
Son of Donald.
Donald, yeah. So Dontje is perhaps son of a Dont, whatever a Dont is. Hadn't really got that far, but the J is definitely that. Meanwhile, let's get back to the matter in hand with the 22 Ferrari in a good place fuel-wise. And do you know what? I think a GT3 car can probably make just over an hour's worth on fuel around this place. So maybe they just need to do one more driver change and the fuel, but they won't have to, you know, have a splash and dash right at the end of the race. But as Indy's made the point, Daniel Kvyat cannot stay at the wheel of the car all the way to the finish because we're not inside that final 2 hours, and therefore he'll be breaching the driving limit. But it opens the door, does it not, for Nico Rivaroni to do the final 63 minutes maybe to that finish. Darting to the inside of the BBR car. Kvyat had to be careful there to make sure that the TCR driver had seen him, but thankfully it was all fine. And that was at the natural pinch point at turn 9. Big piece of Hankook pickup rubber there, thrown into the air. And when you go off the racing line, there's always the chance of running over something that, you know, doesn't look that threatening at the time, but if it's a big wadge of rubber, used rubber, that a hot tyre can pick that up and then make your ride through the next corners very uneven and very unpredictable indeed. Let's head back to the pits. We're closing in on the 2-hour marker to go. Get another update from pit lane, Andy.
Yeah, I get an update from Alfred Nilsson here. It's just doing a bit of texting to Sweden, no doubt. Well, you've still got a chance of a podium here, haven't you?
Yeah, we're still in for the fight for the podium for sure. We're a couple of laps down, but yeah, for sure.
They're the 2 laps you lost at the fuel pumps.
Yeah, those are a bit pity, to be honest, but yeah, that's a part of the game, and we'll hope to gain it back at some point. 2 hours left, a lot of things can happen, so we're just hoping for the best.
Are you going to go in for the last stint?
We don't know yet. I'm here on standby. I drove a lot during the night, so
we'll see. If it's required, then I'll go in for sure.
They need the latest Super Swede.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Alfred Nilsson for Poulsen Motorsport then, and always a good conversation with still a young driver. I mean, he's very fresh to GT3 racing. This is his first season within that, 20 years old, but has really impressed me, you know, considering his relatively lack of experience. He's run a lot in GT4, and it's taken some adjustment, I'm sure, from a GT4 BMW to a GT3 in 2022, mainly in an Italian championship, but now as well in the Creventic 24-hour series.
Yeah, another hotshot name to keep an eye on, with a very historic Swedish motorsport name, Nilsson. Remember back in the 70s, Gunnar Nilsson, the sort of following in the footsteps of the great Ronnie Peterson for the Swedish nation, and he was took from us very early, before he really had a chance to showcase his talent in Formula One. But that name lives on in international motorsport. We've got Shane Lewis now having taken the wheel of the CP car, and Shane lapping in the 51.5s, slightly quicker than Christian Poulsen behind him, and we know that Poulsen is trying to make up that time to the CP Mercedes. They've got 2 laps that they're trying to make up there. The battle though is for at the front of the field. 2 laps is the difference between the leading Ferrari and the Phoenix Audi, and with the Audi now lapping last time by 1:49.578. The best time for that car is a 49.558, so 0.02 of a second from the car's optimum time there for Pierre Caffer. And at this late stage, we now have exactly 2 hours remaining, so let's have a quick look at the rundown. So I'll go ahead with that, Johnny, if you like. The TCE field looks like this. It's still the 158 BBR car that leads. They've completed 585 laps. That's in comparison to the second place car, the SE Motorsport car number 188. They're on 584 laps. Another lap further back is the sister car of the leader. That's the number 159. They're in third. In fourth place, it's the number 123, the Reliquip by Tutcar Sport Cupra, and they are on 576 laps. We heard from Matt Neal earlier. He's in the number 138 Simpson Motorsport entry. They're currently 5th. In 6th is the first of the M2 BMW class, and that's the Hofer Racing car by Mob Motorsport, the 332. They're 6th. 7th is the troubled Viper Nisa Racing car, and then it's the Wolf Power Racing car 166. Still classified as 8th, but being a retirement there with issues with the motor. We may still see that car out towards the flag, and I think the same was said of the Homeguard Motorsport car that has been out of this race for some time now, but we may see that car readied and come out for the last couple of laps. GT, an overall leader, is the WTM Racing Ferrari. That car 633 laps. Just a lap behind on this format is the Phoenix Audi. I think that extends to 2. Before we settle that one. CP Racing are 3rd, Poulsen Motorsports BMW is 4th, the Dynamic Porsche car 54 is 5th. Then we've got the Huber Racing 911 GT3R. They are in 6th. Jutta Racing's Audi is 7th, and then the first of the 992 class, that's the 911 GT3 Cup of Red Ant Racing, Ayrton Redon, Bert Redon, Yannick Redon and Sam de Jonge in that car, leading the 992 class. Second in 992 and 9th overall in GTs, it's the 928 HRT Performance, and we heard from GM Lippmann, who was kind enough to come up with the booth there. They're currently 2nd in that class. It's the 908 Seb Lejeune Racing with Duvo in 10th place overall, 3rd in the class. 4th in class is the 2nd of an HRT Performance Porsches, they're 11th overall. 12th overall and 1st in the 911 class is the Villi Motorsport by EB Motors car 360 Racing Team, they're 13th overall. First in GTX, that's the Lightman Motorsport Lamborghini, 14th overall. Hofer Racing, the return of the Kroll family, and they're in 15th overall. I mean, a bit of a character building return, but it's great to see those guys back. Those guys and girls, of course. Chantel Prince, former overall champion and women's champion in this series. Paporo Motorsports 911 Porsche is 16th overall and 6th in class. And then rounding off the GT field is the South Korean entry of Atlas BX Motorsports. They are first in the GT4 class, 17th overall. It's the 360 Racing Team, car 927 in 18th, then Rabdan's Porsche in 19th. Herbeth Motorsport is a retirement, but still classified 20th. The RD Signs Lamborghini, that car's coming through the field on a recovery drive. They classified 24th. The 904 likewise, that's the Red Ant Racing entry in 22nd overall. The 702 Vortex, the last of the Vortexes running and still plodding around there in 23rd overall. And then 24th overall is the E2P Racing 911 Porsche, car 910. They're in 24th overall. It's the recovery drive of the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche in 25th. Then we've got the second of the Vortexes. I think that car is out of the race and static in the pits. They're 26th. 27th is another retirement in the form of the number 1 current champion, ST Racing BMW, in the pits and out of the race. And then another retirement, classified 28th. And rounding off the whole of the field for the 24 Hours of Barcelona, the Senker Motorsport BMW car 444 out of the race with an engine problem.
Many stories, not all of them good, in amongst those latest standings. And you get the feeling that this race still has a little bit more to give in terms of change of narrative, maybe. Let's hope that it's not for any of the key players, but you never know with a race that goes on this long. We were inside the final 4 hours when the issues for the 91 Porsche hit, and Herbert Motorsport and the crew down there, when I headed for some breakfast, were still mentally digesting that, I think, because you're running almost like clockwork, you know, thinking, right, stint length an hour, fuel, tyres, driver change, and then bang, the engine goes, and you think, oh, hang on a minute, that's not part of the plan. We were about to pick the car, or we were about to do another stint. And I had a quick chat with Daniel Alabant over some scrambled egg, and he said, you know, we'd had a weird crack in the radiator, which they'd never seen before. That's what he was trying to describe with the cooling. He didn't quite have the English words. I said, what, the radiator? And he says, yeah, the radiator at the front of the car. It's just a single radiator in a GT3 car. I said, what, did you have a stone through it? He says, no, it wasn't a stone. It was almost like this bizarre crack that appeared, whether that was through vibration or what. And then whether that cooling issue then manifested itself into eventually an oil pressure problem, who knows what's going on at the back of the car, but it was oil pressure that effectively then fit the oil leak, an oil pressure problem, and then that finished the engine, because engines tend to like quite a bit of oil flow through the course of the race.
This is what I was saying about overheating problems manifesting in various ways. And, you know, if the engine's overheating, that means your oil is heating to a temperature that it's probably not doing its best job. And that can cause wear problems, that can cause oil leak problems. And we know that the Herbert car had developed an oil leak. Who's to say that that hadn't manifested from the issue with the overheating? And it's all kind of all the elements line up and create other problems that kind of appear like overheating problem with an oil pressure problem. How is that connected? But you know what? It all adds together. These engines are designed to operate at certain temperatures and in certain ways, with certain coolant flow through the motor. I mean, when you're designing a race car, it's really crucial how big the radiators are for cooling your engine. The position of the radiators, are they getting the maximum airflow? Is the radiator big enough? Is it too small? You know, all of that is a consideration. I mean, the Porsche engineers are right on it, aren't they? You know, but when you do have a problem like that and the engine starts to overheat, that can cause all sorts of expansion, contraction issues with, you know, engines basically don't like to overheat. They have to have that coolant, and that cooling system working absolutely optimized.
So I'm sure Herbert will be taking that car back to base and trying to interrogate exactly why those problems unfolded, much like Schenker Motorsport will be doing with their BMW, and that was an engine failure as a result of sky-high temperatures. Similar situation for the Viper Niza Cupra, and now the Rabdan Porsche from the 992 class is arriving back at base on a flatbed. This was the cause of the previous code 60, wasn't it, I reckon, which happened at turn 3, I want to say, maybe a bit further around the track, but it was in the early phase of the lap anyway. And again, the RACC doing a wonderful job in returning the car as quickly as possible. It was Enrico Fernando Fulgenzi who was at the wheel of the Rabdan Motorsport car, the Rabdan team based or from the United Arab Emirates, where we'll be heading to early next year in January for the very much traditional 24 Hours of Dubai. Now, followed by a week later the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi at the Yas Marina circuit. The 977 having started so well in the 992 class, has tumbled down the order now, 8th position when you lump all the 992s together, and 1 to 3rd in the non-AM part of 992. We've got AMs, and then you've got standard driver entries for the new Porsche Cup car. Let's go back to Andrew Marriott in the pit lane.
Got it right this time. Well, a season to forget, really, for you guys.
It looks like, yeah. It was not our best season. So we were always quite quick, but in the end, we never bring it to the end. So it's a bit bad, and but yeah, sometimes we have years like this, and could be even better next year.
You had a stone in a radiator. You had a radiator leak. Do you think that came from one of the earlier incidents when the car went off, or did you get something else?
Maybe, but there were so many stones on the track, so this you never know.
Well, bad luck. Put on a great show. You and your brother, fantastic lap times as always. Come back fighting.
Yeah, for sure, we come back to fight at Dubai next time, and hopefully with a better end.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Alfred.
Alfred Renauer down at Herbert Motorsport. That really does give you a flavour of the mood in the camp, and a trying last few races. I haven't yet heard a decision. No, we have had a decision, actually, a provisional decision, in fact, about the fact that they will be in Kuwait.
I was just about to say, Johnny, I hope that 2022 isn't quite over yet. Yeah. We've still got the 12 hours of Kuwait to come, and the first weekend of December, and Herbert are I know that's a provisional entry list, and it wouldn't be a 24-hour, it wouldn't be a 24-8 series race without those stalwarts. I mean, they came here as 3-time winners. If they would have created history. I'm not even going to bother mentioning the history they would have created. You know, 3 of their drivers being 4-time winners. There you go, I have mentioned it. They are a big part of this series, and it just shows that it doesn't matter, you know, you've got your ducks all in a row, but motorsport, and especially endurance motorsport, can throw absolutely anything at you. And we've seen this in the past. Endurance motorsport is, you know, it's not necessarily about how fast you go. Yeah, it is, fundamentally, but that's just a small part of it. The other part, and perhaps one of the biggest parts, is how the team reacts to any kind of incident and adversity, and how you practice reacting to those incidents, like a puncture on the front, a puncture on the back, an engine problem, a gearbox change. You know, all of this is, you know, the sort of thing that the teams will practice back in the workshop, and they will pull that car apart, put it back together, meticulously life components and change components when they're reaching the end of their lives, just to negate any possibility of attrition becoming a factor in their long distance racing. And, you know, Herbert are at the very forefront of endurance sports car racing, and as much as they're doing everything they possibly can and getting their ducks in a row, still things are thrown at them, and, you know, an oil pressure issue born out of other issues mechanically is just, you know, those Porsche 911 GT3Rs are absolutely bulletproof, I dare say it, but not on this occasion. And that's what it can throw at you. You have good seasons, you have bad seasons. There was a point, Johnny, where the Herbert team were kind of making this series quite boring. They were winning so easily, weren't they? You know, yeah. They would qualify in 5th, and then you'd look away for 20 minutes, you'd look back, and then they were leading by 5 laps. You go, how did they do that?
Indeed, and they were the almost precursors to that strategy of whenever there's a full course caution, just get in and fuel it. Ask no questions, even if you've been in 5 minutes before. Get in, top it off, top the tank up, and get back out again. And I'm not sure many other teams caught on to that for a little while, but now that some more world-known teams have come in, they will have taken note, certainly, and, you know, definitely the competition has increased for Herbert Motorsport, but at the same time they haven't necessarily had a level playing field to take their fight to teams like Phoenix, WTM and to Poulsen Motorsport, who are new on the block this weekend. CP Racing, of course, have been part of the championship for a lot longer. Car off into the gravel briefly there was the Jutta Racing Audi of Paul August in the number 71 car. Did just about get away with that, though, through the stones, but the forward momentum got him out the other side, and he's rejoined right in front of Thomas Mullens in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, who's looking for a way by now, this half-recovering Audi. And the Audi sensibly stays off the racing line to allow the Mercedes through, and I reckon the RD signs Lamborghini in one fell swoop. So good understanding from all the drivers involved there, and nice to see the 71 still rolling.
Good driving from the 71, Paul August there, realising he's been off track. His tyres are going to be rubbish, and they're not going to grip as well, so he stayed out of everybody's way. He didn't want a half spin, did he?
No. As we go back to the pit lane, Andy?
We're in the back of the paddock here with by the truck with Joe Foster, because the signal is really good back here. Joe, looks to have be still pitching quite hard.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we, as you know, our MO is always just to be as smooth and steady and quick as we can. And
that was Charles Espinel walking past there.
He loves pickles. Anyway, you know, and so we've just stuck to our plan. Obviously, there's been some attrition with some incredibly good cars, the 91 car, the 1 car, amongst others, and we're just trying to keep our pace and keep moving. Obviously, the BMWs are quick. There's one left, and it's definitely pushing on us right now. And so our goal now is just to not make any mistakes and keep making laps.
Talking commentary about you guys, you all sort of met really with the Panos Racing car. You were the chief instructor, weren't you?
Oh, those were great years. We wax lyrical about those years all the time. Don Panos, as you know, in the U.S. was a passionate man and put a lot of his heart and soul and cash into sports car racing in the U.S. So we were all very grateful for that. And at Road Atlanta, and at Sebring, and at Mosport, and even Texas Motor Speedway, I guess it was. And we had a school, and that's actually where Charlie Putman went to his first school in the year 2000. Was a 3 days Panos school.
Quite a few good drivers came out of that series.
Yeah, you know what? We had a good bunch of students there, girls and boys. Remember the Women's Global GT Series as well. And thank God Nancy Panos talked Don into that, and it was a fantastic program as well. So I was really lucky to be part of the Panos school program during sort of the heyday of the American Le Mans Series as well. And it was a great school and a great time.
Well, of course, you coached Patrick Dempsey. Was that through Panos or was that through another area?
You know what? Believe it or not, he came to a Panos school, and I met him there, but he was wearing a hat with my autograph on it. And I didn't remember meeting him, but he had come through an ALMS autograph line at some point and ended up coming back to the school, and obviously we ended up having a great relationship and a great partnership.
Certainly did. Well, great to talk to you. Are you done for the day now?
I hope so. I'm really tired, but Shane's in the car now and doing a great job, so I think I'm done. Yes.
Going to a brand new circuit and a brand new country in Kuwait, I guess. Is that on the card?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go to Kuwait. We had a chat with Charlie, and it's his show, and we're very grateful to get a chance to go there. And it looks like a fantastic circuit, a Tilke designed circuit, and Herman knows what he's doing, his whole firm does, and so we're excited to go try it out.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Go and take a rest. Joe Foster.
Thinks he's done. I like that terminology. You never know, I suppose. Even with the last 2 hours ahead, they will have selected their final driver. Shane Lewis is how long into his stint? Yeah, Shane has been picked as the closing driver, but sometimes that well planned out strategy can take a turn at the last minute. So Joe, I suppose, needs to be ready for a last minute call if necessary. But Shane happy at the moment, down towards turn 4 he will go, very fresh to that car, number 85, running in third.
I'm not sure they're going to be able to finish the race with Shane, depending on how long he goes in the stint, because you've got to get a rest period in there as well, which has to match the stint time.
Yeah.
So if they keep Shane in the car for another 42 minutes, that has an hour to go. He's going to need an hour's rest before he's allowed to get back in the car, as far as I'm aware.
Well, did Joe do a double stint? Was he in the car for 2 hours prior to Shane? Because Shane should be... He wasn't.
Sure he did, no.
Right. I think the ruling is actually half of the stint you've just done.
Right,
so if you've done 2 hours, you have to have an hour off. And if Shane has had the required rest period, he will be fine to the finish, because he only took over 3 and a bit minutes ago. Unless the last pit stop was 3 minutes and 11 seconds. And where is the stint time? 24 minutes done for Shane now. So 24 was 18 minutes ago. Yeah, so he took over with more than 2 hours of the race still to elapse. So I agree with that. Shane is going to have to get out of the car at some point because he can't take it to the finish. Does that suggest that Charlie Putman will be put on board because he loves to finish these races? As Joe has just said, it's his show. He's bringing the funding to CP Racing.
He's not precious.
CP.
Charles,
No.
Charles, many times he goes for the spot, the competitive tactic of driver deployment, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Charles Espinal finish the car.
Okay.
The way that these drivers are rotating. We had Charlie Putman, then we had Joe Foster, then we've got Shane, and so Charles is
Espinal would make sense,
kept
wouldn't
in a
it?
dark room right now and being rubbed down with some rhubarb fat just to get him ready to take the car to the flight.
Yeah, they are the team above anybody else who will stick with the set rotation.
Yeah.
But you were telling me that last time at Portimao, they possibly skewed off that because there was so much up for grabs. You know, you have to rearrange your plans when you know there's a race win ready to snatch away from everyone else. So that's exactly what happened. But at the moment, it's going to be third place. They are 4 laps behind Pierre Caffer's Phoenix Racing Audi, and a few more laps than that behind the overall leader, Daniel Karvitz. But under no immediate threat from Poulsen Motorsports BMW because they're a lap and a bit further behind in the 4th place, number 14 car, which totals 3 minutes and 46 seconds. A lap time around here is 1 minute and 55, so that isn't quite 2 laps. Meanwhile, through the 12th turn of this fabulous Barcelona circuit, 4.6 kilometres in length, goes the 71 Jutta Racing car of Paul August. Again, pretty inexperienced driver, also from Lithuania, like the team are. Did some GT Italia racing last year at GT3 AM level. That was in a Lamborghini Huracan. And there are comparisons between a Lambo and an Audi in terms of where the engine sits, and it's basically a very similar, if not identical, engine as well, the V10 5.2 litre.
You mentioned inexperience. He's about to be overtaken by Ivo Breukers in a 992 Cup car, and the Audi was definitely holding Ivo up. So Paul August just getting to grips with the level of performance from that Jutta Racing car. And so, you know, just about gathering experience. There's the Hofer car, the Hofer Mercedes. And when you consider that the Kroll family, Michael Kroll, now the only driver in that car bearing that name, when his daughter Chantal, former champion, former women's champion, married Alex Prince. She took on the surname Prince, of course, but it's Chantal, Alexander and Michael Kroll in that car, the number 11 Hofer team, renowned as being a big part of this series. And the talk is that this is their comeback tour. They mentioned that, you remember, we bumped into Michael at the Nürburgring back in May, and we said, you know, are we going to see you back with the Creventic race? They were at the
24 hours.
One of the supports, yeah, and he did tell us that they were planning Barcelona.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure, you know, this is a bit of a research mission to see if they still, and Alex Prince is perhaps not one to gauge off because he loves this.
Yeah.
He was absolutely buzzing there when he was eating his breakfast of, I'm not sure what that was, baby food and muesli or something. I think he'd stolen that from one
famous
of the
old
kids.
mixture.
Yeah.
It's a delicacy here in Barcelona, you know.
Well, you know what? They could have easily, Chantal, Alex, they could have easily have just retired from racing, gotten on with family life. They've now got 2 kids. Their lifestyle dynamic has changed massively, but they are true racers, and their lifestyle dynamic clearly must have to have racing in it.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, their family was brought together by racing.
That's true. Yeah,
so,
yeah. And
so it's in the blood.
The two grandchildren of Michael, Chantal's and Alex's children, they're obviously going to be, you know, familiar with the vagaries of a racing paddock and travelling the world and running around in the paddock. It's great to see them back. Mega to see them back.
We saw them at the Nürburgring because they were competing in the 24 hours with the Hofer Racing BMW on that occasion. Michael and Martin Kroll, the brothers, daughter Chantal, and son-in-law Alexander Prinz, that is to Michael Kroll. So their BMW M3 GTR E46 managed to win the SP6 category at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring at the end of May this year. And despite it being, in fact, the only entry in SP6, it was always regularly racing with other cars in that, and as I say, did reach the end of the 24 Hours. 646 laps now done in this race, the 24 Hours of Barcelona, the Trofeo Fermi Velez, and I mentioned a long time ago that one of my screens was suggesting we might only get to 685 laps. Well, we're now up to potentially 693. Last year's race ran to 695. So again, we're just short of the distance record from 2022. And we will need to stay green all the way to the finish to achieve that. But when it looked like for a long time this was going to be one of the shorter distance races in the 24 Hours, because we'd had quite a number of Code 60s in the opening 6 hours, things rather settled down overnight. We did have one 16-minute Code 60, I think it was around about the 400-lap marker, when we were all, from the Radio Show Limited network at least, neatly tucked up in bed. But it provided an opportunity for a number of the GT3 runners to do a double pit stop. So on sequential laps, you were able to get 50% and then the other 50% of fuel in the dead of night. But that was possibly the longest Code 60 that we've had to this point. And generally, apart from a couple of Code 60s, have we had 2 this morning since we came back, or just the 1? Let's just have a little look. No, the 12th Code 60 saw the 138 car in the gravel. That was just before 8 o'clock this morning. There was then one half an hour later when the 91 Porsche from Herbert retired. And then the most recent Code 60 was at 10:47 local time, when the 977 Rabdan Porsche needed to be recovered from the Turn 3 gravel.
So time ticking by, 94 minutes of this race left. We're getting to that stage. I've been talking about this for a while, Johnny. We're getting to that stage where time is running out for any plan to come to fruition, and I think that is becoming the case here. We've got a very strong run at the front from the WTM Ferrari. Daniel Calvet's doing an absolutely masterful job there at the front of the field there. We were talking about Daniel taking over the car and taking it. He will be able to take it to the finish. He's done 33 minutes in the car now. With 90 minutes remaining, he would be right on the cusp of going over his 2-hour time if he stayed in the car through a next refuel stop. He's last time by 52.025 for the Ferrari. Pierre Caffa chasing him down. The gap is 1 lap as they cycle through. 1 minute 53.4 was Pierre's time. As into the pits and into the fueling area, to be specific, is the number 123. Now the 123 is currently 4th in TCR. It's a number of laps down. It's 8 laps down from the TCR car that's in 3rd. So as that car comes in, it's gonna need attrition to become a factor before that car can see itself on the TCR podium. Currently 4th. But in this situation, you've just got to keep going. You've just got to keep plodding on and keeping that pace as high as you possibly dare at this stage of the race.
So Lamborghini getting fuel for Lippert, also the Rail Equipe Totcar Sport Cupra stopping as well. Their team, the 123 Cupra, will be relatively happy with how things have unfolded to this point. They know this track so well, of course. Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre is also very experienced in this particular event, not only at the Barcelona circuit, but running in the twice around the clock affair. And Sastre, in the short number of years that I've been covering this event, has more or less been an ever-present, I seem to recall. So he's very much a safe pair of hands to be putting the car in the closing stages. He's also, in the mid-2000s, had plenty of experience in the Seat Coppa España Championship. But actually, his first Barcelona 24 hours was only 2019, so beg pardon, he's competed in it 3 times now. First of all, for Top Car Sport, when they were rather tongue-tied way known as, remember these days, Tic-Tap Tot Car Sport.
Yeah, I used to love saying that name.
Yeah, Tic-Tap Tot Car Sport. They must have done that deliberately. Slightly easier to say Rail Équipe by Top Car Sport these days. And they are back, therefore, for a 3rd attack at this race. Didn't happen in 2020 for obvious reasons, but Alvaro was here in 19, 21 and now in 22. We're working lap 650 now. Daniel Kylvitz in the number 22 Ferrari, but the Poulsen Racing BMW is homing in upon Shane Lewis's Mercedes. Now, these 2 cars are not on the same lap. What Poulsen is trying to do is get a lap back again, in fact. But I think, judging by Shane Lewis's pace, well, actually not on the last lap around. Poulsen was marginally quicker than him. Shane Lewis is generally able to extend that gap a little bit on the Dane behind. So America versus Denmark for 3rd and 4th. Mark Basseng in the Huber Racing Porsche running in 5th place. We still have 5 different manufacturers in that top 5 and a mixture of straight GT3 driving lineup, a Pro-Am driving lineup in 2nd and an AM combo in 3rd. So it's Pro-Am, AM, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, which again tells us that things are far more even than the entry list would suggest. Driver change taking place for the 710 car as well, in 14th position. So Gerhard Watzinger, who started the race yesterday and not in fine style because all of a sudden he had to check up because of another spinning Lamborghini Huracan across his nose. And we reckon Watzinger then got a big shove in the back of his Lamborghini from probably Kobe de Bruyke in the 904 Red Camel car. It was a horrible motorway-style accident at the start of the 24 hours this year, which resulted in several damaged cars, all of which have been able to continue, although the RD Science machine heavily delayed, basically having to have one side of its rear suspension rebuilt after only 10 yards of racing. 9:28 into the fueling area. This is Gijs Bessem from 2nd position in 992, but leading the AM category. HRT Performance have 1 AM car and 1 Pro car, and both are on the overall 992 podium, Joe.
Yeah, it's a good run from both of those HRT Performance cars. This is the AM car, and currently on course to take that subclass. The 992 Cup class being led by the Red Ant Racing Porsche, Yannick Redont at the wheel of that. They're on 630 laps. 7 laps behind is this number 928 car, Gijs Bessem. A driver that has been part of this 24-hour series going back to when this series wasn't even a series. It was a one-off race in Dubai all those years ago. And there was at one point, and this was pre-COVID, when Gijs and his good mate Harry Hilders had literally competed in every single 24H series Creventic event. And Gijs, great chap to talk to, always great for a quote. He's now off the fueling and off to his pit garage, and he has got just 1 lap for overall honours in the 992 class on his sister car, Jim Routinen, in the sister car, the 929, currently 3rd, only 1 lap back. So that might be a position change whilst we're in this pit stop phase. We're inside the final 90 minutes by at least a couple of minutes now. And as Mark Basseng brings in the 5th place Huber Racing Porsche, they are 4 laps off the car ahead of them, which is the Poulsen Motorsport BMW. And they are only a matter of seconds ahead of, and they are no longer ahead of the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Roberto Pamanini, as Pamanini goes by whilst that Mark Basseng Huber car stays static on the fueling area. And just looking down the order, we've still got the Labdan car now in the pit lane, having been recovered. I'm not sure what that problem was. We saw that car come to a halt out on the track, and we saw the car then being recovered. But we're not quite sure why and what the issue was.
Yeah, I saw one of the shots from our IV Capital drone camera, which almost looked like a Porsche had gone through 180 degrees and was facing the wrong way on the inside of one of the turns. I know we were rushing to try and get to a pit report with Andrew at the time, so I then kind of forgot about that instantly because of the interesting conversation that was then had with a driver. But 977 wasn't parked in a typical place. Not that there is a typical place to park around the Barcelona circuit necessarily, but it wasn't in a safe location. It was on the inside of, I think, turn 1, if not turn 3, and that's the reason why there was another code 60 to get it recovered. So it's a shame for 977. Been in the garage now for nearly half an hour, and whether we'll see a bit more driving from Saif Alameri or others. Now, that's the Vermeulen car as well, isn't it? So it was driven so well by Thierry Vermeulen in the opening stages yesterday afternoon. At times, they've had a really good run, and clearly that car's carrying very good single-lap pace. They just haven't necessarily had the consistency through each of their longer stints, which is so often a similar tale for many teams in an endurance race. Chairia Nua is now in the fueling area for BBR, and Chairia is in 3rd position in the TCR category, behind Vincent Rademacher for AC Motorsport, and behind Charia's teammate Kantandi Kusiri, fellow Thai driver.
At this stage, Johnny, that is our European champion-elect,
yes.
The 159. They were in contention with the Wolf Power car and the Honda Motorsport car. They're both retirements. So right now, this car, the 159 BBR entry, is pulling away from the fueling area. Chiraya Nua bringing the car into its pit garage where, yep, that's the 23 car that we're looking at the moment. That is also in the pits, and that's the car that we mentioned, Mark Basseng bringing that car in. A bit of an update on the lead battle. It's still very much tight enough lap time wise where we're seeing no real progress being made from Pierre Caffer. Daniel Kelvitz doing an absolutely sterling job there, lapping, pretty much matching Pierre Caffer's times. 151.768 last time by Pierre Caffer, 151.689. Yeah, the gap comes down by mere fractions, but not enough really to impose any kind of pressure on the leading Ferrari. And Shane Lewis, of course, a further 4 laps behind in 3rd, 2 laps ahead of Poulsen BMW. He's lapping in 53.1 and just managing that CP Racing Mercedes to the end of this race. The 928, Johnny, that car has now left the pit lane. It's lost the 992 AM lead. Mirko van Oostrum has now taken the wheel of the 928, and it's dropped behind the 908 numbered Laurent Misbach, and that's the Sebaju Racing by Duvo. They've taken the lead of the 992 AM class and 3rd overall in the 992 class. The 992 AM being a subclass, of course. 3rd in that subclass, currently 5th in the 992 class overall is the 360 Racing team. Rafael Suzuki at the wheel of that car. And there's the 910 into the pits. That car way down the order though, and lost a lot of time, did the E2P Racing Porsche. 516 laps completed there, so they're just enjoying the rest of their race really in that car, that Porsche there. Into the pits and into the fueling area has gone the 929. Jim Ruitinen currently 3rd in 992. That's the pro car of the HRT performance outfit, and that car now on 625 laps. That's a good chunk of laps away from the class leader there, the Red Ant Racing on 633 laps. 3rd place HRT performance on 625, so it's a strong lead for the leading 992 category.
Yeah, and they've been kind of building that through the course of the race, gradually, bit by bit, but it's been, a labour of love from the start of the race, pretty much. They had threats from the 909 Red Camel car, from the 977 Rabdan machine in the early phase, but they didn't let that put them off their stride. It was a question of keeping Sam de Jonge at the wheel in the early stages. He had a good dive with Rick Breukers, I seem to remember, and then they went about their normal rotation of drivers, and it's proved to be very strong indeed for the Belgian squad. Red Ant Racing and Yannick Redont, where the team name comes from pretty much, family Redont, turned that into Red Ant, and makes it a very cool outfit with two cars, 903 and 904. 903 has had much the better run after 904 was had all of the nose of that car caved in after not even a lap completed in the race. Mirko van Oostrum, the Estonian for HRT Performance, running in second place when you group the 992s together, but leading the AM division. And then it is Jim Rautanen for HRT as well, the driver from Finland, now getting some fuel. And a Porsche Cup car can go a bit further than a GT3, so I'm just wondering whether, you know, an hour and 20 minutes away from the checkered flag, these Porsche Cup cars might just be able to make that. It's going to be tight, and one or two might not want to take the risk. If they're not in a leading position, why would you risk the car conking out somewhere on the back of Barcelona circuit? Mind you, the Creventic rules would still allow you to take the finish even if you don't cross the line. It's not like Le Mans. As long as you've done a certain amount of the race distance, comparing that to your class winner, then you will get a race result.
So when the car refuels, we've mentioned the electronic fob that the team presents to the refueling rig. That registers what car it is, that then allows that car to take its fuel allocation. But what happens when the car has finished refueling? On the 24H Series app, the competitors have an app, and that refueling rig sends that engineer for that car a message to say exactly how much fuel that the car has taken. So the engineer from there can then measure, I've got, 110 litres on the car, I can go X amount of laps. So the engineers will be all over that. They'll know exactly how, they may even be asking their drivers to fuel save, which is a bit of a black art form in itself.
Yeah, what it won't tell you, because you don't get a text message to tell you how much fuel is actually in the car. It'll tell you how much fuel you've just taken.
Yeah.
And then you need to have done all the relevant calculations to go, all right, we've still not quite got a full tank, but we've got 95% of it, for instance. But that relies on you still doing your bit of the spreadsheet as well as that text message via the 24H Series app. It's all very clever stuff these days in modern motor racing. Here is Andrew Marriott, who remembers the good old days as well.
Well, good old days. I'm with Mark Bassing, who, of course, was the FIA GT1 world champion. It's 12 years ago now, Mark, long time.
Yeah, you're absolutely true, but still one of the most memorable moments in my career, definitely.
What about this Huber team here? You've been doing a good job, but not quite at the front.
Yeah, it's the first time for the team with a GT3R, the first time in Creventic. I think for this we're doing quite a good job, but it's normal, you're not coming and saying, yeah, Herbert, we are faster than them. You need to accept that the teams are here, they have more experience, but for this I think we're making a good job, definitely.
Now, we always think of you as a Porsche racer, but if I remember, you once broke the outright lap record for the Nürburgring in a road car in a Pagani Zonda, yeah. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I'm a freelancer in the end who pays to get the service. And I know Horacio Pagani personally from some other events, and he had this crazy idea with the Pagani Zonda Air to go to the Nordschleife. And yeah, already, I don't know, it's even as well, 10 years ago we went 7:46 or something like that. That's a quite fast time, and the engine was so nice of the car, the sound of the V12, brilliant.
I presume the circuit was shut, so there was no other vehicles on it.
Yeah, that is like before the industry pool, you have half an hour, and after the industry pool, before the tourist traffic starts, this is where you can do record runs.
I guess you could talk around every single corner of the Nordschleife in your sleep, could you?
Yeah, people ask me how many kilometers I have on the Nordschleife. I tried to count, but it's over 100,000 kilometers with a race car on the Nordschleife. And if my name is connected to success, I think in Germany it's even more the Nordschleife than a FIA GT1 World Championship time.
It's great to talk to you. I've been racing best part 25 years, I think.
I think 28, yeah.
You still enjoy it, I can see. And forming a good relationship with this team. Will we see you back in the Creventic?
I don't know this year, maybe next year. It's like a one-off event. This year we want to see with our driver, Jörg Dreiser, who is the guy who is bringing everything together. I think he enjoyed the weekend really a lot. So I'm quite convinced we will be back.
Mr. Nürburgring, Mark Bassing.
Yeah, a real superstar, and fantastic that we could catch up with him. But he's been winning titles as recently as 2021 as well. Not on the Nürburgring, but in fact doing well in the Spa 24 hours in 2021, winning the AM category within that for T2 racing. But so many kilometres completed from Mark Bassing, and what did he say that lap time was? 7 minutes, something or other. And that didn't include the Grand Prix track at any point, but the Nordschleife alone. You can go to YouTube and see the onboard footage of that phenomenal lap from Mark Bassing when the whole of the track was closed. And he did the Nürburgring 24 hours this year, in fact, as well. Would you believe, in a Hyundai Elantra TCR car. That just shows you how enthusiastic this guy is for motor racing. It doesn't have to be the big beefy GT1 cars of old, but he'll do it in a front-wheel drive 2-litre turbocharged car as well. Bassing, though, back at the wheel of a GT3 this weekend. The Huber Racing Porsche, which is now heading into turn 5, and out the other side, Alexander Schwarzer, his teammate, at the wheel of car 23 right now. And there are a couple of laps, lap and a half maybe, between Alexander and the next car ahead of him, Roberto Pampanini's Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. Fuel going into the Simpson Motorsport Audi RS3. Will Neal having just brought that car in. They've been going about their business quietly but assuredly, and should be on for a pretty good result. Top 5 within the touring cars.
They just seem to be having good crack.
Yeah.
They've never really been in contention for any class win there, but I'm not sure that's was very high on their list. And considering just how competitively, the spirit of Matt Neal's competitive instinct is, I think he's just totally enamoured with competing with these two boys. And they've just had a steady run. They've just been continuing going round and round. They're 5th in TCR, 560 laps completed. They're quite a way off the car ahead of them in 4th, and they're just having a ball.
Let's go straight back to the pits and Andrew Marriott.
At Redant Racing, Jimmy de Broeke's just taken his helmet off, toweling himself down. It's Jimmy, pretty hot work out there. The temperature's really come up again now. Hot work on the track. Hot work here now. It's really hot.
It's really hot now. It's coming, but it's okay. It's okay.
Been having a good race. You're still there. The car's still fine, Jimmy.
Yeah, the car is very fine. We just had in the beginning a little accident, but for the rest the car is very, very, very good.
Go and have a shower.
Thank you.
Jimmy de Broeke's. I'm not sure if they're father and son or brothers. The de Broeke's at Redant.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, Redant, a real key player, have become so this year, and a little bit of last as well. They don't only run Porsche Cup cars in longer distance stuff. They had a couple of cars here for the sprint races in the Benelux Championship 2 weeks ago. They were 30-minute races, and I never did get to the bottom of whether some of the chassis used in those sprint races were then used in this event as well. There will have been some adjustment necessary, no doubt about it. And also interesting within the Benelux Championship, it's 3-layered like the British Carrera Cup. So you've got Pro, Pro-Am and Am, but the Am cars you are allowed ABS, whereas in the Pro-Am and the Pro you're not. So it's interesting going into the braking area because the Ams actually make up a load of time. Right. They're just slamming the middle pedal, and the Am drivers who aren't quick through the corners sometimes causing the Pro-Ams a bit of a difficulty because you think you pass somebody and then round the outside they can do you into the corner again. So it's an interesting dynamic. I would imagine to be entered into 992 or 991 you've got to be all the same spec within this. I don't think we've got the complication where pro cars are on to a certain technical spec and the Am cars otherwise. The difference is the driver combination, and simply that.
And we saw how quick those Cup cars are. That footage we had of Ivo Breukers being tripped by a GT3 Audi R8. And that was through the corner. They are a very, very proper race car. They've got a massive straight line speed. They haven't quite got the aerodynamic performance of a GT3 spec car, but over a lap, they achieve their lap time in very different ways. They've got to be a little bit slower into and out the corner. Remember the 911, tricky car to drive at the best of times with all that engine and gearbox outside of the rear axle, so you've got that pendulum effect. And race drivers have told me that, you know, to get the best out of a 911, you have to have it really, really on the edge, and on the edge of, you know, but monitoring that slide in the rear, not enough to destroy tyres, because it's so easy. You see it in the sprint races, don't you, in Carrera Cup, whether it be the UK or the Benelux, the cars are absolutely on a knife edge, and you can see oversteer being the way forward.
Let's go back to pit lane and a bit more from who you found this time, Andrew.
Yeah, we're up down Motorsport, the 997 Porsche in the garage, as you said. About 3 men underneath it now. I don't know what they're going to do, because I'm told that it lost oil pressure, and basically oil pressure went to zero, and that's never a good sign. I'm just walking around the car. It's got lots of different marks. It had quite a few incidents. On the left front here, there's a mark. The splitters pitty tatty. There's marks on the right front as well. There's a shape of somebody else's tyre there. Yeah, it's been in the wars, this car, but I think it's unlikely they're going to get it going again for the finish. But they're giving it a good shot at Rabdown Motorsport. It's great to have them here, but the boys just trying to sort it out. But yeah, I think they're on a bit of a battle, to be honest.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do if you've lost oil pressure, other than stripping the engine down and replacing things like oil pumps and stuff. You're pretty much, you know, there's only so far you can go. And there's only 1 hour and 10 minutes. The car, they've kind of had on a life support machine for a chunk of time now, haven't they?
Yeah.
Just getting the car to go around and getting the car back in there, and they've done a cracking job to get this far, just so close to the finish. You know, Hugh Chamberlain always said, what's the best time to go out of a 24-hour race? You know, is it earlier, or is it, you know, just before the end? It's very cruel losing a car with 1 hour and 10 minutes to go. Actually, his straightforward answer was before the bars close.
On the Saturday night, yeah, 100%. Well, then, you know, you've invested some time, but at least you can get a nice evening of drinking in, and you don't have to worry about staying up all night. You've all of a sudden inherited a night's sleep that you didn't expect you were going to be getting. But, yeah, you really feel for those that have come so close to the end of the race. I suppose the nice thing about the rules in Creventic is that if you are this far into the race, generally speaking, you're going to be classified as long as you've put in a number of laps to this point. That can't be said for those at the tail end of our timing screen, because they're already short of laps because of their difficulties early on. But I mean, is the ruling 75%, 70% of your class winner?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
I'd
I'd have to clarify that. I mean, there's certainly, I mean, the Spirit of the Race Award will be going ahead in not that long before we make that award, and certainly one of the contenders for that award would be the Rabdown team, you know, because of that spirit of the race, of just keeping the car going and pushing on. And another contender, of course, Red Camels Jordan. Their car was absolutely destroyed, the front end, and this really did show true racing spirit. Another contender is the Porsche Club, the Porsche Cup paddock, because it was the gathering of spare parts from that Porsche Cup, those Porsche Cup competitors, that enabled Ivo Breukers, who was spotted in the paddock with arms full of Porsche bits, gathering them up, and he'd been just basically scrounging in the paddock. Have you got a spare this? Have you got a spare nose? Have you got a spare wheel arch? Have you got a spare bottom wishbone? You know, and they eventually got that car back running again. They're not anywhere in contention, and he's exactly where they are. 477 laps completed, and the leading 992 class, which is their class, 641. That didn't stop them getting back in the race, though. Fabian Dance in the pits now with that car, and it's about, with an hour to go, has he got a chance to, they're currently 33rd overall at that, they may have a chance to get 32nd, because the car ahead of them is the Wolf Power Racing Audi, and that car has been retired for some time now. So you never know. That you know, that's the kind of thing that we're looking for. But we're going to be looking for awarding that Spirit of the Race award, and we'll have the conclusion of that and the announcement of that, I should say, quite shortly. It's Diana is prowling the pits there, and the trophy's been wiped down with a wet wipe and getting ready for that presentation.
Yeah, we don't have any COVID on the trophy by any stretch, so it'll be disinfected as we speak. But plenty of hands trying to grasp hold of the Spirit of the Race award in the closing stages. Decision yet to be officially taken by us, the commentary team. But I'm guessing that award, Joe, will happen in the final hour. We're 7 minutes away now, so somewhere in that final 60 minutes, we will have official confirmation.
Just after, about maybe 10 minutes away, Johnny.
All right,
about 10 minutes.
So we'll do the standings with an hour to go.
Yeah,
and then maybe a little highlights package as well of the last few hours of the race, and then think about the Spirit of the Race award. But I'm sure many of you will have had some thoughts as well. But this time we get to vote on the Spirit of the Race for the Barcelona 24 hours. 85 CP Racing is in pit lane. Shane Lewis. This will be the car's final pit stop, all being well, because it can comfortably do an hour and 3 or 4 minutes, I would imagine, especially if the final driver is a little fleet of foot and is able to lift and coast into certain corners if they do need to conserve some fuel. But generally speaking, a Mercedes AMG can do about an hour or a little more if needed, despite its very thirsty 6.2 litre V8 in the nose of that car, which is still one of the best sounding GT engines at this event, standing high up, even higher than our commentary box a little earlier on last night. You could always tell when an AMG was thundering through. Something about that naturally aspirated 6 litre engine, the big banger in the front of that Mercedes. Ferrari slightly quieter these days and set to have a different engine note in 2023, because it's going to no longer be a V8. It'll be a little 3 litre V6 in the new Ferrari 296 for 2023. I've seen 1 or 2 publicity shots, but we're very much looking forward to that car hitting the track in anger from 2023 in the hands of all of the professional teams. We won't be seeing that at Le Mans, though. And we will, of course. There is now the future of GT3 racing at Le Mans, but that's going to be from 2024, isn't it? Just trying to remember where all the years slot into one another. But GT Am at Le Mans is eventually, or GT is essentially going to become GT Am for a Pro Am driving lineup for the older GTE cars for next year. And then after that, some sort of GT3 Plus category at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but that will mean that the Ferrari 296 will be eligible in customer hands, you have to think. And before that, Ferrari will be back in the top flight of Le Mans competition in the hypercar class. So if you're a fan of the Prancing Horse, very exciting times to be a fan indeed for the Tifosi back in Italy, or indeed if you're here in Spain as well. I'm sure there are plenty of Ferrari fans here on site right now too. And it's looking good for your brand in the 488 GT3.
Are there anyone who's not secretly a Ferrari fan?
Probably not, actually.
I mean, I'm a Ferrari. Go back to Niki Lauda in Formula One days, you know, Ferrari.
Yeah.
Even though I don't really support. I only support my football team. I just like to see good racing. And there's something right about a Ferrari at the front of any field. I mean, in the same token, Johnny, there's something right about an Audi R8 at the front.
True.
Or a Mercedes AMG at the front.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a shock to many people that my favourite brand is blatantly Alfa Romeo. I'm an Alfaholic, and actually Enzo Ferrari began on the production line at Alfa and realised these are quite smart cars, but I could probably make an even better brand than that, and eventually set up Ferrari. So there's a bit of arch rivalry between Alfa and Ferrari, and that's what makes me think sometimes I shouldn't be a fan of the Prancing Horse. But you're right, you kind of secretly are. They're everybody's second team in a sense.
Yeah, I mean,
unless you're a Porsche fan, you might feel a bit different there.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. But even Porsche fans, I think their dark secret is the fact
they all love
that
Ferrari.
they all not that bothered when Ferrari win.
Okay.
In any kind of form of mode. And they're coming out of the World Endurance Championship sports car racing with a hypercar, remember?
Well, we will. I mean, we'll have Porsche versus Ferrari in the top class at Le Mans.
Absolutely, phenomenal.
And BMW, and Peugeot, and Toyota, and Cadillac. You know, just what an amazing phase of top-level, world-class sports car racing we're potentially going to go into. But it's interesting to me where the GTs will fit in at Le Mans. And well, it was announced earlier in the year that we will have some sort of GT3 derived category, and therefore the new Ferrari within that will find a home at the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well. But what about this championship? Because, you know, are we going to see at Dubai, the first round of next year's series, the Ferrari 296 make a debut? I'm sure in some customer hands it certainly will do. Rounding turn number 12, a Porsche that has been putting in some sterling years of competition. This version of the 911 GT3, which is the GT3R, and the 991 Gen 2. So we're not yet at 992s for the GT3 car. 992s, of course, are a cup car now and have been since last year, but still the Gen 2 991 for the GT3s. And the Dynamic Motorsport car, their example has been climbing up the order slowly and surely. Roberto Pampanini's just come into the pits again for their final stop, all being well. Christian Poulsen taking on fuel in the 4th place BMW. 1 hour to go. They'll make it fine on fuel as well to the finish. So it's not a surprise to see so many of the GT3 cars that have been at the sharp end, mainly at the sharp end of the GT Series field, now making their final visit to the fueling area and to their individual garages. In TCE, the class leader is still the BBR Cupra Leon Competition, for now Grant Supapong, and Supapong's took charge of that car, how long ago? 17 minutes, so he'll be fine to the finish as well. And they will have fueled that car to the end with a Cupra Leon Competition car, pretty easily able to do 1 hour and 20 minutes in the closing stages. Just a minute away from midday, morning turning to afternoon here at Barcelona, and there'll be less than 60 minutes on the clock for the remaining competitors. So a big hurdle about to be crossed with that first column of numbers about to read 0. It'll be 59 minutes and 59 seconds. And everyone that's made it this far will be very happy with their achievement, but thinking, we're still not there yet. I mean, some GT races run to 60 minutes, so there is still a long way to go, and chance for this race to bite at the very last minute. But now exactly 12 o'clock on 666 laps. That's often a bad number for people. I wonder how far we were actually going to get to in response to the laps expected. Need to check this particular screen for that whilst it loads up. Still not quite on course for 6. Actually, we are on course for 695 now, and that's exactly the number we reached last year when Herbert were victorious. So can we manage 28 laps in the final hour, which would equal last year's running distance? Wochenspiegel Team Monschau and their racing Ferrari, number 488, for Daniel Kylwitz leading the way. He has been driving that car now for 1 hour and 10 minutes, so cannot go to the finish in terms of drive time. Pierre Caffer has come down pit road, took charge of that car in the last stop, and they'll be taking their final slug of fuel to get them through this 60 minutes to the checkered flag. So the Audi for Phoenix Racing getting their fuel stop done nice and early. The Ferrari, though, staying out and still owes us a pit stop.
Yeah, what time did, how long has Pierre been in the car? Am I right in thinking he was outside of that 2-hour window when he took the car over? He got in just behind Daniel Kylwitz, didn't he? And they came out the pit lane pretty much together. We'll check that. He's still in the fueling area, so he needs about 60 minutes of fuel.
I reckon he got on board at 10:52, so he's just done a stint of 1 hour and 8 minutes. And
right.
Because it was 10:52, he can only go to 12:52.
Yes.
And therefore you've got this awkward splash and dash at the end. Well, it's not a splash and dash because he needs the fuel. The fuel will be fine. He's going to run out of minutes to be able to drive the car. So they don't want to be pitting that car. It's just ended up in quite an awkward misstep, if you like, where, with about 4 laps to go, Caffer's going to have to come in and give the car to somebody else.
Yes. Now, whether they do that now
Could do.
Yeah, it makes
That
sense.
would make sense,
actually. Yeah.
Of course, you should be team manager, Joe.
Give that a try.
Yeah, do the driver change now. You don't have to do the extra stop. It means you're not going to get Pierre Caffer for 5/6 of the hour, so you're going to lose some pace in that respect. But you would imagine Phoenix Racing have now given up on their chance of overtaking WTM Racing on the track, so settled for second, in no immediate danger of losing second from CP Racing. So it's about cementing those positions now that Phoenix Racing have worked so hard for. Looking like second place for the German team.
Yeah, dropping down the order as they take on that fuel, of course, by dint of the Ferrari staying out. And we have that car now moving off the fueling area and making its way, like it is in slow motion, and making its way to their garage, where we'll see what the plan is for the Phoenix car. Yep, driver change. Is that Ellie Earhart getting back into the car? Can't quite tell. It's tall enough to be. Pierre, job done for the week. As the fresh Hankook rubber going on the tyres there, well-drilled team, as you would expect from the Phoenix team. Driver just being assisted in belting up there, and the driver netting. Oh, wow, how efficient was that, Johnny? They knew it was all about getting that car in and out as quickly as possible.
So no, not even a thought about doing tyres on that car. They did tyres. Oh, okay.
Tyres, full service.
Why would you do?
Give him he needs maximum handling.
Yeah.
Now, to chase down that Ferrari.
Yeah.
The Ferrari.
It's 3 laps, though. It's 2 and a bit laps to try and close in.
Yeah, I know. It's massive, isn't it?
The difference is though that the Ferrari that leads the race still needs to come in and take a stop as well. So yes, when you've got nothing to lose, I suppose you might as well give Elliott the best handling of Audi.
Yeah.
As it can be this late in the race. Bear in mind, you know, the ideal setup will have long gone. They will have had that for the first chunk of the race, and then bits start being knocked off it. They go over a few curbs. You know, tracking's maybe sent slightly out, suspension geometry as well. So you're by no means going to be driving an ideal race car this far into a 24-hour race, but give it nice new sticky Hankook tyres and see what happens. It's about applying scoreboard pressure some of the time, and the WTM Racing Ferrari, with its all-pro lineup, might have always been slightly out of touch from teams like Phoenix and CP because they are running Pro-Am and Am respectively. It is nice for the GT3 class structure, though, to have actually one of each driver combo in the provisional podium slots. You've got a Pro car leading, you've got a Pro-Am car second overall, you've got an Am car third overall, and each of them are very different manufacturers as well.
Recognising drivers by their body shape has become a bit of a skill set for me, and it was indeed Ellie Earhart who got into the number 18 Phoenix. So Ellie's mission is to keep the pressure on, and all Elia can do is lap that car now as quickly as possible. There is the Hofer car, still on a bit of a recovery drive after that issue with broken suspension. It's Max Bartel at the wheel of that car, and he will run that car to the finish. Or maybe not, with 53 minutes to go. Max has been in the car for... Yeah, he's only just took over that car, so he's in that car to the end. He's probably going to be the finishing driver. Plenty of time for a full tank now with 53 minutes remaining. As Kilvit's 1 hour and 14, getting towards 1 hour and 15 stint time. Daniel, fuel-wise, I'm not sure, can probably go another 15 minutes on that fuel.
Little bit of damage perhaps on the back of the 11 car, or was that just an optical illusion? I thought that maybe, yeah, the light's not, the rear light cluster not quite fitting in that car on the rear right as well as it did at the start of the race. That is the same car that Hofer have had for a couple of seasons now. It's in a very different wrap for 2022 and their return to the 24H series, but it's the the tried and tested machine that they brought out to proceedings in 2020 when those AMGs were evoed up, if that's a word. Brand new nose to that car and a slight engine upgrade as well, making a very nicely handling car that gives you plenty of warning if it's about to have a sideways moment. There's always that window of being able to mop up the odd moment in an AMG. Quite a forgiving car, therefore, and perfect if you're a non-pro driver. And it's a similar situation, actually, with the new 992 Porsche Cup car. Fabrizio Broggi was making this point. The double wishbone front suspension on the 992 Porsche means that the turning is far more reactive now, and that's the reason why Willi Motorsport want to get their hands on a new 992. That is the plan for 2023, upgrading to the latest spec. And also the power delivery is more consistent. So one or two drivers were telling me during the Benelux weekend here at Barcelona that 25% of the throttle application means 25% power, whereas in the older cars you could put it to sort of 50% and you were getting like 100% of the power, and that last bit of the pedal really made no difference. Now the power kicking in is much more gradual and much more controllable in the 992 car. So Porsche have made some really good strides in the right direction for an AM driver friendly car, which was not necessarily the priority, because they're designing a car really for a sprint Carrera Cup races. But I suppose within that, you've also got the AM element. A lot of Carrera Cup championships around the world have Pro and AM. The Benelux and the Great Britain Championship also have Pro-Am as well. So it needs to be an accessible car to drivers of all talents.
This is where the gap between first and second will come back to that Phoenix Audi. Daniel Kielwitz brings the WTM Ferrari into the pits for fuel. He's been in the pits now for coming on 90 seconds. That's a chunk of fuel going into the Ferrari. Needs just over 50 minutes of fuel to get him to the finish, and a cool down lap, of course. And while that Ferrari finishes off its pit stop, Johnny, it's that time now to consider the announcement of our Spirit of the Race Award winner. And we've decided that the Spirit of the Race Award will go to the Hofer team, the number 11 Mercedes, and especially the Kroll family. They have been a big part of this series, former champions, overall champions. Chantel Kroll, now Chantel Prince, haven't raced for about 3 years and have returned to the series this weekend. They've been away. Now Chantel and her husband Alex Prince at the wheel, drivers in that team. They've been off and created a family, 2 kids. And this is, for me, showing true spirit of races. It's the Spirit of Races Award this week, Johnny, because they're not happy to sit at home and just, bask in their glory of creating this family. They're all about wanting to go racing, and there's, the word is that Michael's intent on coming back for a full series next year. So let's head down to the pits, where Dinah Binks is at the Hofer garage and ready to award and make this award for the Barcelona 24-hour Spirit of the Race Award to Hofer Racing and the Kroll family.
Thank you very much, Joe. Well, I'm not sure Chantel actually knows what's going on. I don't think you could hear any of that. Obviously, I've got something different. Of course not. Chantel, we've decided to award you the Spirit of the Race Award for your commitment, family commitment to motorsport, and how you've managed to juggle family life, come back to racing, and that passion that you have for it. So Ole from Creventic Series will present that to you now. So obviously, it's the last few years have been quite different. You've been juggling family life with your passion for racing. How did you find the sort of mutual ground to do that?
Well, I wasn't juggling that much because I have been in the GT3 car now for the first time after 3.5 years. So no juggling, just waiting to come back. But then soon I got my daughter Amelie in 19, so that's the last race we also did with the GT3 car. And my father, my husband were driving, and I couldn't because Amelie was in my belly, so I had to wait. And then pretty soon after, we got pregnant again. So again, no time for the GT3 car, and my father was like, well, it's a family thing, so they won't drive either. They wait for me, and that's why it took so long to come back. But
and it's great to see, obviously, you know, you still have the passion to be racing as well as driving. It's just part of your life.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
It's great to see that you still have the passion for racing, and it's still very much part of your future and life.
It is, yeah. It's a lot of fun, but now I have to get back to good times. Like here, I was struggling a lot. I have to get more routine, and that's just what's missing after 3.5 years. But let's see. Maybe we come again next year, and I get faster again.
Is that the plan, to be back for a full season?
We haven't planned it yet, so this race was a race to see how it goes, if we still have fun, if we can find the spirit again, and then we will discuss it after Barcelona, so we will see.
So what's your thoughts? You've maybe had a time to reflect of being back in the car and what's going on this weekend. What's your thoughts on that now?
Well, I mean, I enjoyed it a lot. I don't know about my father who's sleeping back there, so but I enjoy it. And I mean, my husband Alex, he loves it, and he was like the racer of this race in our team, I think, with his time. So maybe we come back.
Okay. Well, enjoy the presentation we've given you today, the Spirit of the Race Award, Chantel. Many thanks for all your contribution.
Thank you very much for everything. Thank you, Ole.
Congratulations to Hofer Racing and the Kroll family. Chantel, we first came across Chantel as Chantel Kroll, but as you heard there, Chantel married Alex, who's not just her husband, but a teammate at this race, Johnny, and it's great to see them back. I jokingly said that Chantel and Alexander, with 2 small kids, would be catching up on their sleep doing a 24-hour race. I still stand by that. I mean, I had kids of my own, and so hopefully they're caught up on some sleep. But they've had a bit of a mixed running, haven't they, here at Barcelona? They're down the order. They've, by Chantel's own admission there, not quite up to speed yet, having had 3.5 years out of a race car, and you would imagine that's exactly what we would expect. But considering, they've met that adversity that they've met, they've had a suspension failure, they've had an accident where they got damage, and they've kept the car running, the car's still going round. Their driver at the moment, Max Bartel, is still doing 152s, and that's very much on the pace, and it's just that bad luck during the night time hours that have really put them out of contention. But you know what, I could see in Chantel's eyes, she mentioned there, we've come back to see if we still have the passion and the spirit. We spoke to Michael, we spoke to Alex, we spoke to Chantal, and they clearly have the passion.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, there is another meeting to take place this year, which they haven't yet committed to, but I think Alex Brins was almost on the cusp of telling us that he would be at Kuwait. I mean, they've realised, it makes a lot of sense if they then want to go on to Dubai as well, as Rayleigh Keep by Top Car Sport are dealing with a drama here. The tyre's gone down.
The brake disc has come away from.
Yeah, but there's not much air in the tyre either.
Yeah,
I don't think.
I think the front left suspension has collapsed.
Yeah.
Inside that whether that's cause or effect, but then you can see shards of metal there, big time, coming from inside, and that's basically the brake disc cutting away at the inside of that wheel rim. You see the aluminium coming from inside the wheel there, just it's grinding away, and there we see a good indication of just what's happened there. The hub has collapsed, so the hub is kind of missing, so the brake disc is fallen into the wheel is ground away on the inside of that wheel, the aluminium just broken away, and that's what the problem is with this car. Right here at the very end, the 123 numbered car, currently 4th in TCR. It was chasing down that final podium position in TCR, and this is perhaps the answer now. They're not going to do that because that's not the work of a moment.
No.
That's going to take them some time. 43 minutes remaining. They might get the car out towards the end to cross the line and see the checkered flag.
And the trail of splintered metal running all the way back down several metres of the pit lane. Great work from Sebastian, again, our cameraman, to track that. It's like a breadcrumb trail to the 123 Cupra. But as I say, barely any air left in that Hankook tyre as well, so
I would think, Johnny, that the brake disc has ground its way through the aluminium wheel.
Yeah.
That's then caused a gap to appear, the air has been lost through that gouge.
Forced off the wheel rather than an actual puncture. It's actually the glue that has not failed, but the glue's just been tested to its very stickiness and actually forced the tyre off the wheel rim. So that's why the air was leaking out of that. But yes, you're right. The cause is this major suspension failure. And these are red-hot components. Let's not forget about that. So that's why the guy that's whipping them away at speed has got thermal gloves on, as has the other mechanic from Top Car Sport as well.
Still hot with them gloves on.
Oh, yeah.
Still mad.
Just like I remember the year that Audi's were failing at Le Mans, and they were having to change the turbochargers in the race, and even through the thermal gloves they were getting burns and sores through gloves that are supposed to protect against many thousands of degrees of heat. Here's Diana Binks. She can't be too far away from the Ray L'Equipe car. In fact, you're there in shot, Diana.
I'm there, I am, yes. Basically, they put the jacks down on the car, so it was statutory in the pit lane, and now they brought the trolley wheels out to bring it in. It looked like they were going to start working it on the pit lane. They've suddenly realised that, no, they can't do that, so there's a bit of frantic activity around here. They pushed it back into the garage now, and there's several members of the team with the air guns trying to keep it cool, trying to break those brake discs and not touch the wrong thing without the gloves on, which they need to do. But they've got it back into the garage, and now you can, well, you can't see, but on the pit lane, on the tarmac, there's lots of debris, as you mentioned. Joe, I think, was describing it. In that, quite a long line of that, actually, which could affect other cars if they pick that up as they come out, and it goes quite a way down. So I suspect they need to look at that pit lane exit, certainly up between garages 27 through to 30. There's sort of that trail coming all the way up, Johnny.
Yeah, metal shards, even though it might just be aluminium, could still wreak havoc with brand new or indeed used Hankook tyres. Generally speaking, I think that, a race tyre is thick enough to deal with very, very small shards, but I'm sure one of the RACC marshals will be quick down there to try and sweep that up as quickly as possible. They'll have to operate, though, around teams that still want to do a final pit stop in these final 45 minutes and not get in the way of that. But it's just another one of those curveballs thrown not only to Ray L'Equipe, but to other teams that want to get down pit road in and out as quickly as possible. Potential hazard there too.
That those shards of aluminium wheel there, you don't want to drive across them, end up getting a little bit of a shard of sharp, gouged aluminium that then spends its time macheting its way through to puncture the tyre. So hopefully they'll hoover that up and vacuum that up and get that out of the way and clean that pit apron before anybody chances that one. Very bad luck at this stage of any motor race. But you know what, Johnny? They've been going for 23 and a half hours now, and they've been going longer than 23 and a half hours because we practiced, we qualified, and then we started the race yesterday afternoon, and those cars have been belting around this circuit. And is it any surprise that we do end up with a little bit of metal fatigue here and there? These are all just bits of metal bolted together, and we kind of become a little bit complacent as to the attrition of a modern day endurance race. It was very common to see cars, a field of 38 cars. You'd be lucky if you had 8 cars finish back in the 60s and 70s on occasions.
And actually, the more fashionable way of going endurance racing these days is using sprint cars in a 24-hour race. And, you've got sprint components some of the time being tested to their very limit. Admittedly, in the TCR world now, because that level of team are taking a touring car motor racing, they've worked out a way of remachining or redesigning key components so that they will last the distance. But this place has got some brutal curbs in places, particularly at the chicane. You're approaching at high speed at turn 9, for example, where the Red Camel's car, the Duvo Racing car rather, has just gone through, and down towards the left-hander at turn 10. And that's the 908, therefore. But rumble strips that will vibrate key components on a car, and sometimes if you whack a curb you might think, oh, I got away with that. It's not until an hour later then something goes bang because it's been a progression or failure. You've always got to be aware of that.
Yeah, crack a component that just sits there, working its way loose. Yeah. This is, of course, as a race driver, you put all of that speculation to the back of your mind. You saw what happened to Rick Breukers there, going into the first turn and having a brake failure and the car going straight on. He became literally a passenger. He had no control over the car. And, you know, frightening occurrence when you go over that brake pedal at the last possible moment and there's nothing there and the car's still hurtling forward. Certainly grabbed his attention, no doubt. So as a race driver, you've got to put those thoughts to the back of your mind and just, you know, rely upon the component parts of the particular car you're driving, put utmost trust in your crew and the mechanics that put the cars together. And when you think about it, the rate of attrition here is quite low, relatively speaking. We've had engine issues across the board. We had two of the main runners, actually, the 91 Urbith car, the Porsche going out with oil pressure problems, possibly related to a radiator issue. We had the number one, the Samantha BMW, ST Racing's BMW, going out with a head gasket failure. I mean, that's quite rare these days.
Yes.
Both of those issues are quite rare.
I know, and again, you know, in these longer distance races, you do get sort of old school failures still creeping in the more modern sprint type GT races. By sprint, I mean 1 and 2 hour races. Very unusual to get a head gasket go, but that's what I like about 24-hour races, is it does really test a car to its absolute limit, and you get massive key components crying enough like that. 677 laps now completed. We're working 678. Can we still get to the distance we managed in 2021? Still on course for 695, which is exactly the same number of laps as last year's race.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Is it really?
If we get there, and if we don't get another
green,
code 60, green to the finish would be very helpful in order to do that.
That's quite unique, that.
I'd say
exactly the same amount of laps.
I'd say it is unique, yeah.
Well, we wait and see. We've still got 35 minutes here, JP.
And what I need to do is try and work out the record distance in this race. I'm assuming it is 695, but I should probably double check on that. It's certainly way more than we used to get when this was a touring car race, because we got the pace massively when we introduced GT3s a few years ago. So it'll be up there, without a doubt. Yeah, 695 completed by Daniel Alleman, Ralph Bone, Alfred Renau, Robert Renau in 2021. And they reached 24 hours and 4 seconds. We didn't even get more minutes. We got 24 hours and 4.5 seconds. So they must have been coming out of 16 just as the 24 hours was up, and that was the checkered flag. A fight, a nice one, developing now within the Porsche Cup class between Sébastien Lajou in his own entered car by Duvo Racing, that is the 908, and he's being chased down by Finnish star Antti Burri. And Antti, not long been in the GT element of the race. He's always used to pedal TCR cars very quickly in this series, and many years ago Formula Fords. But I would imagine he'll be able to get by this car, but it's just a question of not rushing this procedure. He's got 34 minutes in order to do it, and should therefore be able to get onto the 992 overall podium.
Yeah, 2 seconds was the gap across the line. They're pretty much nose to tail by the get to the infield section. Just coming out of turn 10 now, heading towards 11. They'll come out of the right-hander at 11, which is a never-ending 180-degree turn. Head down to the tightest part of this Circuit of Catalonia through the right-hander at 13, and then downhill. Kind of hard to brake for this left-right chicane, the kind of thing, the chicane kind of sucks you in because of the downward plunge. And as they come through the final turn, the gap was 2.1 seconds. We don't need a stopwatch to see what that gap is now. As they cross the line, it's half a second. So it's going to happen this lap. We're going to have the Antti Burri 929 overtaking for the 3rd spot on that overall podium. The Seb Lajou car still 2nd in the subclass of 992 AM. But I'm pretty sure they'll have wanted that overall podium position, which, as we talk and as we watch out on track, Antti Burri pulls alongside out of turn 3, heading to turn 4. The overall leader getting mixed in with this as well, as Indy Doncia, now at the wheel of the Vlottenspiegel team Monschau Ferrari, didn't really interfere with that place change, and the Ferrari has cleared the two Cup cars, the Porsche Cup cars now, and Andy Burry has made that move stick, and Andy Burry into third place overall in the 992 class. 32 minutes remaining, so considering how he has caught and passed Sébastien Lejeune, I'm pretty sure, Johnny, that that's going to remain the same to the flag. Lejeune, nothing in the toolbox to challenge or re-challenge and have a go back at Andy Burry.
Yeah, and Seb Lejeune recognising that he is in the AM car, in the AM category with his number 908 car, so didn't necessarily want to fight that. But interesting that HRT have taken, well, almost 23 and a half hours to get to force their way back onto a podium, which they look like strong contenders for. But actually, in the world of HRT, it's their AM car that's done a lot better than the Pro lineup. The AM car on course for second overall, with now the Pro lineup behind. And there's surely too many laps between those two cars now. Antti Burri, and now is he on the same lap as teammate Mirko van Oostrum, the Estonian? 6.52 laps completed for Mirko. 6.51 for Antti, but it depends where they are on the circuit. Anti's somewhere now in that first sector, and Mirko in the second sector, but I think there is a lap between them, therefore. Just trying to piece that together, but Antti Burri has got job number 1 done in getting into the top 3 positions for 992. Reminder, it's Bert Redont for car 903 and the Red Ant Racing crew that lead the 992 division, and comfortably. Mirko van Oostrum will be back across the line in the next 30-odd seconds or so. That'll be to tick off lap 6.53. Yeah, so Antti Burri is a lap behind the sister HRT performance car, so I think that's unlikely to change now. Anti's not going to get, even though he will be quicker than Mirko, he ain't going to be able to find a full lap on him in the closing half an hour.
Just a reminder from the series, the championship party will start at 2 o'clock, an hour after our podium ceremony. Well, it'll be less than an hour after we get through all the podium presentations, but the European Championship party, the European Championship presentation, actually, Johnny, begins at 2 o'clock in the hospitality unit, and we'll be crowning our European champions at that location. The 903 Red Ant Racing 992 leading that class and has taken the lead in the 992 European Championship. Of course, qualifying rounds Mugello, Spa, Hockenheim, Portimao, and this one here in Barcelona, and also Barcelona, a qualifying round, or if it's your best European race, I should say, a qualifying round for the Championship of the Continent. I'm not even going to contemplate working that one out, because it's a choice. The teams can choose which is their better finishing. And I would think, Johnny, that that's probably going to be one of the 24-hour races.
Just exactly my thought.
Get more points from half distance and then full distance.
Well, a 24-hour race, even at the end of it, carries more points than finishing a 12-hour race. Plus, you've got the extra points that are awarded after 12 hours as well. So I worked out that there was a maximum of 29 on offer in the touring car race this weekend, and a maximum of, was it 27? 28 in the GTs. It's that there is a slight discrepancy there. But yes, you're going to be counting either this one or the Portimao 24 hours. Unless you entered neither, of course, and you also then did Dubai, you plan to do Kuwait, then you're looking at a result from one of the 12-hour races instead, Mugello, Spa or Hockenheim. If you weren't around last night, by the way, for our chat with Ola Dorleman of Creventic and the 24-hour series, work on the 2023 calendar is very much coming thick and fast right now. You know, they are nearing the end of firming up race dates for next year. We know Dubai's happening after Kuwait this year, so Dubai in the new year, followed a week later, also in January, by the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi.
The 6 hours tends not to be a championship qualifying round.
It's a single event, they call it, don't they? Yeah, so there aren't actually championship points on that, but nevertheless, if you've got your car in the Middle East, why not run it, what is that, an hour's drive between Dubai and Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi?
It's a bit more than that, isn't it? About 2 hours.
I think it's only 60 minutes.
Is it really?
It is when I'm driving. Yeah, it's shorter than you think. One country into the next. Well,
Emirate.
Yeah, one Emirate to the indeed. Yeah, United Arab Emirates. But yeah, it's a drive up the coast, a very pleasant one at that. And Yas Marina is a splendid circuit, as is the Dubai Autodrome. But Yas Marina, a newer venue, so a chance to race at the single event there. Mugello likely to be in its usual date at the end of March. That's going to be a split 12-hour race. A split 12-hour race at Spa-Francorchamps planned for May rather than April, as it fell this year. We don't know beyond that where we're going in Europe, apart from Barcelona later on in the season. Definitely going to be a 24 hours of Barcelona. But interesting tack where Creventic are going to be actually prioritising away from this race 12-hour races. So this is likely to be, in the European phase of the season, the only 24 hours here in Barcelona. The others, the suggestion is, are going to be 12, not necessarily all split. One of them they're hoping can be a straight-through 12-hour race, but it would need to be at the right circuit that could allow that.
It was intimated that we're maybe not going to go to Portimao over 24 hours.
You could do a 12-hour race at Portimao.
Please.
That'd be all right, wouldn't it?
I love the Algarve circuit.
And
I love the Algarve.
The licence at Portimao would permit a straight-through 12-hour race too. You could start that. You could start that at midnight and finish it at midday.
No.
No?
Talking about you lunatic.
Well, you know, I'm a night owl.
No,
I could sleep all day, wake up at about 10 p.m. and then I'd be set for a midnight to midday race. I'd race into the light. You don't get many of those.
At Portimao,
Joe's very perplexed.
We have issues with vision because of the undulations of Portimao. Your headlights are pointing literally at the sky, and you come over those brows, and then and then
they reflect back off the asphalt when you're going downhill and back into your face.
Yeah.
But it's very hot in Portimao, so why not race at night?
Well, I see your point there.
You could spend a day on the beach and the nighttime racing. Anyway, that's not confirmed. That's my idea, and it's probably ridiculous. But the other exciting thing is we're going to have one extra European race compared to this year. So we have 5 in 2022. It's going to be 6, and that was pretty much confirmed by Orla last night.
Exciting stuff.
6 European races. Dubai to kick things off. There will be a flyaway race at the end of the year. Might be a second visit to Kuwait, possibly to Sebring, because there's a contract still in place to go to Florida at some point. And when you put in the non-championship Abu Dhabi event, that's going to be 9 races in 2023, all told. Exciting times for the 24-hour series.
Johnny, I'm going to head over and I'll be doing the podium presentations in about 24 minutes or so. I'm going to let Mr. Marriott come in and rest his sore feet there. Been bursting any more blisters, mate? I'll let Marriott tell you all about his blisters.
Oh, great, yes. I hope you're not eating your lunch whilst we explain this little situation. 9:03 through turn 9, the rapid turn 9, in the hands of Bert Redont. Mirko van Oostrum now in a comfortable second position in the HRT Performance. Porsche with Antibury in third. The 991 class is led by Sergei Nicolai, the Romanian, for Vili Motorsport by Ebby Motors with their 955. Class leaders elsewhere, Gerhard Watzinger, just done a pit stop. The Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini rejoining at the head of the order in GTX. Second in that category is Nicola Michelon, and the RD Sainz driven car then, the RD Sainz sponsored car for the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, now in the hands of Nicola, number 720. Third in GTX is the first of the 2 Vortex, although that's been parked up in the pits for 5 hours now. 5 hours? No, it's half an hour, beg your pardon. So it's more of a recent problem, that, Andrew. You told us about it.
Yeah, I saw that car there not long ago.
Rabdan off the road.
That's a bit
though.
late for that, isn't it?
It is rather.
Oh,
and
I thought he was coming out of the kitty litter. And
no, he actually pulled off and parked it in the kitty litter. So this is a concern for Saif Alameri for Rabdan Motorsport. I wonder whether he's had a call on the radio to say, get off the circuit. We've got a real worry for the car.
Yeah, but is that going to bring out...
Potentially a code 60 in order to clear it.
It's just a yellow flag at turn 4 at the moment.
Exit at turn 4 down towards 5.
I think they're going to have to drag that car out of there. That could be a code 60 easily.
Which is a shame.
What will that do?
Before we go, indeed, we haven't had any intimation just yet that we're going to go into a caution, but we were on course to equal the record distance
in I heard
this
you
race,
saying, yes.
and we are going code 60 now. Yeah, last year's race, I looked this up eventually, was a record distance at 695 laps, and without this caution, the predicted distance was 695 for the second year running. But this is obviously going to now limit the amount of laps that everyone can complete. It does provide potentially a window to fuel, and it's not going to be a happy place for... Now, who's that with their head in their hands? Oh, it will be Rabdan Performance, presumably.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Rather than anyone's strategy that's been thrown out the window. The issue here, I think, is going to be internal to this car because something has gone alerted majorly on their systems.
I was down there talking to that chap we just saw. He's the team manager, and I mean, he was saying they got no oil pressure.
Yeah.
And there's 2 or 3 blokes under it working with spanners, and I suspect it's a bodge that hasn't worked. I suspect it's lost all oil pressure again. So I'm going to have to drag that out of the way.
But like we see so often in Formula One, I reckon they've had the radio message, stop the car, the engine's going to go if you don't do it. And we had a few situations earlier on in the race, namely for Shenkir Motorsport, when a driver was at the wheel of that car, did not follow instruction to get the car in time, and it blew the engine. So
very impressed by the Snatch team here, you know. They're in seconds, and they're used to hooking these cars up.
Yeah, tremendous effort. And that's testament to how the RACC marshals have been trained. Again, a circuit that gets so much action, whether it's racing, whether it's testing, and most of that will need marshalling as well.
Yeah.
So to have the pickup trucks evenly distributed around this 4.6 kilometre circuit and ready to go at any moment. But we do go into a race neutralisation phase. Let's see how long this takes. Hopefully not too long, but obviously we are going to see lap distance, record distance, dwindle away now with just 20 minutes left on the clock. Diana Binks has made her way towards one of a couple of local teams that we have here at Barcelona, and Bapora Motorsports. Di, what have you got?
We're just watching, obviously you watching the screen. It seemed like you knew something was going on about a few minutes ago, so can you just tell us what's happened? We saw the driver obviously pull off.
Yeah, well, we used the car last time in Portimao, so our rebuild period was a very small one because, you know, we had to bring people from overseas and everything. So we encountered a fuel oil pressure problem, and we have an spare car here, so we go ahead and spend the last hour changing the part. But even though we still use this car also, so I guess it was not very comparable, we were pushing to try to do at least 5 laps, now maybe racing, but then have the honor to finish the race. But at this point now, it's not the oil pumps, we have another problem. So I guess we have encountered a chain of problems that have really put us out, and the time is not enough, because if they can bring my car back now, then okay, let's get the second one. And it's a little bit of frustration right now, but we don't know what's going on now. But
thanks for letting us know what's happened. Really sorry that it's at this point, but we know this is endurance racing, isn't it?
It is what it is. Once somebody tells me motorsports is about expect the unexpected, and we are here right now. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Expect the unexpected. Yeah, that is not a quote.
Yeah, I think he's Saudi, that guy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think
there was an element of Spanish in the accent, but I think you're probably right. Rabdan carrying the
Saudi or UAE, maybe.
Well, carrying the UAE flag, but I was interested that Di said she was down at Bapora. I wonder whether there was a connection between the Spanish crew who are based up the road at Vic and Rabdan Performance, but I think you're right that there's a strong element from the United Arab Emirates within that team, particularly with the driver currently, Saif Alameri, who is from the UAE and started driving at actually in the Gulf 12 hours at the Yas Marina circuit in 2019, the end of that season. Didn't do much racing in 2020. He's not alone there because of all the events of that year, but then came back with NKPP Racing, Baz Kooten's outfit, in fact, at the Dubai 24 hours at the start of 2021. 977 is going to be towed to a safe location. Saif is still at the wheel of that car, but the problem is he won't want to restart it because of the massively low oil pressure in that machine. So that might be it. They should still get a race finish because they've completed 564 laps, and that's the way that the rules work in 24-hour series racing. So 977 will be recovered to the pit, so at least the team will get the car back again, and we're under a minute away from the end of the Code 60.
Johnny, I was away for a little while in catering. What's the situation now then between the Ferrari and the Phoenix Audi? Is it a complete lap and a bit? Because you can't really tell from the timing screen.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, it's that they're not on the same lap, so there's about a lap between them. They're both in the final sector right now, but we would have a real-time gap basically between those two cars, and we haven't. So
and all those lead cars are fueled to the finish, I guess.
Yes, but there's a drive time worry. I know there shouldn't be actually now because they switched the drivers in the last stop. So Daniel Kvyat got out and handed back to Indy Dontje. Elia Earhart took over from Pierre Caffer, and Earhart and the 22. So this is Indy Dontje, I think, trying to get his lap back again.
Yeah.
They are side by side now at turn 1 to prove that they're no longer on the lead lap. But they need to be very careful here. Elia Earhart looking to, well, as I say, trying to stay with the Ferrari as much as possible, but the Ferrari with a big advantage on 686 laps versus Elia Earhart on 685. But they are in exactly the same part of the circuit. And Elia Earhart now ahead of the Ferrari, so they should now just about be on the same lap by my reading of the situation.
So they're probably about 1 minute 51, 52 apart,
Yes. But that's fine, because from an Indy Dontje point of view, you just stay on the back of the Audi, you don't need to get past it.
No.
And that's your nearest rival, a full 4.6 kilometres behind. Knowing Indy,
either side of that yellow TCR car.
I was going to say, knowing Indy, though, is he going to push this issue, or will he accept from Rinaldi Racing, just to ease it to the finish in the final quarter of an hour?
He's a pro, he's been around a long time. And, of course, he's thinking, and having raced a lot in America, he's thinking, this has been America. That Phoenix car would have caught a whole lap on me, it would have been right.
Yeah. Well, if it was a full course caution with a safety car, then the Audi would be permitted to close up that full lap, wouldn't it? But,
but
you don't get
it's
that.
not America, it's Spain, it's the Barcelona 24 hours.
So let's see whether we get a real-time gap as Elia Earhart goes across the line. It's a 1:55, and literally that displayed for a second, and then went back to almost a full lap between the two of them. So 1:55, which is a lap time, separating Indy Dontje, who leads, although he's behind on the road, the second place Audi of Elia Earhart. I hope we've made that clear for you. And he heads now, the two of them head through turn 3, that long, lingering right-hander. Charles Espenlaub for CP Racing in third position. Probably 6.5 laps back from Indy Dontje's Ferrari. Roland Poulsen back at the wheel of the Poulsen Motorsport BMW M4 now. He's one of a couple of AM drivers within their Pro-Am lineup. And Alexander Schwarzer, never really done any racing of this high level before, but Huber Racing seems to have picked up a bit of a talent there as far as an AM driver is concerned, because Schwartzer's impressed me in identifying a lap time that he's comfortable with and producing that very consistently indeed. Stefano Monaco, who's been the fastest guy driving the dynamic motorsport Porsche back into the 54, I noticed as well.
He's been impressive, yeah.
Yeah, he has.
Done a good job all the way through. I think he's somebody, I went looking for him to try and get an interview, and he wasn't there. I think he's one of the few that's slipped through our fingers, hasn't he? Unless Di interviewed him sometime when I wasn't actually tuned in.
Yeah,
Andy Burry as the Finn, who of course is there in 10th place in the Porsche these days, former Ford champion, not somebody we've we've talked to most people, haven't we? Some people, they slide away, and they, some drivers love to sit in the pits and watch the progress and everything, and others just disappear. And I suppose they go into the truck, and unless you really want, I mean, you can start knocking on truck doors, which I've done, of course.
Yeah,
I have to drag
sure.
people out, but you've got to know they're there. You've got to want them quite badly.
Antti, though, is normally very forthcoming.
Yeah,
I don't think he's been sort of deliberately hiding away from us. We just haven't, our paths, or
Happens
your
like
paths,
that sometimes.
your paths haven't crossed one another. But yeah, British Formula 4 champion 2012 with JTR. He was a TCR Germany champion in 2020 with Hyundai team Engstler. So still ticking off the championship, getting the trophies here and there. And this season, it's been about the 24/8 series and the run at the Nürburgring 24, again with Hyundai Motorsport in the TCR category, where they ran an I-30. But yeah, this has been an interesting change of direction for Indy more recently into Porsche Cup cars with HRT performance, and it wasn't that long ago that Burry was able to fashion a decent overtake on Sébastien Lejeune. They are off different speeds, generally speaking. You're talking about a pro driver overtaking an AM there, and Lejeune didn't want to make that process too difficult for Antti Burry, in truth, because it didn't affect where Lejeune was in the AM rankings in 992. He's still on course for a second place within 992 AM.
One of the other AMs that we were quite impressed with, that we didn't really know, is Max Partel, the newcomer to the Hofer racing team. Seemed to be the only one that's not part of the family. Or maybe he's a cousin or something, we don't know. But he did some pretty good lap times as well.
Seesawing their way through the chicane, the Charles Espelard Mercedes there at turn 16. Right behind him is Elia Earhart, bizarrely second in the overall, even though he's second on the road.
So you've got the first three in the race all on our screen, but in the wrong way around.
In reverse order, correct, because there are laps between them.
Not anymore, though.
And Elia Earhart puts that right, in part, to get ahead of Charles Espelard. So you've now got the second-place car overtaking and indeed lapping the third-placed Mercedes. And the Ferrari about to do likewise, I would imagine. Certainly Indy Dontje will want to get by Charles Espelard, if only to stay with Elia Earhart. If he can stay keeping visuals on the Audi, that's very good indeed for WTM.
Well, 24 hours almost, Johnny, and it's not a big gap, is it? Let's face it.
No.
It's been a battle all the way. Both WTM and Phoenix had their problems. Remember early on, WTM, Rinaldi Racing, Ferrari had that puncture that cost it some time. I think the Phoenix car has run pretty well without the problem. Did it have one problem?
I don't remember it. I mean, it flattered to deceive in the early phases because they wanted to burn as much Michael Doppelmayr time
Yeah,
as possible.
that was it. That's what cost it.
Yeah, so it was down like outside the top 20 for a long time, but we were all saying, don't discount the Phoenix racing car. They've got one AM driver who is a lot slower than everyone else in that car. He would freely admit that, but again, doesn't want to push too hard for fear of pushing the car off the road entirely. So you keep going your 155s, your 156s if necessary, and Doppelmayr just burn his time as quickly as possible, because you've always got Pierre Caffer to lean on, and then two very strong other AMs, Sven Herberger and Elia Earhart. And slowly, the 18 car rose up the standings, got to half distance, and it was in amongst that leading gaggle, often took the lead on the pit stop cycles. And there it is, leading Pro-Am now as well.
Sadly, we lost the ST racing car, which had led for quite a long time with the, I believe, head gasket problem on the M4 GT3. And I'm sure that would have been in the mix to the end if it hadn't have been for that problem. And then, again, unlucky for the other M4, the Pulsar Motorsport, that car in its first race, that particular car, having the problem at the petrol pumps where they had that very brief electrical failure. He was just there at the wrong time, and they lost 2 laps through that. So he would have been battling for third place with the CP racing car had it not been for that. Again, that's a car with one driver. I think it's a father Paulson that's quite a bit slower than the others.
Okay, yeah. Well, Christian Paulson, the former World Endurance Championship world champion at GTE level, and
it's the father that's at the wheel now. Yeah.
So Roland is Christian's father, because I've never got to the bottom of that.
I believe so, yeah. I mean, it's
Okay.
certainly an older looking man. I can't guarantee that.
That would make sense.
They might be brothers, of course.
Let's have a little look. The old famous Forex website. Forex has them down as brothers,
Oh,
actually.
well, they must be brothers, but
Yeah.
the one is much quicker than the others. Yeah.
Indeed, yeah. Well, Christian Poulsen also this year in the Le Mans Cup with a team known as GMB Motorsport with their Honda NSXs, but they obviously have also acquired a BMW quite recently.
Yeah.
And the 2014 FIA World Endurance Champion for GTE, when it was a Works Aston Martin that Christian pedalled very, very successfully with David Heinemeier Hansen, took the driver's title with him.
Yeah.
And back again after a bit of a spell out. I mean, he didn't race at all in 2018, didn't race in 2020 or 2021, but first action for a little while in 2022 at the start of the year in the Le Mans Cup.
And we've seen this team bring Nygaard back, which is very good.
Yeah, exactly. And his last race was here 6 years ago. So he's got fond memories of Barcelona. Meantime, Indy Dontje had to weather a bit of a storm a moment or two ago because he caught two Audi RS3s that were also door handle to door handle. So you've got the GT pack still mingling nicely with the TCEs, and now he's jumped ahead of Charles Espenlaub to put a further lap on the CP Racing Mercedes.
But we've still got the top three cars in the race all on the same piece of lap. Unfortunately, not battling for the lead wheel to wheel, but nice to see that.
But so a different order again. It's the white, red and black Ferrari leading out right from the Audi that's scampering away into the distance, benefiting by the fact that Indy had to fashion a way to get by the third place car in the order, the 85 Charles Espenlaub driven Mercedes. Roland Poulsen fourth, Alexander Schwarzer in fifth for Huber Racing. And the other thing that the top three show us actually is the different levels of driver combos you can run. So WTM essentially with a pro lineup, although there is an AM in there, Georg Weiss. Leading Pro-Am is Phoenix for second place overall, and the AM class of GT3 is led by the 85 Mercedes, but they would have loved to have got an overall victory.
Lots of cars on track.
Yeah, down into four. It's always busy here. We've got 928 Porsche up the inside of the 910, so that's Mirko van Oostrum. The distance between the HRT Performance Porsches is still just north of a lap, I reckon.
But there's a battle within the 992 class for 10th place overall at just 15 seconds, separating Antti Burri from Sebastian Ledoux.
Unfortunately for Sebastian, I think that's only going one way though, because Antti got by a few laps ago, and he's going to be a bit quicker than the Frenchman, generally speaking. So yeah, that's cementing third place overall in 992. Looking out for other battles here and there. There's only 40 seconds between Charles Dawson in the AC Motorsport TCR and Tanart Satyinterakul in the BBR car. That's a bit too much though, with 5 minutes to go. 40 odd seconds to try and find. So again, BBR likely to be settling for first and third places. But Grant Supperpongs have really impressed me in the Cupra Leon competition.
All season.
Yeah. But he's also, I mean, he's driven lots of different sports cars as well as touring cars through the year, so we perhaps shouldn't be so surprised by the Thai's pace and the fact that he's been selected for the closing stages of the race. So just less than 5 minutes to go, in fact, of the 23rd edition of the Trofeo Fermi Velez, and all those Porsches that were piling into turn 4 a moment or two ago have hit the main straight now, including the Red Camel Jordans.nl car, which has been released again from pit lane. We've got a bit of information about this earlier on in the, probably mere hours into the race it became walking wounded because of the brake failure. They've now, more recently, had a problem with a leaking brake caliper, and the car not safe to drive at speed. So the idea was to get it out for the finish of the race, but they weren't planning to do any proper laps in the final hour, bar this final 5 minutes. But a very disappointing end to a frustrating race for all those associated with Red Camel and Jordans.nl. Good to see it, though, that it will hopefully take the checkered flag. It would have been just about classified anyway, I believe. Luke Breukers, if anything, of the three Breukers that have been driving that car, Luke's been the real surprise package this weekend, and has impressed a lot of people in the team. Has had to do more driving than he expected he would be doing as well, because Rick was badly beaten up by the crash down at turn 1.
Just, you mentioned the trophy Fermin Velez, or to just say who Fermin Velez was. Sadly, he died at the age of just over, I think he was 44, from Barcelona. And 2 times winner of the 12 Hours of Sebring, twice won the World Sports Car Championship in the C2 category with a Spice. Short he was only about 5'5", we knew him quite well. Really lovely man, actually. And so the race is named after him, or it's his trophy, and his mother was here 2 or 3 years ago to present the trophy. But we remember Fermin Velez. It's a super race car driver from Barcelona, and it's superb that they have put his name on this trophy. So just that's the story with Fermin Velez, taken away from us at a young age. I forgot what he died of now, but it might have been cancer, I think.
Well, his name is emblazoned on the front of our weekend programme, right underneath the 24-hour Barcelona title. So, yeah, definitely and fondly remembered.
I just look at a picture of Indy Donchi. I don't think it was that picture.
Oh, really? OK. Might have been his brother Milan, I suppose, because Milan's done a bit of racing.
I found out Indy doesn't know why his brother was named Milan. He knows why he was called Indy, but he doesn't know why his brother was called Milan. Well, we're right in the closing seconds of this thrilling race that we've had, a true test of endurance. That's what this series Creventic is all about. 24-hour races are all about endurance, and there's been a lot of that here. But looks like we're going to have an Italian victory here over the massed ranks of 3 of the biggest German makes. And this team run by the Italian sounding, as you said, Johnny, but actually German-based team, Rinaldi Racing. A lot of success over the years in this Ferrari, which is going to be obsolete next year, as you said. But
that's right.
It's been run beautifully.
And as far as the point scoring rounds are concerned this year, so take out Abu Dhabi, we haven't had a Ferrari victory so far this year. We've had 3 wins for Audi. We've had a BMW win at Mugello and a Mercedes at Portimao. I'm looking back at results from the 24-hour series in 2021. No Ferrari victory there either. 2020, prancing horse missing from the top step of the podium. We've got to look all the way back to season 2019 and the Portimao 24 hours, which was won by Bohemia Energy Racing with Scuderia Praha.
Yeah.
So the Czech Republic Ferrari to be the last 488 victory in the 24-hour series.
Such a good car. Phoenix, assuming it makes it to the finish, will take the overall championship. They will beat CP Racing because they're in front of them here, and they were in front of them by 14 points anyway going into this. In the 992 category, which was that big battle with only 1 point separating Red Camel 74 car and the Red Ant 73. Obviously the Red Ant 73 is on for a great result. It's going to win that class, get maximum points, so it will be the champion in 992.
Indy gets the last lap board as he crosses the start-finish line. There were only 16 seconds left on the clock, but I did feel that he was going to appear out of 16 a little too early for that to be the end of the race. But yes, you make a great point that it's been a good season for Phoenix Racing. Winners at the 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. They were winners the next time out at the 12 Hours of Hockenheim as well, and some good, consistent point scoring elsewhere in the season.
Just to round out these championships that are being clinched at this very moment, GTX Lipe at 710 will win that title. GT4, it's a Team ACP car. Obviously didn't have many GT4 cars here this time, I think. Now I have to just double check that one, but I'm pretty sure Team ACP are going to win that. Although I think they did this race, did they? But there were no real competitors in GT4. And in TCR, obviously very competitive. It's going to go to the BBR 159 because of the problems with Wolf Power in this race. It was a big battle between those two, but it will get the TCR championship will go to the BBR 159, and those trophies are going to be presented in about an hour's time. But Johnny, you take us through to the end of this terrific 24-hour race here at Barcelona.
Well, we just caught sight of Grant Superpongs in the BBR, the other sister Cupra that won't take the title, but they will take the 24 Hours of Barcelona in 2022. The Ferrari now heading into the chicane at turns 14 and 15. And for the first time since season 2019, it's going to be an Italian Ferrari 488 for German team WTM Racing, who will take victory after real good performance, particularly overnight from Indy Dontje, Nico Veroni and Daniel Kylevitz. But we mustn't forget the rest of the crew within that team, Georg and Leo Weiss, father and son crew. And you heard in the background there the cheers from the team. Indy Dontje possibly not quite expecting to be inserted into that car for the final stint. It's Phoenix Racing who finished second, a lap back, and Charles Espenlaub and the rest of the crew at CP Racing win the AM class, third overall with their Mercedes AMG. Let's head straight to Diana Binks for some reaction.
Thank you. Yes, we're very much in the celebrations down here on the pit wall. Jorge, how satisfying is this win here for you, the drivers and the team today, as he has all the congratulations underway here on that pit wall? Absolute, full of emotion. You can see the team guys have worked incredibly hard. There's a few tears. Don't cry, you're going to make me cry. Jorge, what is this? How satisfying is this win for you? How satisfying is this win here today for you and the team?
It's the first time since 4 years that we are on the top. And we took 4 years. We have some 2 places and 3 places. And now on the top, it's good.
4 years? Yeah. That's a long time to actually be standing here and waiting for that moment. You obviously knew it would come at some point.
No.
What a weekend it's been.
Yeah, couldn't end better. Really special thing to end the car's history like that. So very proud.
It's great. I know it's a bit emotional time for you all, so I want you to enjoy the celebrations while we just head behind here and grab Nico, who's been a bit of a star of the show, and Daniel. Guys, I've just asked, obviously everyone's full of emotion, but what does this win mean here today for you?
That means really a lot, because it was the last time we were running the 488 GT3. So it's really a great effort of the whole team, and everybody did a really, really good job. And yeah, amazing.
Can you walk with me? Nico, could you walk down with us? Thank you, Daniel. Enjoy the celebrations. Nico, could you walk down? He's going to walk down with us. We've got to get down to catch Indy as he brings the car in. Nico, obviously full of emotion. What a result this weekend. A lot of hard work, and you've contributed massively to this result.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy. My first 24-hour win, so I have no words. Just thank you to Jochen Spiegel for believing in me. Thanks to Rinaldi Racing for giving me an opportunity in Europe since the pandemic, when I was without nothing. So really grateful to them and really happy for this result.
Was it everything you thought it would be? And what have you learned that you didn't, not that you didn't know before, but what have you learned during this whole 24-hour race? Is it your first one?
Well, my first time with the Hankook tires, so it was pretty difficult to manage it. But during the race and during the stints, I managed to understand it better and take the best out of it. So that was for me the main learning this weekend.
Thank you so much, Nico. Enjoy the celebrations. We'll catch up with you down here on the podium.
Nicola Verone, before that Daniel Kylevitz, and also a chat with Georg Weiss, the father of Leo Weiss, who essentially funds the team at WTM Racing, or helps out with Rinaldi, who do all the prep and all the strategy for that Ferrari.
Yeah, Georg is a man of few words. His English not that strong.
No.
Although you'd expect a newspaper owner to have reasonable good English, but
he probably writes very well in English. Yeah. It's just when he's trying to find the words in a very emotive state, it's tough.
You know, great to win the race with his son as well, win a 24-hour race with your son. And what they've done, of course, is been clever, because they put very good drivers together that complemented each other. I presume that Rinaldi said, "Oh, give this Argentine kid a go. He's really good," and they probably didn't know him before, and that was a super good move. There is the car. And the name of the newspaper down there. And the sort of grey area behind, if you look really closely, that's the newspaper pages that are reproduced.
Yeah.
And
so have been sort of carbon copied into a wrap.
well, you can do so much with wraps now.
You can.
You know?
Yeah, entirely so. So it's not just fish and chip paper sellotape to the back of the car.
You don't get
Far
fish and
from it.
chips in newspapers anymore, do you? You don't
Been a
buy
while.
them.
It's been a while. The Audi for Phoenix Racing arriving on pit road. It is a class winner, we must not forget, because Elliot Earhart, together with his teammates Pierre Caffer, and who else in the 18 car? If I find the right bit of paper, we got Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Caffer, Elliot Earhart and Sven Herberger. They win the Pro-Am part of the race in GT3. And Diana Binks is there readying herself for more interviews. We must cover, of course, the touring car winners as well. BBR of Thailand in a moment or two.
Yes, Indy's just jumped out of the car, congratulating his co-drivers, just waiting on him to take his gloves and his helmet off. Oh my God, the celebrations have started early down here in the pit lane. I think the champagne has peaked. But it's so warm that actually I don't mind if someone pours it on me. Indy's just taken his helmet off after that superb drive. The car, yep, that amazing livery looks like it's definitely been in a 24-hour race. As Pierre Caffer comes over to say congratulations to Indy, he's just put his Hankook hat on. Indy, many congratulations. How satisfying was that win here today for you and the team?
Yeah, really great. Great job from the team. It's also the last race for the beautiful 488. The last dance, as Garrick would say. So yeah, really happy to finish the last race for this car like this.
Now, you gave your team something to think about in the last 10 minutes. We saw quite a few moves going on out there on track, especially with that code 60. They had their heart in their mouth.
Yeah, well, you mean you're still racing, and some side-by-side racing, it's normal in America, so a little bit of scrubbing, but of course, always keep in mind that we have to finish, but it was okay.
That's what Andrew Marriott said, the commentator who thinks he's back in America.
Yes, that was really American rubbing.
Have you enjoyed the whole event?
Yeah, really great. I mean, the team did a great job. The race was nice. 24 hours of racing in Barcelona was the first one for me, but it is a really nice one, and I have to say I want to do it again, so let's see what happens next year.
Great. Well, as I said, many congratulations to you and the team. Great to catch up with you. Actually, at the beginning of the weekend, I thought you weren't here. I couldn't find you, but you appeared as if by magic. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Yeah, Indy keeping his powder dry in the early stages. He wasn't invited to take part in qualifying because they had to use an AM in the first phase of the 12-minute qualifying, and then reverted to Kalvitz and Veroni in the other occasions. But Indy knew very well that he would be called on from a big responsibility side of things come the race. And he was given the final stint and the anti-penultimate stint, I seem to remember, with Kalvitz sandwiched in between.
Yeah, I interviewed him when he got out of the car there.
But that's how valuable the team see him as, clearly. But it was an interesting point that you made, that he's made the switch from Mercedes to Ferrari, not full-time, obviously just as a little bit of wriggle room regarding the contract.
I did ask him if he got a Mercedes contract, because they've got quite a lot of drivers contracted for GT3, haven't they? Different categories. He isn't. He is a freelance.
Freelance driver means that you can take on board a few more manufacturers, therefore, if the offers come, and that's what's happened this weekend for Indy Dontje. Phoenix Racing finishing in second place. Let's head back to Binksy for reaction to that.
I will just go and grab Pierre Caffer, who's just in front of me. Pierre, congratulations. You started the weekend with a sort of strategy that you were very comfortable and confident with. Could you have done any more?
No, I think in the end it was a great battle with the Ferrari, and until the last moment, and we finished second and we won the European Championship, so everything worked out and we are really pleased with this result. And look how the car looks like after a 24-hour race.
Actually, she's not looking too bad.
No, that's right, but it was a long way until now, and now we are really pleased.
There's a lot of effort goes into it from yourself and the team, from planning, strategy, racing, downtime, making sure you have all the tools to do the job.
Yeah, and thank you to the whole Phoenix Racing team and all to my colleagues and to Audi for the great car, for the Evo 2 this year. It's really nice to drive, and I really enjoyed to be a little part of the whole program.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, the funny thing there is we always think of Pierre Caffer as an Audi driver, and obviously won Sebring an Audi, but he spent a lot of years in Ferraris.
Yeah, good
a
point.
lot of years at Le Mans driving for Ferraris.
He did.
The second wave of his career, and then I remember he was in the Picon, the Argentine-backed LMP2 car, I think it was, at Le Mans. I must check up, but he's done a lot of Le Mans, Pierre Caffer.
Yeah.
But he's very highly regarded in the States as well.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, it's one thing that stands out is a big shunt he had into the first chicane in a Ferrari, not through his own fault. He was sideswiped by an LMP2 car, I think, which put him into the wall on the left-hand side. Was a big shunt for Pierre, but that was in a Ferrari as well. He's had some much more successful years at Circuit de la Sarthe. The WTM, the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau racing Ferrari, is victorious then after 696 laps. So we did break the distance record.
Wow.
Last year's was 695. This year, 696. We've beaten it by a lap. Sorry, we missed that at the time.
Yeah.
The Code 60 really messed with my mind then. I thought we would lose far too much time.
And I thought that, showing they won by a lap here, but I thought they were on the same lap. But maybe do they swatch places again?
That's
it
a
doesn't
good
really
point.
Matter.
Well, no, because it doesn't affect the class positions, but
No, it
quite
doesn't at all.
possibly Indy Dontje. I think Indy Dontje did eventually get ahead of the Audi, having said that Indy was more comfortable sitting on the tail of the R8, so that switched around. It looks like a slightly more dominant victory, perhaps, than it was on paper, but bear in mind it's a pro lineup outpacing a Pro-Am, which is really how it should be come the regulations. Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Caffer, Elia Earhart and Sven Herberger, therefore winners in the Pro-Am part of GT3 and second overall, and winners in the AM GT3 driver combos, Charlie Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis. They also make the podium in a different manufacturer car as well. In fact, we've got 5 manufacturers represented in that top 5 of GT3. BMW, the Poulsen Motorsport, brand new car for them. Roland and Christian Poulsen brothers. Christopher Nygaard coming back after a 6-year absence. And Alfred Nilsson, they've unearthed a bit of a talent there, the 20-year-old Swede, getting the car to 4th place and 2nd in Pro-Am. 5th place for Huber Racing, for Jörg Dreishoff, Alexander Schwarzer, Manuel Laut, Mark Basseng and Wolfgang Triller. They finish 3rd in Pro-Am and 5th overall. Then Dynamic Motorsports Porsche of Italy. Jutta Racing's GT3 Audi R8 finishes 7th. And the Red Ant Racing 992 class winner breaking into the top 8 in the closing stages. And beyond that top 8, it was in 9th position, 2nd in class, HRT Performance's 928 car. Mirko van Oostrum was at the wheel of that in the closing stages. That's the car that contained Gijs Bessem at times, Bob Herber, J.M. Lippmann and Kim-Andre Hauschild. The 929 HRT Performance sister car, which was the Pro car actually, so the AM outpacing the Pro, but Antti Burri hustled that car into 3rd overall in the 992s in the latter stages, jumping ahead of Seb Lajou. 4, Seb's Lajou Racing by Duvo Racing. Vili Motorsport in the older shape Porsche Cup cars wins its class, the 955, with the highly entertaining Fabrizio Broggi, who you spoke to, Sergei Nicolai and Sabino Di Castro. 360 Racing Team finishing 5th in their 992 class with the 926 car. Leipert Motorsport, winners in the GTX category. Kerong Lee, Jean-Francois Bruno, Gerhard Watzinger, Greg Gorski and Brendan Leach. Hoffa Racing next. They had their trials and tribulations, but we may well see a bit more of the 2017 champions in future seasons in the 24H series. They've got the taste for it back again, certainly. 15th place for that crew. Bapora Motorsport, 16th and 6th in the 992 Porsche class.
Not sure Brendan got in the car. I didn't see him around.
OK, so anyway. Perhaps Brendan listed on the entry but didn't get in the car. Atlas BX Motorsports 403 car was the winner in the GT4 division. Looking further down the order for class victors, well, I think we've covered pretty much all of them. Herbert Motorsports, they were a sorry tale with cooling problems and then oil pressure effectively breaking the engine and putting them out on the spot. The 702 Vortex made it to 3rd in the GTX category. And beyond 24th position, Red Camel Jordans.nl got out for the finish, but they were nursing yet further problems. So just the last 5 minutes, their car was circulating forward to take the flag ahead of the 701 Vortex V8 in 4th place. ST Racing, an overnight retirement, and Schenker Motorsports BMW retired before sunset.
Yeah, overnight retirement from the lead.
In TCE, it's the BBR car that won in the 158 Cupra Leon Competition. We will try and get reaction from that crew in a moment. AC Motorsport second with the Belgian squad, and the sister BBR car win the title from third. Beyond that, Ray Keep, horrible situation with their suspension collapsing in the closing stages ahead of Simpson, Hoffer Racing, Viper Nizza Racing and Wolf Power were a retirement overnight. Holmgaard didn't get to the finish either. Long time out of the race there. As we head for Binksy, more reaction.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Yes, the TCE class winner, 158 BBR. Grant, I've lost the rest of your drivers, I'm afraid. There was a bit of a rush to get up here. Tell me what this win means for you and the team here at Barcelona.
That's everything, because we're looking forward to win the race in Barcelona. And yeah, it's everything. Our mechanic, pit crew, team members, they all done a fantastic job. The car is perfect. My co-driver is perfect. Everything is good.
And of course, as we know, that's what needs to happen during an endurance race. Everything has to come together at the right time to get to that flag.
Yes, we have a good plan, good strategy. Yeah, because of our team, I don't know what to say. Everything is perfect, more than what I can explain. Yeah.
Pretty physically challenging as well.
Yes, it was a very tough race. Nighttime, daytime, we fight until to the end with the second place and the third place. So, yeah.
Well, many congratulations. I'll let you go. Get inside to the air conditioning and cool down.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the sweat pouring off the brow of Grant Tupperpongs there. And let's give credit to the drivers elsewhere in that car. Kantadi Kasiri, Kantasak Kasiri, Decatorn Puakarawut, and here's one I haven't tried yet, Natanid Liwatan Avalagul.
Brilliant.
There you go.
Well done.
I had to do all 5 drivers because they are all deserving of credit. And some highlights from the 24 hours to recall your memory if you haven't been with us for the whole coverage on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We began just over 24 hours ago. Get it.
And a lovely little bit of TV art there from our boys in the technical area. And here is Joe, and here is Diana.
Go, Joe, go, Di.
Right, you're ready. Actually, the music stopped, Di, and I thought I'd gone deaf. There's quite an atmosphere down here. They're creating a great atmosphere. We're about to go ahead with our trophy presentation, but before we do, Di and I are just going to have a little summary, catch our breath, and just kind of get a grip of what we've seen. The 24 Hours of Barcelona this year, Di, I think became a race of attrition, and that's a little bit out of character for this race.
It seems to be, and a lot of the teams were saying, you know, they couldn't quite get what they thought they were going to get from the car. Certainly when the temperatures cooled, they thought they'd get more pace in the car, and it just wasn't happening. So a slight different change of strategy for some, and as again, so many unexpected things happening that we had to deal with right at the start, for instance with the GTX class, having that accident on the, I think it was after the first lap. So that really set everything in motion right at the very beginning.
For me, the driver of the race was Indy Johnchi, getting into that Ferrari and knowing his mission was to put in the best lap times he can and take advantage of the tactic. Because of the AM driver being in the Audi, he knew he had to bridge the gap and make that gap, and that gap pretty much stayed throughout the race all the way to the flag.
It did, and then I just said to Indy, I've just chatted to him earlier, and of course that last 10 minutes, everyone in the team had their hearts in their mouth. But he said, I'm still racing right till the flag. So he really pushed it, but great result for the team. They were absolutely delighted.
They were, the emotion, you could see it. Well, guys, I've got the official results, so we're about to go ahead with our trophy presentation. So stay with me. Di's going to go off for a well-earned rest, and we're going to get ahead with our trophy presentation. So I'm going to read out the trophy, the presentation participants first, and then my Spanish colleague will read out them in Spanish. So please, welcome to the podium. In third place in the 2022 Barcelona 24 Hours, it's Car 85 CB Racing. That's Charles Putman, Charles Espinlab, Joe Foster, and Shane Lewis. And in second place overall, it's the number 18 Phoenix Racing Audi. Please welcome Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Eli Earhart, and Sven Herberger. And the winner of the 2022 Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona, that's the 2022, the number 22, the Wagenspiegel team Manschau Racing Ferrari of Georg Weiss, Leonard Weiss, Nicholas Verone, Daniel Kenwitz, and Edi Doncha. Congratulations, our winners of the 24 Hours of Barcelona, the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona. And now, the national anthem of the winning team. Come on, everybody, let's hear it for the winners of the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona. Trophies to be presented. Third place to the number 85 CP Racing.
Santa Maria do Circuito Barcelona, Catalunya, entrega del tercer classificat. CP Racing, Goodman, Espinlau, Foster,
Congratulations to CP Racing for a very fine third step of the podium for them. And trophies to now be presented as second place winners. Second place for the number 18 Phoenix Racing Audi. And now we've got left the winning trophies for the Wochenspiegel team, Manschau Racing Ferrari, Georg Weiss, Leonard Weiss, Nicholas Veroni, Daniel Kenwitz, and Indy Donche. Madame Velez, perhaps the most important trophy of all now to be presented to the winners, the Fermi Velez trophy. It's the mother of Fermi Velez, Madame Rosa Bisbee. But come on, everybody, make some noise. And now, everybody, lift the trophies high in the air. And then we have the champagne. Congratulations, everyone. The next trophy presentation will be for our Touring Car Endurance Series for the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona. So we're just going to replenish the champagne for our Touring Car Endurance Series trophy presentation. We'll have our winning drivers from the TCE part of the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona. Right, let's get on with the show, so to speak. Please welcome to the podium, in third place, that's car 159, the BBR Cupra of Charaya Noya, Sandy Stuvik, Munkong Sathian Therakul, Tanart Sathian Therakul, and Pazarit Promsombak. Round of applause, everybody. And in second place, please welcome to the podium the number 188 AC Motorsport Audi of Stefan Perrin, Mathieu Detry, Vincent Rademacher, and Charles Dawson. And please welcome the winners of the Touring Car Endurance Series for the 2022 Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona. It's the number 158, the BBR Cupra of Decathlon Fukakarowit, Candide Kusiri, Kandasak Kusiri, Grant Superhongs, and Nadadind Lee Wathan Vala. And now the national anthem of the winning team.
So I'm out. All right, cool.
Our TCE winners, everybody, please come on, make a big noise. In third place, the number 159 BBR Cupra of Chiraya Nuya, Sandy Stuvik, Munkong Sathian Theracol, Tanat Sathian Theracol, and Pazarat Promsombat. And second place, AC Motorsport, the car number 188, Stefan Perrin, Mathieu Detry, Vincent Rademacher, and Charles Dawson. The winner of the TCE part, the Touring Car Endurance Series of the 23rd Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona, car 158 BBR. That's Decathlon Fukaret, Candide Kusiri, Kandasak Kusiri, Grand Superhongs, and Natadind Liawathneva. Trophies also for the TCR class, as well as our overall podium is also our class podium for TCR. So it's the same teams, the 155 BBR third in TCR, the 188 AC Motorsport second in TCR, and the winner of the TCR class and overall is 158 BBR. So both TCE and TCR trophies being presented. And now everybody, the champagne! A big congratulations then to our Touring Car Endurance Series winners. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our next trophy presentation will be for our GT3 Pro. And once we've replenished the champagne for that presentation, we'll be getting on with presenting the trophies.
Ens anem ara amb el podi de GT3 Pro.
You're doing well. Very good.
Farem el de Pro-Am.
Right, everybody, we're ready to get on with our GT3 Pro-Am category. Please welcome to the podium in third place. It's Car 23, Huber Racing's Porsche. Jorg Dressov, Alexander Schwarzer, Manuel Laug, Wolfgang Triller, and Mark Bassing.
Aquí está el equipo de Huber Racing, el equipo alemán con el Porsche 911, Dressov, Chavez, Laug y Triller.
In second place, please welcome to the podium, Car 14, Poulsen Motorsports BMW, Roland Poulsen, Christian Poulsen, Christopher Nygaard, and Alfred Nielsen.
Aquí els tenim, el segon equip classificat de Pro-Am, Poulsen Motorsport, equip alemany amb un BMW, M4, Poulsen, Nygaard, Nielsen.
And please welcome the winners of the GT3 Pro-Am class. Please welcome back the number 18 Phoenix Audi team, Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Elia Earhart, and Sven Herberger.
Director del circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, l'encarregat d'entregar aquests premis a l'equip tercer classificat, Huber Racing des d'Alemanya, Porsche 911.
So trophies being presented to the number 23 Huber Racing Porsche team and the number 14 Poulsen Motorsport BMW team for third and second. And please now the winning trophies for our GT3 Pro-Am class. It's Phoenix Racing once again, Car 18, Michael Doppelmayr, Per Kaffer, Elia Earhart, and Sven Herberger. And now, gentlemen, the champagne! Our next trophy presentation, ladies and gentlemen, will be for our GT3 AM class. We're just replenishing the champagne for that. Please welcome to the podium in second place in GT3 AM. That's car number 11, Hofer Racing. Please welcome back to the 24-8 series, Michael Cron, Chantel Prince, Alexander Prince, Max Partel and Thomas Mullens. And the winners of GT3 AM, please welcome back car 85 CB Racing Mercedes, Charles Putman, Charles Espinlaub, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis.
Giulio Brizzo, del Hankook, motore sport, el director del circuito Barcelona, Catalunya, Josep Lluís Santamaria, entregant els premis a aquest segon equip classificat, Hofer Racing, des de Suïssa.
Hofer Racing is back at the 24-8 series with a second place podium in the GT3 AM category. Michael Kroll, Chantel Prince, Alex Prince, Max Bartland, Thomas Mullens, and the winner of the GT3 AM class, car 85, CB Racing's Mercedes. Well done, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, please, now it's time for the champagne.
It's still out there.
Congratulations, lady. Pride myself in not being covered in champagne. I just have. Congratulations, our GT3 AM podium there. CP Rit, don't you dare, Charles. I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I hope not. Remember.
We are sorry about the Queen.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get things back underway with our next presentation. This time it's for the arguably the most competitive class in this 24-inch series. It's the 992 Porsche class.
Efectivament, el següent pòdium serà doncs, de la categoria dels Porsches, que serà l'overall de 992.
Please welcome to the podium then for the third place in 992 class. It's car 929. That's the HRT performance of Antti Burri, Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, Jim Rautanen and Konstantin Kletzer.
Ahí están, va a salir el tercer equipo clasificado desde Alemania, HRT Performance, Burri, Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, Jim Rautanen, Konstantin Kletzer.
And in second place is the number 928, the sister car, the HRT Performance Team, Gijs Bessem, Bob Herber, J.M. Lippmann, Mirko von Oystrom, and Kim Andre Hauschild. And please welcome the winners of the 992 Porsche class after a very strong race indeed. The 903 Red Ant Racing Porsche of Eden Redon, Bert Redon, Yannick Redon and Sam de Jonge. Trophies to be presented, of course, to third place, the 929 HRT Performance Team, and second place, car 928, also from the HR2T Performance Team.
Pere Rodríguez, l'alcalde de Montmeló, l'encarregat d'entregar a l'equip guanyador des de Bèlgica, Red Ant Racing.
And the winning trophies being presented to the 903 car of Red Ant Racing. That's the winners, Eden Redon, Bert Redon, Yannick Redon, and Sam de Jonge, the winners of the 992 Porsche class. Congratulations, everybody. And now it's time for the champagne. Make some noise for our 992 class winners. Red Ant Racing, come on, you guys won. Well done, guys, really strong race from the Red Ant team. Hardly a very hard to beat this week at Barcelona. Our next trophy presentation will be for the 992 AM class, which is a class within the 992 Cup class. We are about to go ahead and replenish the champagne. Please welcome to the podium in third place in 992 AM. It's car 926 360 Racing Team. Marcio Mauro, JP Mauro, Alan Hellmeister, Rafael Suzuki, and Nelson Monteiro.
Racing Team, amb llicència d'Andorra, Porsche 911, de Brasil, Marcio Mauro, JP Mauro, Alan Hellmeister, Rafael Suzuki, Nelson Monteiro.
And in second place, that's car 908, Seb Lejeune Racing by Duval, Sebastian Lejeune, David Salnay, Laurent Coquard, and Lauren Misbach.
Aquí tenemos segon equip classificat al 908, Seb Lejeune Racing by Duval Racing, des de Luxemburg amb el Porsche 911, Lejeune, Sarni, Cochard, Misbach.
And the winners of the 992 AM class, please welcome back car 928 HRT Performance Porsche of Gijs Bessem, Bob Herbert, JM Lippmann, Mirko von Oystrom, and Kim Andre Hauschild.
Aquí está la HRT Performance desde Alemania, Porsche 911, Bessem, Herbert, Lippmann, Van Oystrom, Hauschild.
Trophies will now be presented. Third place car, the 926 360 team. Second place trophy to the 908 Seblaju Racing by Duvo.
Aquest tercer equip classificat 360 Racing, Mauro, Hellmeister, Suzuki, Monteiro. Senyor Josep Lluís Santamaria, director del circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, entregarà enhorabona a l'equip segon classificat, Seblaju Racing by Duvo Racing, from Luxembourg.
And now the winning trophies to the winners. That's the number 928 HRT Performance Porsche. Gijs Bessen, Bob Herber, J.M. Lippmann, Morgan van Oostrom, and Kim Andre Hochschild. Congratulations, everyone, and now it's the champagne! Congratulations, our 992 AM class victors. Our next trophy presentation will be for the 991 Porsche class. And as soon as we get the champagne replenished, we'll be getting on with presenting the trophies for that. Please welcome to the podium for our 991 class presentation. Car 910, that's E2P Racing, Pablo Guerra, Manuel Cintrano, Ami Garcia, Antonio Cinero, and Javier Mochillo. And the winners of the 991 class, that's car 955, Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, Fabrizio Brogi, Sergei Nicolai, and Sabino De Castro.
Segon classificat, aquí tenim l'equip espanyol E2 Racing, Pablo Burguera, Manuel Cintrano, Jaime García, Antonio Sainero y Javier Portillo. Enhorabuena, arriba con el trofeo.
If they're here, yes, but I will check if they're
I han vist l'arcada de Montmeló com entregava també l'equip guanyador Willy Motorsport by EB Motors. Número 955, de Champagne, Nicolás Orin.
The Champagne!
Nope. Right. Right here again.
Congratulations on 991 Porsche class. Once again, a big round of applause for E2P Racing in second place and the Villi Motorsport by EB Motors, who took the class win. Well done. Well done, guys. So, getting on with our presentation, we've got our next presentation for our GTX class, of which we have 3 recipients. And we're just replenishing the champagne. And I can announce now, in third place in the GTX class, it's car 702, the Vortex V8 of Lionel Amarouche, Philippe Bonnel, Philippe Grau, Nicholas Norbs, Franceschi Gutierrez Aguay.
Podium de GTX, número 702 Vortex, la equipe francesa Lionel Amrouche, Philippe Bonner, Philippe Gluot, Nicolas Norbs.
Please welcome in second place, that's car 720, the Audi Signs Lamborghini of Andreas Bedevicius, Nicola Michelon, Paulus Pascavicius, Artus Batarax, Alfredo Hernandez.
Ahí está el equipo RD Sin Racing Team con el Lamborghini, Huracán, Buquevicius, Michelon, Pascavicius, Batrax, Alfredo Hernandez.
And the winners of the GTX class, car 710, Liebherr Motorsports Lamborghini of Kerong Lee, Jean-Francois Bruno, Gerhard Watzinger, Greg Gorski, and Brendan Leach.
Con la entrega de premios, ahí está el señor Julio Rizzo de Hankook y también el director del circuito, el señor José Luis Santamaría, entregando el premio de la equipe francesa, el de Vortex, la equipe francesa, Amrouche, Bonnel, Gluot y Nops.
Trophies being presented to the Vortex V8 team, car 702 for third place. The RD Signs Lamborghini, car 720 for second. And the winners, the winning trophies to the Liebherr Motorsport Lamborghini of car 710. Kerong Lee, Jean-Francois Bruno, Gerhard Watzinger, Greg Gorski and Brendan Leach.
Buquevicius, Michelon, Pascavicius, Batrax, Alfredo Hernandez y ara fa doncs també amb l'equip guanyador, l'equip alemany Liebherr Motorsport amb Kerong Lee, Jean-François Bruno, Gerhard Watzinger, Greg Gorski.
Are you ready for the champagne? Champagne! Well done, everybody. Our GTX class winners. Our final two classes to be presented with their trophies. Please welcome the winners of the GT4 class. That's car 403, Atlas BX Motorsports. Stephen Cho, Rulof Brun, Young Kayum, Kim Tekken, Yang He, and and the winners of the TC Touring Car class. Please welcome car 332, Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport, Michael Meyer, Mon Kroll, Michael Bonk, and Max Bartel.
Atlas BX Motorsports, Stephen Shaw, Vuelo Brings, John Kim, Clark and Jan.
As we present the trophies to the GT4 class winners, car 403, the Atlas BX Motorsports Mercedes, and also the TC class winners, the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW team. Please stay with us for, after this presentation, a very special presentation for the 24-8 series. And after we've had our champagne ceremony, we'll go ahead with that. Our GT4 winners, everybody, and our TC Touring Car class. Gentlemen, now the champagne! Well done, everybody. GT4 and TC Touring Cars. So that rounds up our trophy presentation. I just want to hand the microphone over to Creventic's Gary William for a very special presentation. Gary.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Okay, probably most of you know one of our colleagues, Mr. Ole Durleman. Can you please come to the podium? Ole, welcome to the podium. I would like to say a few words to you. Come a little bit this side. My colleagues, they come as well. Okay, Ole. Yeah, okay, I start. Ole, you started with us in September 2014 as a student. Now it's September 22. Already within 1 year, from student you get to a working hard colleague, and you're 8 years with us. From student to work, and from colleague to friend. I could say what he was all doing, or I could say what he's not doing within Creventic. But I chose to mention a few items what you do with us in Creventic. You are the manager of the fuel station, contribution to sporting regulations, technical regulations, catering partner and launches, TV productions, support races, very many invitations within Creventic. Let me see. Team contacts, very much. Driver contacts, a lot of promotion all over the world with flyering, sponsorship contracts, new circuits with contracts, of course, Hankook tires, but also loading and unloading our Creventic truck and containers. And you speak 4 languages. You speak good Dutch. You speak also good English, even good French. And congratulations, you speak excellent German. Your character, to be honest, you're a little bit stubborn, but you're very social and passionate. But at all, you're a very, very pleasant colleague. Ole, I would like to thank you for all those 8 beautiful years to have you be part in our life. Thank you very much. Look there, Ole. There you are.
Fabulous, and we wave goodbye to Ole Dorleman. It's left for me to say goodbye to Barcelona for 2022. We all look forward to creating some history where we're off to Kuwait for the 12 Hours of Kuwait. That's coming the first weekend of December. We'll see you in the Middle East, everybody.